Global disasters followed one after another, including rainstorms, glaciers, heat waves, zombies. The end of the world came one after another. In my previous life, I clearly awakened an SSS-level talent. I could bestow my attributes on living beings or objects every day. As long as you have one teammate, you will be invincible in the end times. However, my teammates ruthlessly broke my limbs and imprisoned me in the basement for 10 years. After they were done using me, they actually dug out my heart and fed it to the dogs. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn on the eve of the end of the world. At this moment, the enemy from the previous life is right in front of him. Hooli! How can you be so useless that you can't even book a presidential suite? Being with you is such bad luck! A crisp sound rang in my ears. Before I could react, a slap suddenly appeared in front of me. I instinctively stepped back and immediately grabbed the swinging wrist. How dare you hide? I looked up and saw that familiar face suddenly appeared in front of me. Lu Yuner. At this moment, she had exquisite makeup on, a red dress with a shiny black mink coat, and her face was full of anger, as if she wanted to swallow me. I was stunned, and this scene instantly overlapped with the memory in my mind. Tonight, Lu Yuner only booked an ordinary room, but was furious because she didn't book the presidential suite. She slapped me in the face and turned away. At the time, I thought she was really angry, and in the following apocalypse, I continued to collect resources for her to please her. It was not until I was imprisoned that I learned from her that the truth was that she actually went to attend a New Year's Eve dinner hosted by a rich second-generation man. However, this time, she had no choice. I pulled Lu Yuner into my arms. Baby, I was wrong. I was really wrong. There is another presidential suite in this hotel. Why don't we book that one? His tone was full of regret. However, I already had a grim smile on my face, and my eyes were full of pride. Wonderful! Wonderful! Tonight, the catastrophe is about to come, and all humans who can't bear the mental pressure will be transformed into catastrophe variants. As long as you kill the first catastrophe variant, you will get an SSS-level reward. I don't know what the reward is exactly. I only know that the person who got it was Lu Yuner's cheating partner. That person stood at the top of the human race. As for how to find a cataclysm, it is indeed difficult to find, but if you make one, it will be very easy. As long as humans endure unbearable mental pain in a disaster, they will become disaster makers. And isn't there a perfect choice right in front of us? When Lu Yuner heard this, she naturally chose to forgive me. Between a dinner full of uncertainty and the presidential suite at the Magnolia Hotel, she knew exactly which one to choose. After a while, I maxed out all my credit cards, overdrawn all my limits, and finally got the presidential suite at the Magnolia Hotel. We took the elevator all the way to the top floor of the hotel. As soon as the door opened, Lu Yuner rushed to the French window, unable to hide her smile. But the next moment, bang! A hand suddenly pressed down on her head and pushed her towards the French window. The window trembled slightly, and the strong impact made her head a little dizzy. A cold voice came from my ear. Xiao Yuner, is the scenery here nice? Before Lu Yuner could react, her charming voice rang out softly. Baby, you hurt me. Does it hurt now? I reached out and locked her neck, saying calmly. Then you have to hold back and don't scream later. Lu Yuner was stunned and thought I was flirting with her. But the next moment, crack! A crisp sound of bone fracture was heard. I used my leg to push against her left elbow, and pushed hard, breaking her left arm. Then my right arm. The catastrophe would take some time, so I had to make sure she couldn't resist. Who? What are you doing? Lu Yuner finally realized that this was not a sex game, but a murder. What? Isn't it obvious? I stepped on her neck, gradually increasing the force, and my voice became sharper. In the last life, you enjoyed everything from me, but in the end you abandoned me. What do you mean by last life? I don't know what you are talking about. Lu Yuner struggled and squeezed out a few words. You are really crazy. Crazy? Maybe. Who wouldn't go crazy after 10 years of torture? But none of this matters anymore. In a minute, the catastrophe will come, and even more people will go crazy. I turned around, smashed the hotel glass table with all my strength, picked up a piece of glass and put it against her neck. Lu Yuner woke up instantly. She understood that her life was in my hands. Begging for mercy was her only choice. Bang! Lu Yuna knelt down without hesitation and began to beg. Don't you just want to sleep with me? I promise you no. I beg you. Please sleep with me. February 16th, 2026, New Year's Eve. 11:59 and 50 seconds p.m. Only 10 seconds left before the catastrophe. I walked forward gently, grabbed Lu Yuna's hair, pressed her face against the glass, and quietly admired the bustling scene in front of me. This is your last chance. Have you thought about what to say? I can give you anything. Please don't kill me. Lu Yuna begged for mercy. Okay. I smiled slightly, took a step back, with a hint of coldness on my lips. As long as you do what I say, I can let you go. You say. I will listen to you. Lu Yuna replied quickly. Turn around and face the glass. Lu Yuna was stunned for a moment, as if she realized something. She not only turned around, but also put her head against the glass, with her legs slightly apart, as if she was waiting for something. But the next moment, boom! The French window was shattered by my kick, and the glass flew everywhere. I grabbed her hair and pushed her to the ground, overlooking the view 40 floors below. The shards of glass in her hands cut into her flesh like knives, stabbing upwards, going deep downwards, or twisting into a circle and tearing apart the face she was so proud of. No, my face! Blood was flying in the air and shards of glass were scratching her skin like blades. The residents downstairs were startled in an instant and looked up, only to see a distorted figure and painful screams above them. For a person who is extremely fond of beauty, vain, and even narcissistic, the thing that can most crush her is to have her proud face trampled into the mud. The countdown is over. The new year is coming. A trace of disappointment flashed in my eyes. It was so close. But it doesn't matter, I still have one last trick. I held up Lu Yuna's phone, turned on the live broadcast, and shouted, Come and see, Xiao Yuna's New Year's gift, come and see it! Lu Yuna was originally a small internet celebrity. As soon as the broadcast started, a large number of viewers immediately flocked into the live broadcast room. What the hell? What's going on? Why is my goddess? Are you going to meet Big Brother? Is it so exciting? Wait. Look at her face, disgusting. What kind of monster is this? Where is my little Yuner? Look. I handed the phone to Lu Yuner. Look, your fans love you so much. No. 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 Her screams echoed in the air. The number of people and popularity in the live broadcast room increased wildly, and Lu Yuner's last bit of dignity completely collapsed at this moment. Her eyes turned blood red, which was one of the characteristics of the cataclysm. The time has come. The catastrophe has begun. Now. I stepped forward, holding Lu Yuner's neck tightly with one hand, and with the other hand I raised the shard of glass and quickly cut her carotid artery. Blood gushed out, staining her fair skin red. Ah! Her cries were drowned out by the crowd's cheers and the sound of firecrackers. Ding! First kill, done! A crisp sound was heard, followed by a series of system prompts. Welcome to the global apocalypse. Please read and recite the following content. 1. The apocalypse will come, and all regions of the world will experience the same apocalypse. Note: the time, type, and degree of danger of the apocalypse are uncertain. I wish you good luck. 2. In the end times, all living beings will receive points for their actions to survive. Note: points can be exchanged for everything, including the position of a god. 3. All intelligent creatures will randomly receive a talent. Note: please use your talent properly, it is your only support. 4. There is no order in the end times. Note: or, you can also become the order. Global announcement. Congratulations, the survivor Huli has achieved the world's first kill and received an SSS-level random reward *1. The announcement resounded across the entire internet, and was played 3 times in a row. The world's attention is focused on me, and everyone is guessing who I am. At the same time, I took a deep breath, and my heart was filled with emotions. My talent had also been successfully awakened. Congratulations, the survivor Huli has obtained the SSS-level talent, endowment. Talent, grant. Level SSS. Effect, you can grant your own attributes to others permanently. Use once a day, and your own attributes will not be affected. Note, you have been enhanced, go and use it. Looking at my left hand emitting a faint glow, I felt a little disappointed. Sure enough, my talent is still this. But it doesn't matter, there is still hope. Receive the first kill reward. Congratulations, the survivor Huli has obtained the SSS-level talent, Deprivation. Talent, Deprivation. Level SSS. Effect, you can randomly obtain the target's talents, attributes, and items through close contact, up to 3 times a day. Note, the item is good, but it's mine now. Another talent. My pupils trembled, and I looked at my right hand emitting black light, and my heart was filled with surprise. I am saved. With this talent, I no longer need to be a support. Wait. Talents are drawn passively. I looked down at Lu Yuna lying on the ground. If I was not mistaken, she seemed to have a glimmer of talent. Does this mean? Without any hesitation, I raised my right hand and placed it on Lu Yuna's body. Deprivation, start. Congratulations, the survivor Huli successfully deprived himself of the talent and obtained the SSS-level talent, Eye of True Vision. Talent, Eye of True Vision. Level SSS. Effect, can view the target's detailed panel, hidden attributes, and hidden usage. Note, I see you. Success. My pupils trembled slightly, and I felt the burning light in my left eye. Eye of True Vision, activated. A panel belonging to me suddenly appeared. Survivor, Huli, Survival Level 1, time until next upgrade 0/10. Physical Fitness 6G. Strength 6G. Intelligence 6G. Agility 6G. Master Talents, Grant SSS, Deprive, SSS True Eye SSS. This panel is usually unlocked after experiencing an apocalypse or reaching Survival Level 3. With the Eye of True Vision, I can know my situation in advance. At this moment, I suddenly realized that some hidden effects were also quietly emerging. Deprivation, hidden effect, can deprive living and non-living things of their talents, attributes, and items. Give, hidden effect, you can add all of your abilities to any creature or object unlimited times. I see. If I had known how to use this at the time, maybe at the critical moment of life and death, I could have dragged Lu Yuna to die together. This is the real SSS-level talent. If talents can be granted to each other. I had an idea and tried to grant Deprivation to Eye of True Vision. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for successfully obtaining the SSS-level entry, Deprivation. Term Deprivation, 1 when using the Eye of True Vision, forcibly deprive the opponent of their talent, attributes, or an item. Hiss. Force Deprivation. If used on a god, wouldn't it be able to directly deprive him of his godhood? Wait. God. I suddenly remembered that the survivors had the opportunity to see God. Rules. The first person who recites all the rules will get a chance to pray to the gods. When praying to the gods, you can make a wish and ask for help. But whether the wish can be fulfilled. The last survivor who successfully prayed was to escape the apocalypse. After the gods sent down the pillar of light, he completely disappeared. Did he escape the apocalypse? Or was he wiped out? No one knows. I will never miss any opportunity to improve myself. This first apocalyptic catastrophe has begun, and most of the world's land will be submerged. It will take a full 49 days before someone finds a way to end the catastrophe and enter the next apocalypse. But now, I only have these 3 talents, no other advantages. No resources, no vehicles, and even no ability to deal with the cataclysm. However, if I can get something from the gods, even a hair, it can become a resource for me in the future. Just do it. I closed my eyes and recited all the rules and notes. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations, Survivor Huli has become the first survivor to recite all the rules and is eligible to pray to the gods *1. The same announcement flashed on the screen again, and then a chat interface appeared, with the survivors' discussion scrolling. Li Chang, holy crap! Who triggered the 2 global announcements? Wei Chan Shu, SSS-level reward plus the qualification to pray to God, is he a reborn person in the novel? Li Feng, interesting, he is such a big shot. I quickly glanced at the chat history, and my eyes stayed on Li Feng for a moment. He was Lu Yun'er's lover in her previous life, and his gift was an A-level long sword, which was constantly strengthened as his strength increased. If I could take away his talent, or even collect it, it would be a great gain. Wow! Outside the window, heavy rain began to fall, and the apocalyptic disaster began. Without hesitation, I immediately chose to use the qualification to pray to God. In an instant, the darkness outside the window was replaced by a touch of blue, and a curtain of light descended. All living beings bowed their heads and trembled under the curtain of light. And I still raised my head and stared at the shadow in the light curtain. "What do you want?" the majestic voice echoed in my ears. I had a plan in my mind, but I said respectfully, "God, I ask for a place to live that can allow me to survive all disasters safely." Yun. As soon as the words fell, a ball of deep blue light descended from the light curtain. I dare not waste time and use my talent immediately. Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition. Ding! A crisp reminder sound rang out, and 2 reminder boxes popped up at the same time. Name: Incarnation of Sea God. Level unknown. Attributes unknown. Master talent unknown. Deprivation successful. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for obtaining the godly trait, Sea God. Success. I glanced across my palm and saw 2 deep blue lights flashing. One of them is a reward from God, a palm-sized wooden boat that can be magnified 100 times, but can only accommodate 2 people at most. Item: Heart of the Ocean. Level SSS. Effect 1 God's favor. Objects watched by gods will be immune to all external damage. Effect 2 God's land. The land promised by gods will not be destroyed or affected by any external force. Hidden effect: Sea embraces all rivers. When the heart of the ocean is not used, it can be attached to any vehicle or territory, making it a sea kingdom with unlimited growth capabilities. Note: you are the one favored by the sea god. This is the power of Eye of True Vision. Without it, how could I know the hidden effect of Sea embraces all rivers? I will not be satisfied with just that small wooden boat. And the other deep blue light is the most precious thing I took away from the incarnation of God. But as soon as I observed it, it merged into my body. Fragment of Godhead, Sea God. Effect 1 Sea God. All sea creatures, once contacted, will serve you loyally. Effect 2 Unlocked. Unlocked after 10% compatibility. Compatibility 0.001%. Note: Respected God, I salute you. High note: by playing as Sea God, you can improve your compatibility with Godhead. Fragments of the Godhead. Although they are fragments, they are still Godhead. It would be terrible if the gods found out. I dare not do anything rash now. Fortunately, I didn't see Poseidon return. But I saw other things. In the global chat box, the survivors were discussing enthusiastically, "Li Feng, brothers, the target has been locked. Try your best and the bicycle will become a motorcycle." Li Chang, yes, everyone is at level 1 now. This is our only chance to overtake others. Yun Shan, let's go together. Our human wave tactics can definitely surpass any strong one. Lu Rinjia, that's right. I smiled, things were getting interesting. True Vision, Deprivation has no cooldown. If I scan that group of people, I might be able to get a few talents. But before that, give. Sea God Godhood, plus, Eye of True Vision, equals, Eye of True Vision Sea God God level entry. When using the Eye of True Vision, if the opponent is a sea creature, it will unconditionally submit to you. Sea God Godhood, plus, Deprivation, equals, Deprivation Sea God God level entry. The creatures that are deprived will become your most loyal believers. What's more powerful is that after endowing it, I can make all creatures in the sea submit to me, and after depriving it at close range, I can make any living creature submit to me. Unfortunately, the gift can only be used once each time, and it must wait until the next day to be restored. But since the group of people are coming soon, I just need to wait a little bit. I lay on the sofa, waiting quietly and enjoying the upcoming leaks. There is no cooldown for the Eye of True Vision, nor for the empowerment. Wait for them to come over, and I only need to take a glance, and the scene will be amazing. Brothers! We're not far ahead! With a low roar, Li Feng turned around abruptly and looked at the group of survivors behind him, his eyes full of excitement. Hurry up! I'm not sure if he will move. I think he won't run away. A voice rang out among the crowd, looking up at the sky. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, and looked in the direction that person was looking. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded in the rainstorm. Purple lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating half of it and also reflecting the scene in front of the hotel window. At that moment, Li Feng saw a figure lying lazily on the sofa, shaking a red wine glass that came from nowhere in his hand, looking down at— no, it should be said that he was looking down at everything in front of him with contempt. Too damn arrogant! Li Feng gritted his teeth and cursed, but he was not a reckless person. He immediately looked behind him and said, According to the plan, long-range attackers are in place and on standby. Melee fighters, follow me upstairs. Everyone nodded. Although they started to act according to Li Feng's instructions, they were not completely convinced by him in their hearts. The reason they were here was not because of Li Feng's charm, but because of the immediate benefits. If they could get more benefits, they would not mind turning around and attacking Li Feng. In the heavy rain, 15 survivors with long-range weapons were ready downstairs, and 20 followed Li Feng upstairs. The figure on the sofa slowly stood up. I drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, put the glass down casually, and stretched my body. Finally here. I walked towards the window, a dark golden light flashed in my eyes. Eye of True Vision Deprivation activated. Instantly, 15 prompt boxes popped up quickly. Physique +3. Strength +1. Intelligence +4. Mineral water +1. Chocolate +1. Canned luncheon meat +1. I took a deep breath, my eyes filled with excitement. The first round of deprivation is over. However, just as I was about to continue the second round, the group of people had reacted and began to retreat. It doesn't matter, the harvest is still considerable. In addition to the 3 supplies, the remaining 12 people contributed 26 attributes. For every level up, the survivor can only gain 10 free attributes. These 26 points are equivalent to me leveling up twice, so you can imagine the increase. Bang! The door was kicked open. I turned around and saw a black panther swooping down on me. Transformation talents are very rare. I raised my right hand slightly, faced the black panther that was flying towards me, and easily subdued it with one hand. My strength attribute has exceeded 12 points, reaching F level. It's no problem to deal with the black panther, even if I smash its head with one punch, it won't be difficult. Now I can easily grab the black panther's tail and swing it down the stairs. However, it is also useful to have such a meat shield. Black light burst out from my right palm. Deprivation See God starts. Ding! Deprivation successful, congratulations on gaining 2 more strength. Survivor Xie Qingwan has become your believer. As your only believer, she will enjoy a 10% increase in all your attributes. The Black Panther immediately prostrated himself on the ground, his eyes flashing blue, and he said in a cold voice, Most loyal believer, I pay homage to my god. Good boy. I chuckled and replied, sitting back on the sofa. I glanced towards the door and saw that the survivors who were about to rush in had fled in all directions. But since we're here, it's not that easy to leave. I subconsciously rubbed Xie Qingwan's head and said, Go, bring those people back to me. Her amplification attribute and incarnation talent are enough to kill other small fish in seconds. Yes. Xie Qingwan agreed and turned into a black shadow and disappeared before his eyes. 15 minutes later, the remaining 19 survivors were tied up and thrown into the room, including Li Feng. Struggle? Resist? When the gap in strength is so huge, the weak don't even have the thought of resisting. They just bow their heads and beg, putting aside all their dignity, praying for a glimmer of hope. They prostrated themselves in front of me, imitating Xie Qingwan's posture to express their submission. Unfortunately, I value fairness the most. Don't you want to kill me too? Then it's only natural for me to kill you. Eye of True Vision Deprivation and Deprivation are activated one after another. Strength +2. Physique +3. Obtain A-level talent, Black Gold Ancient Sword. Obtain F-level item, Exquisite Suit. Get the human right calf bone +1. Each target can use 4 deprivations. 19 survivors means 76 chances. Unfortunately, only Eye of True Vision, deprivation, can be 100% successful, and the success rate of ordinary deprivation is only 30%. After 3 attempts, it succeeded once. 76 deprivations, 40 successes. The attributes obtained from it were obtained 26 times in total, totaling 50 points. The remaining 14 times were mostly some strange items, but the only one I got was an A-level talent black gold ancient sword. I activated the Eye of True Vision again and checked my attribute panel. Survivor, Huli, Survival Level 1, Distance to next upgrade 0 out of 10. Physical Strength, 27E. Strength 30D. Intelligence 20E. Agility 23E. Master Talents, Grant SSS, Deprive, SSS True Vision Eye SSS, Black Gold Ancient Sword A. With these attributes, if I were in the apocalypse, as long as I didn't enter a dungeon, I could walk around freely. Except the one who wet his pants, kill all the others, I said coldly. Xie Qingwan next to him agreed immediately. Yes. The Black Panther waved its claws, and 18 heads fell to the ground. Only Li Feng was left. He listened to the head rolling down beside him, his body trembling constantly, but he was powerless to resist. The talent disappeared. The attributes were taken away. What else could he resist? I walked up to him and stepped on the back of his head. Do you know why I spared your life? Li Feng was trembling all over and could hardly speak. I remember there are yachts at the dock of your villa, right? Sichuan province is not near the sea, so it is very difficult to find a yacht that can carry the heart of the ocean. The only hope is that Lakeview Mansion. Lu Lake. There are many wealthy people living there, and each villa has an independent dock. Many people bought yachts and parked them there. Among them was Li Feng, who also survived the apocalyptic rainstorm thanks to the yacht. Yes. Li Feng raised his head suddenly, as if he had grasped the straw of life and death. I have it at home. I'll take you there. Villa, yacht, money, I can give you everything. Heh. I sneered, and stepped down with my D-level power, crushing Li Feng's head completely. I just want to confirm that things. I prefer to take them myself. I packed up my spoils, rode on Xie Qingwan who had transformed into a black panther, and galloped towards Lu Lake. Although I haven't seen the scenery of Blue Star for 10 years, I still want to quietly appreciate the scenery in front of me, but unfortunately, I have more important things to do. First kill. The first kill of the alien beast. From the first second the announcement is released, humans only have 72 hours to prepare. 72 hours later, the end of the world officially arrived, and all kinds of natural disasters, strange beasts, and catastrophists followed one after another. Especially exotic beasts. In addition to countless small exotic beasts, the Blue Star will be divided into 9 continents, and each continent will welcome a powerful exotic beast. China occupies an entire continent, where there lives a gigantic dragon. The Jiao snake is D-level when it is born, with a length of hundreds of meters. With a flick of its tail, an entire concrete building can be easily broken. At that time, the survivors in the entire Sichuan province were no match for it, and could only watch it expand wantonly in Shudu. Although survivors from other provinces wanted to come and destroy it, they were blocked by the pouring rain and their actions failed. In the late stage of the apocalypse, the D-class dragon quickly grew into a B-class pseudo-dragon, and together with other sea beasts, it set off a huge wave that almost completely swallowed up Jiuzhou. There is no place for humans anymore. It was not until the third catastrophe that a human warrior with B-level strength appeared on the heavenly ranking. 10 B-level warriors joined forces to encircle and suppress the B-level monsters in Jiuzhou. At the cost of 8 lives, they finally killed one of them. The oceans receded, giving Kyushu a break. But the strange beasts in the other 8 continents have evolved again. One of the B-plus grade pseudo-dragons evolved into an A-grade true dragon, and its territory expanded to the whole of China. It absorbed dragon energy to nourish itself. 10 years later, no one dared to challenge its power. China has also always been covered by seawater. For the Chinese survivors, there are always 2 words buried deep in their hearts: hometown. There is no need to explain what these words mean to the Chinese. Now I am reborn. Now I have the strength to fight against D-level monsters. If I can kill the dragon snake before it evolves into a B-level pseudo-dragon, I may be able to avoid the heavy rain in China. More importantly, you can get the first kill reward for the regional monster. This reward is a certificate of job transfer to a random hidden profession. The job transfer certificate for an ordinary profession alone can be sold at a sky-high price in the market, let alone the certificate for a hidden profession. 10 years into my previous life, I heard from Lu Yuner that the entire human race had only 9 hidden profession certificates. With a hidden profession, even a B-level warrior can be promoted to A-level. If it can be obtained in the early stage, I can't imagine what a huge improvement it will be. In the past, experts have analyzed the hatching location of Jiao snakes. There is an 80% chance that it landed at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, in Dijianjian. First of all, there are enough aquatic life in Dijianjian to provide sufficient nutrients for the dragon snake. Secondly, the altitude of Qingqing Mountain is high enough. In the early days of the apocalypse, many survivors will choose to go up the mountain to avoid water. The combination of these two factors resulted in the Jiao snake's astonishing growth rate, leaping from Class D to Class B within 3 months. Shuda is not far from Dijianjian. If we can find the yacht as soon as possible and attach the heart of the ocean to it, we will have enough time to rush to Dijianjian and look for traces of the dragon snake. Even if we can't find it the first time, at least we can kill it the moment it hatches. As the panther galloped, I finally reached Heron Lake before the rain accumulated. Roaring, wailing, pleas for mercy, and other indescribable sounds echoed in the community one after another. If I remember correctly, that guy's home should be in Building 8, Area A. Can you find it? Don't worry, my god. I can already smell his scent. Xie Qingwan suddenly jumped up, took me over the gate of Lu Lake, and quickly arrived in front of Lu Lake. Soon, Xie Qingwan stopped at the dock. Why don't you leave? I asked. My god, I can't swim. Xie Qingwan's voice was filled with a hint of cowardice. Small problem, I said softly, and my left hand flashed white light. Grant? See godhood. After all, she is my only believer, so of course I have to give her the benefits. A burst of azure light burst out from Xie Qingwan. Through observation with the eye of true vision, I saw that she had a new S-level passive talent. Talent, see God's familiar. Level, S. Passive effect, all water attribute talents, abilities, and item effects plus 50%, all water attribute damage and negative effects minus 50%. Note, the most loyal believer, sincerely praise our God. Perfect. Xie Qingwan also sensed the change and immediately prostrated herself on the ground. Praise my God, may the glory of the sea god always be with me. Hee, keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. From now on, just praise me in your heart, and don't call me Poseidon. Call me Master. This Poseidon is just my fake identity, but the Poseidon's followers that Xie Qingwan got are real. If her praise was sensed, or even observed by the real sea god, I can't guarantee that I would be safe. Yes, Master, she responded immediately. Okay, let's go. I waved my hand, and in an instant I was taken into the water by the Black Panther. But the way this Black Panther moves in the water is different from what you might imagine. After entering the water, the Black Panther lurks under the water like a fish, using its hind legs and tail to propel itself forward. Although the speed was not slow, from the outside, it seemed that I was only half exposed, gliding quickly on the lake. The night was dark, with heavy rain and wind. Because of my status as the god of the sea, the rainstorms would not wet me, but the mist created by the rain hitting the lake created a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. Not only the people around me, but even I couldn't help but feel a chill down my spine. I should find the 8 buildings as soon as possible. This way of traveling is enough to experience once. Just as I was thinking this, a searchlight suddenly shone on my face. Then, there was a loud explosion. There's a ghost! I looked in the direction where the sound came from, and suddenly saw a yacht crashing towards me. Master! Xie Qingwan exclaimed. She hurriedly tried to jump out of the water to save her master, but before she could move, a black and gold light burst out in my hand. A-level talent, black gold ancient knife. The moment the blade touched the yacht was cut in half without any resistance, just like a hot knife cutting butter. The ship was instantly cut into 2 parts. This is the power of A-level talent. In terms of sharpness, this ancient black gold knife can easily cut through reinforced concrete buildings, not to mention the yacht in front of me. This is also one of the reasons why Li Feng dared to challenge me. As the yacht sank into the water, the 8 people on board also fell into the water. Almost at the moment they fell into the water, the 7 people moved towards the 8th person without hesitation. Seeing that I was safe and sound, Xie Qingwan revealed the Black Panther's head from underwater and immediately exclaimed, "Master is mighty!" I didn't respond, but just put the black gold ancient knife back into my body and looked at the people who fell into the water. "Go and ask them if they know the way." Although Xie Qingwan could find the location of Building 8 by smell, her head was now completely buried in the water and she couldn't find it at all. "Yes." The Black Panther submersible started again. I dived into the water and swam towards the person who fell into the water. Everyone immediately gathered together to protect one of the girls. Wow, looking at this situation, it really is an important person. However, I wasn't interested in their identities, and I didn't even bother to use my eye of true vision. I just asked, "Hey, do you know where Building 8 in Area A is?" The 7 bodyguards didn't dare to speak, but the girl timidly said, You are not a ghost?" "Heh." I sneered, and the black gold sword reappeared, pointing the blade directly at everyone. "You still have one more chance to answer the question. I don't like wasting time." "Over there!" The leading bodyguard immediately pointed to the left and back. "There is a dock at 8 o'clock with a 2-story yacht parked there. That is Building 8 in Area A." "You are sensible." I smiled slightly, put away the black gold ancient knife, and patted the Black Panther's head. "Let's go." "Yes, master." Xie Qingwan's voice rang out, and the people on the water realized that I was carrying a living creature under me. The light was too dim, and no one could see what the creature was. The Black Panther carried me and swam towards Building 8. The bodyguard who had just spoken ordered again. "Number 2, number 3, you go find another boat. The rest of you, follow me and protect the lady." "Yes." 2 bodyguards took off their life jackets and swam towards the nearby pier. The other 5 stared at the direction where I disappeared, fearing that I would appear again. "Uncle Wei." The girl spoke again. "What do you think? Can we hire that man to escort us home? In exchange for a place in the shelter?" "This?" Uncle Wei hesitated for a moment, and finally frowned and said, "Miss, you'd better be cautious. We don't know the details of that person. If we rashly let him join the team, what if something goes wrong?" "He didn't kill us just now," the girl responded calmly, her tone more composed than before. "Wait for number 2 and number 3 to find the boat and come back, then we'll follow him from a distance and see what happens." Uncle Wei knew that once the young lady made a decision, 10 oxen could not pull her back, so he could only follow her. Black Panther and I successfully boarded the dock and saw the words, Building 8, printed on it, confirming that we had not found the wrong place. "Okay, this one." I glanced at the yacht in front of me. Although it was not perfect, it was okay. I took out the heart of the ocean and threw it towards the yacht without hesitation. The palm-sized wooden boat instantly merged into the yacht, emitting a touch of azure light. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for triggering the hidden effect of the heart of the ocean. The target is merging with the heart of the ocean. The estimated completion time is 10 minutes. Please wait. 10 minutes is neither long nor short, especially in the dark night. The azure light is particularly dazzling. Because of the eye of true vision, I could clearly sense a lot of gazes coming at me from all around. 2 of the gazes came from the villa in Block 8 of Area A. Obviously, Li Feng's family was still in the villa. It is a matter of human nature that when a person is killed, his family members are usually sent to be reunited. I was originally planning to sail away, but I didn't expect the movement of the ocean heart to be so eye-catching. Alas! I sighed and took out the black gold ancient knife again. "Xiaowan, watch the boat and don't let anyone get close." "Yes, master," she responded immediately. I held the black gold ancient knife in my hand and walked towards the villa. Just as I reached the door, a muffled sound rang out above my head. The bullet hit me, but did not cause any damage. Instead it turned into mist and dissipated. This is not an ordinary firearm, but one that was transformed by talent. After judging that the bullet could not hurt me, it disappeared into thin air. Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition is now open. A dark golden light flashed in my eyes, and I quickly locked onto the position of the shooter. I swung the black gold ancient knife with my backhand, and with the added D-level strength, the blade instantly cut through the concrete wall and accurately pierced through a person's chest. The black gold ancient knife flew out of his hand, and the door of the villa opened at this moment. A middle-aged man raised his arms high and rushed over waving a kitchen knife. Die! C-level talent, body frenzy. I didn't recall the black gold ancient sword, but punched out. The fist pierced through his left chest, creating a cloud of blood. Tisk! I couldn't help but smack my lips as I watched the other person's life slip away. Too fragile. I didn't even have time to use deprivation. Fortunately, Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition was triggered with one scan, which at least provided me with 2 points of intelligence and physique, so it was not a loss. At this time, there are still 9 minutes before the fusion is successful. I looked around and saw many people approaching me, some even flashing their lights towards me. But no one dared to act rashly, they just watched. I am not bloodthirsty. As long as they don't take action first, I won't take the initiative. I looked at Xie Qingwan, and in my mind I communicated with her through the exclusive authority of the God's followers. Xiaowan, post a message in the announcement channel, saying that I was seriously injured and fled, and I entered Lu Lake with SSS-level props to seek cooperation. Yes, Master, she responded immediately. Actively killing people is not advisable, but fishing is always a good choice. In this way, even if someone dies, it is not considered that they died at my hands, but died at their greed. Chapter 7, 11th Empress. Heron Lake. A dazzling blue bloomed at the dock, and a black panther nearly 2 meters long was guarding nearby. A little further away, a young man stood in the rain, with a thin layer of mist bursting from his body, making it difficult to see his face clearly. But none of this matters. When a message appeared in the chat channel, most people went crazy. Xie Qingwan, Huli was seriously injured and fled, carrying SSS-level props into Lu Lake to seek cooperation. Qi Xiao Xiao, what the hell? It's that Huli? Why did he come to Luhu? Yao Yi SSS-level props, is it real? Is it the thing with the blue light? Lu Rinjia, this is an opportunity. If he is really seriously injured, we can give it a try. Ishan, wait, Lu Rinjia, didn't you also go to encircle and suppress Huli? Li Feng and the others died, but you are okay? Rinjia, hey, I didn't go just now. I was just joking. What followed was a series of ellipsis marks that filled the screen. Lu Rinjia, what do you mean? I was too far away from the Magnolia Hotel at that time. I'm at Lu Lake now, wait, I'll go over and try this thing out. Don't grab it. The news is regional news, so Huli can naturally see it too. The moment the news came out, some people couldn't help it. A black shadow emerged from the crowd and attacked Huli from behind. Fine. His Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition was never turned off, and he detected the opponent's movements in an instant and directly locked onto the black shadow. Bite. Deprivation successful, congratulations on gaining agility +2. With Huli's reaction speed, he could easily kill this guy in an instant. But since we are going to fish, there is no such thing as putting away the fishing rod now. The next moment, a baton strike landed on his neck. Huli dodged to the side, his whole body tilted, and he fell onto the wooden planks of the dock. Fortunately, Xie Qingwan was smart and knew that this was her master's plan, so she did not take action. Otherwise, one pounce would have scared everyone away. Shit, he's seriously injured. Let's go grab that yacht. A cry of surprise rang out among the crowd. Several people in security uniforms rushed directly towards the dock of the 8th building. Unfortunately, there are only a few of them. The black shadow flashed in front of Huli and kicked him directly in the chest, pinning him down. Your name is Huli, right? A young man in a security uniform was looking down at Huli with an arrogant smile on his face. Ha ha! You really were born to be useful to me. Your talent must be gone. Besides that SSS level item, you should have quite a few other things on you. Hand them over and I'll spare your life. You're dreaming. Huli squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. Afraid that his performance was not realistic enough, he bit his mouth to squeeze out a trace of blood. What a pity. I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. The young security guard activated his talent again, strengthened his body, and stepped on Huli's abdomen. But he was not in a hurry to take action. He planned to gradually remove the advantages from his body, and at the same time looked up at the Black Panther. Brothers, go! Whether you can enjoy the delicious food and drink the spicy food depends on this time. Good! A group of security guards responded at the same time, rushed to the dock one after another, and confronted the Black Panther. It has to be said that Xie Qingwan's posture was quite intimidating, and it frightened the security guards so much that none of them dared to step forward. Huli was lifted up by the clothes by the young security guard and faced the group of security guards. He also used Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition to harvest a group of them. I don't know if it's because my luck ran out before, but after this round of looting, the attribute points I got were pitifully few, and all I got were some useless items. Then, his eyes fell on the lake. The people who had just been sent into the water by him found another boat, floated on the lake again, and headed towards this place quickly. It seems that they are planning to get involved as well. Just right. I collect 2 fish and 3 fish. I will collect the net after they come over. It should be about time. As the group of people approached the shore, 5 of the 7 bodyguards on the boat ran down, and only 2 were still guarding the girl. Under Huli's guidance, Xie Qingwan still did not take any action, but allowed the 5 bodyguards to get off the boat. But just when Huli was about to close the net, the 5 bodyguards did not attack Black Panther, but rushed to the group of security guards and confronted them. Superior! As soon as the voice came out, the 5 bodyguards also showed their talents and fought with the group of security guards. Everyone is at the starting stage. There are differences in talent, fighting skills, and even innate attributes. Those 5 bodyguards were all professionals. They fought back and forth with the security guards and even had the upper hand. The big brothers in front. The young security guard held Huli in his arms, frowned and said, It's no use fighting like this. Why don't we interrogate this guy first, squeeze out all the benefits from him, and then slowly divide the spoils? Who said we're here to divide the spoils? One of the bodyguards questioned, and at the same time, he looked at Huli. Sir, we were wrong before. The lady asked us to come over and apologize. He also said, there won't be any fish around, so we can collect the nets now. Huli snorted, obviously not expecting anyone to see through his plan. He was not in a hurry to take action, but with the help of the light from the yacht, he was able to see the girl's face clearly this time. Looks a little familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had seen it. An ordinary Eye of True Vision was thrown over, and the girl's face plate suddenly appeared. Survivor Chu Hongyu. Survival Level 1. Distance to next upgrade 0 out of 10. Physique 6G. Strength 4G. Intelligence 10F. Agility 7G. Mastered Talent 1 Thought Mantra SSS. WTF. 11 Empresses. The moment this name and talent appeared, Huli remembered who she was. In his previous life, he was ranked 11th on the heavenly ranking list for many years. No matter who dies or who comes up on the heavenly ranking, she will always be the 11th. It's not because her strength is weak, but precisely because her strength is too strong that she is ranked 11th. Her only talent is a simple and crude ability, that is, what she says comes true. But the price is random. It is said that once, when the 11th queen was facing a B-level beast hide in her sanctuary, she only uttered one sentence. I want the sea beasts to die. All the sea beasts in the entire B-level beast hide turned into corpses. But the price is that more than 50% of the survivors in the shelter died suddenly, and the remaining 50% of the survivors were also seriously injured to varying degrees. From then on, her innate ability was listed as a forbidden technique by the human race. If there is anyone who can kill the future A-level true dragon, it is obviously only her. But the human race may not be able to bear that price. That's why the human race's heavenly ranking permanently ranked her 11th, symbolizing her powerful strength, but they did not dare to let her actually take action. As one of the SSS-level talents, this talent is the only one Huli doesn't want. Forget it, since what's coming is not a fish, let's just collect the net first. He didn't dare wait for the 11th Empress to speak. Ha ha! Fishing? And collecting the net? The young security guard laughed wildly, his tone full of sarcasm. You are talking about this thing in my hand that looks like a dead fish. Do you think he is pretending? The words have not been finished yet. An ancient black gold sword came out from behind the young security guard and returned to Huli's hand. Huli disdained to look at the corpse on the ground and just said it calmly. Shall Wan do it? Chapter 8 Characteristics, Boundlessness. Yes, master! With one sound, Black Panther and Huli immediately took care of all the security guards. He scanned the names of the corpses on the ground. None of them was Lu Rinjia. Okay. It seems like this guy is ready to talk big to the end. Huli couldn't help but log into the chat channel and ask questions. Huli at Lu Rinjia, where are you? Lu Rinjia hiss. Boss, you are still alive. I just said a few words, please don't take it seriously. If you take it seriously, come and hit me. Anyway, you can't find me anywhere. Puff. Chu Hongyu's laughter rang out on the yacht. The two bodyguards beside her were terrified. My ancestors. That person is right in front of you, how dare you laugh out loud? Huli rolled his eyes helplessly, glanced at the 11th Empress without saying a word, nor did he continue sending messages in the chat channel. Instead, he slowly walked towards his own heart of the ocean. The time is right and the countdown is over. The binding of Heart of the Ocean is complete. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for successfully unlocking the SSS class vehicle, Heart of the Ocean. The vehicle has been successfully bound, please check after riding. Perfect. But now is not the time to board the ship. Huli looked at the 11th Empress at the bow, and before he could speak, she bowed first. I'm sorry, sir. Chu Hongyu smiled and said, I was the first to offend you by saying you were a ghost. I apologize to you and hope you can forgive me. TSK, what a humble attitude. He didn't even mention that he had chopped the yacht in half with a knife, causing them to fall into the water. It was rumored in the previous life that the 11th Empress was the best at planning, and would take every bit of benefit into account. This attitude now is mostly asking for something from myself, why not? Oh. Huli responded and immediately spread his hands towards Chu Hongyu. It's said to be an apology. You've already apologized, so how should you pay back with gifts? The bodyguard next to Chu Hongyu almost uttered a word of national quintessence. Fortunately, I held back. Otherwise, Huli wouldn't mind the trouble and just give himself an extra SSS-level talent. At worst, he wouldn't use it. Of course, you have to pay for the gift. Chu Hongyu smiled and said, in this apocalypse, the most important thing is resources. I can compensate Mr. Hu with 20 kilograms of fresh meat, 20 boxes of canned meat, and 20 boxes of purified water. Huli lowered his eyes slightly. A blank check? Where do you want me to get it? Mr. Hu is a smart man. Chu Hongyu continued with a smile. Before the end of the world, my father had a little money and built a shelter in the suburbs of Shudu, which is only 100 kilometers away from here. As long as you escort me to the shelter, I can give you all these things. In her previous life, this 11th Empress did own a shelter, and even attracted many survivors to seek refuge. What a pity, that dragon is too fierce. Even if the 11th Empress successfully resisted the beast tide, she would not be able to deal with the dragon. The 11th Empress could only take a few of her confidants on board to escape from Shudu. As for where this refuge was, no one knew. Where is it? Huli asked after hesitating for a few breaths. Although he does not lack resources, he lacks attributes. After the end of the world, where will the most people be? Nature is a sanctuary. If you can sneak into this shelter and use Eye of True Vision, Deprivation version, to sweep around, then this attribute is simply picked up for free. Dragon Pond? It is a scenic spot, not far from Dujianjian and in the same direction. This business can be done. Huli smiled and nodded slowly. Okay, But apology is apology, business is business, I escort you there, what's the reward? Chu Hongyu stared into Hu Li's eyes, opened her red lips slightly, and slowly uttered 12 words. If you want anything I have, you can take it. Although this 11th Empress is not stunningly beautiful, her appearance and temperament are enough to surpass those small internet celebrities like Lu Yuner by several streets. If it were someone else, they might be tempted by her body, but Hu Li wouldn't. Women are like poison to him, especially women like this who think too much. But since he had already said, I'll take your place at your mercy, he wouldn't mind using deprivation a few more times on her and the survivors in her shelter. Good. Hu Li chuckled and said, It's settled, but we are on different ships and teams. You can only follow me at least 100 meters away. I will decide the route. If anything goes wrong, I will take action. No problem. Chu Hongyu chuckled and said, Then I wish us a happy cooperation? It's a pleasure to work with you. Hu Li responded with a smile, then took Black Panther and set foot on the heart of the ocean. Eye of True Vision is turned on, and the panel of Heart of the Ocean pops up in front of you. Props, no Shanghai Kingdom. Category Vehicle. Grade SSS. Level 1 0 out of 100. Effect 1 God's Favor. Objects watched by gods will be immune to all external damage as long as they are inside. Effect 2 God-given land. The land promised by the gods will not be destroyed, restricted, or affected by any external force, and will bind the survivor Hu Li. Effect 3 Boundless. Experience +1 for every nautical mile traveled. Other effects can be unlocked after upgrading the ship. Note: the heart of the ocean is beating. A sea vehicle that can grow infinitely. Regardless of whether he succeeds in killing the dragon this time, this item will become the basis of his livelihood in the future. That's right. Boundlessness can also be considered a characteristic. Hu Li immediately placed his hand on the hull of the No Sea Kingdom and deprived. Start. Bite. Deprivation failed. Do it again. Bite. Deprivation successful. Congratulations to the survivor Hu Li for obtaining the trait, Boundless. Done. Hu Li's pupils trembled, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. He immediately drew out the ancient black gold sword, endowed it, and activated it. Black gold ancient sword, plus, Ween, equals, Ween black gold ancient sword. On the black and gold ancient sword, which was already gorgeous enough, the shadow of a unicorn appeared faintly, as if it would jump out of the sword as long as it was fed. Its toughness and armor-piercing strength have been taken to a new level. The talent that originally had only A-level strength was directly upgraded to S-level. While unlocking the experience bar, it also gained a new feature. Boundless. Every time you kill a beast, you will accumulate a point of experience. As long as you accumulate 1 million experience points, you can summon the Qilin, and the level of the black gold ancient sword will continue to rise, and even, it may be upgraded to SSS-level. What a pity. Hu Li also tried to bestow boundlessness on other talents, but ultimately failed. It seems that SSS-level is the limit of talent, and it is no longer possible to obtain infinity. This is enough. As the saying goes, you can't chew too much. It's late at night. Hu Li lay on the World Sea Kingdom, not caring how chaotic it was outside, and gradually fell asleep. Anyway, there was a rich man nearby, so he didn't have to rush to collect any resources. He just needed to send her to the shelter, and he would be able to accumulate enough food and resources and last until 3 days later. As for 3 days later, delicious exotic animal meat with special effects will become a new favorite on the dining table, and exotic animal blood will become a more popular drink than alcohol. All living resources can also be purchased in the system mall that will open in 3 days. All that is spent is the points gained from killing monsters. Only the weak need these common supplies for their lives. Hu Li's only hope was to still be on this ship after waking up, rather than in that dark dungeon. At the same time, on another ship, Chu Hongyu was playing with a tortoise shell carved from mud-and-fat white jade, with sadness in her eyes as if she was thinking about something. Mississippi. Uncle Wei couldn't help but walk behind Chu Hongyu and said softly, "Why don't you go to bed early?" Uncle Wei. Chu Hongyu raised her head and looked through the porthole at another ship 100 meters away. You say, if I use my talent to make that man fall in love with me, would it be interesting? Chapter 9. Your ship has been requisitioned. February 17, 2026, 7 a.m. 7 hours have passed since the disaster struck. The sun struggled to cast some light through the clouds, barely illuminating the world. Huli had already stood up, and feeling that his limbs were still intact, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Xie Qingwan, who was guarding nearby, also stood up at this moment, silently standing beside him, waiting for instructions. Notify them and get ready to leave. Yes. When the disaster struck, the order of the entire city was completely paralyzed, followed by the successive collapse of the network system, power supply system, and drainage system. In addition, Sichuan province has a basin structure. Under the influence of global rainstorms, the water level here always rises faster than other places, especially since there are many water conservancy projects in Sichuan. Due to the combination of various factors, the average water level in the entire Shu capital has now reached about 10 meters. Except for some survivors with special body-strengthening talents, most people can only find a way to find or make a vehicle to survive this natural disaster. Of course, Huli doesn't need to consider these issues. Owner. Black Panther flashed back to Huli's side and said, Mission accomplished. The other party said they are ready to go at any time. Huli responded, and just as he was about to activate the Unlimited Sea Kingdom, he suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Black Panther. Go ask them if they have a map? Soon, the Black Panther came back with a paper map. After years of survival experience, Huli still knows the little tricks like reading maps. The two boats sailed one after the other, slowly leaving Lu Lake and heading towards Dijianjian. The average water depth of 10 meters is enough to submerge most of the shops in the city. The remaining ones that can still emerge from the water are either residential buildings or large supermarkets. Especially on New Year's Eve. Most people spent the New Year at home and were all stuck together. When they heard the sound of a yacht passing by, those people crowded at the windows like crazy. Help! Hey! There's someone else here! Save me! I have an S-level talent! Take me away with you, and I will be loyal to you forever! Various sounds came one after another. However, Huli acted as if he didn't hear anything and lay on the beach chair on the deck of the yacht, crossing his legs and looking at the scenery. It seemed that everything was so beautiful. It's just that it's too noisy next to my ears. But it doesn't matter. With the speed of the Sea Kingdom, we will soon reach the suburbs, and then there will be no more noise. But before that, a ship with flashing red and blue lights came into sight. Then a broadcast sounded. Attention, boats ahead! We are the Sichuan Provincial Water Patrol. Due to special circumstances, your boats have been temporarily requisitioned for rescue operations. Please do not try to resist. Repeat. Please do not try to resist. Huli raised his eyes and glanced at the ships on the water. This is how the world is. Some people like to destroy order in chaos, while others like to maintain order in chaos. There were many such people in the previous life. They even spontaneously established an organization called the Salvation Society, which, with the advantage of heavy firepower and thermal weapons, continued to grow and develop in the early stages of the disaster. The leader of the organization has always been ranked 4th on the heavenly ranking, and even owns 3 aircraft carrier-class shelters, which makes it a huge force. But now, you want to requisition my ship? You're dreaming. It was this voice that seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Master, what should we do now? Xie Qingwan asked from the side. Don't worry about it, just drive forward. Yes. Anyway, the No-Sea Nation will not be destroyed or restricted by any external force. If they are sensible, they can just avoid it. If they are not sensible. Sorry, we haven't played bumper boats for a long time. As the Nowhere Sea Kingdom continued to move forward, Chu Hongyu naturally knew the other party's choice, and just followed behind it silently. First warning! The other ship broadcast again. Please stop immediately, and do not challenge our bottom line. The kingdom without sea still keeps moving forward. Second warning! If you don't stop the ship, we will take necessary measures. Third warning. A woman in plain clothes walked up to the bow, with a radio slung around her waist and guns in both hands, aiming at the cockpit of the No Sea Kingdom. Bang! Gunshots echo. The bullets just flew into the air and did not hit the ship. But Huli suddenly stood up. It's her. This person, he will never forget him in his life. In the previous life, on the fourth day after the end of the world, strange beasts attacked. At that time, Huli and Lu Yuna were just two weak assistants. Even with Huli's attribute bonus, which raised Lu Yuna's attributes to F level, they were still completely powerless to fight back against those strange beasts. Especially since they were still in the water and they didn't have any vehicles. Fine. At that time, a patrol boat came over and rescued the two men, saving their lives. And the owner of that ship is the woman in front of you. Chenyi. He still remembers the name. If it weren't for Lu Yuna's strong request, perhaps Huli would have stayed on this ship and given Chenyi some attributes from time to time. Later, the two found a life raft and left. As for whether Chenyi survived the disaster, Huli didn't know. In short, he had never seen this name on the heavenly ranking. Originally his memory had gradually become blurred, but when this ship and this person appeared before his eyes, these memories instantly came back. Master, I will go. When Xie Qingwan saw him stand up, she subconsciously thought that he was angry, and her two claws were already exposed. Bang! Huli hit the Black Panther on the head with a backhanded blow. Why are you going? You should treat people with kindness. It's not reasonable for you to kill someone just because he fired a gun into the air. Black Panther held his head in his hands and looked at Huli with tears in his eyes. His little head seemed to be full of question marks. Stop the boat. At the command. No Sea Nation applied emergency brakes and stopped less than 5 meters away from the patrol boat. Even in the rain and fog, the two could see each other's faces. Huli took a step forward, activated the Eye of True Vision, and confirmed that the person in front of him was Chenyi, then spoke with a smile. Hello, my name is Huli. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Hello, Mr. Hu. Seeing that the other party was in the mood to negotiate, and knowing what the name meant, Chenyi immediately saluted him and said, We need to requisition your ship for rescue. No. Huli smiled and uttered 2 words. Saving a life is a life-saving grace, but if you want him to sacrifice his own interests to help others. Sorry, he is just afraid of ropes after being bitten by a snake once. Having raised a wolf, he has no intention of raising a dog. You. Sorry. Before Chenyi could finish her words, a man then walked out of the cabin. With a flattering smile on his face, he hurried to Chenyi's side and glared at her, then looked at Huli. Mr. Hu, right? We were careless just now, please do as you please. Huli lowered his eyelids slightly. Since he was someone on Chenyi's ship, he naturally knew him. His name seemed to be Chang or something, but Huli couldn't remember it clearly. Not long after getting on the boat, the man hinted to Lu Yuna, intentionally or unintentionally, that she should devote herself to him in exchange for certain resources. At that time, Lu Yuna naturally would not give up Huli, who was a cash cow, just for some resources, so she refused without thinking, and even reported the matter to Chenyi. As a saint in the standard sense, Chenyi naturally punished him severely, and then, naturally nothing happened. We can't just leave him overboard to die, can we? That's a living life. But, it's just right to have him around. Huli thought about how to repay the life-saving grace. He ignored the man and just looked at Chenyi. Ms. Chen, how about we play a game? If you win, I can give you this ship for rescue. If you lose, you won't lose anything. How about that? Good. Chenyi didn't hesitate at all and immediately asked, How do you want to play? Miss Chen, please find 10 people from your cabin and let's play a simple quiz game. Huli took out the can of luncheon meat he had obtained yesterday from his pocket. I think everyone on your ship is probably getting hungry? Chapter 10. The boat exploded. Chenyi frowned slightly. Although she felt something was wrong, she couldn't tell what was wrong. She had no choice but to nod and turn to walk into the cabin. Obviously, she couldn't call the man next to her. Hee, Thank you, Mr. Hu, for giving us this opportunity. The man began to introduce himself. My name is Xiao Chang. Mr. Hu can call me Xiao Chang. Regardless of whether we have reached a cooperation or not, I want to make friends with you, Mr. Hu. What do you think? Hu Li glanced at Xiao Chang without saying anything, but silently activated Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition. Agility +1. You're so stingy, but you only give me this little? Seeing that Hu Li did not respond, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Xiao Chang had no choice but to stand there with an awkward smile on his face. Far away, Chu Hongyu came to the bow and looked at the unrivaled Sea Kingdom in the rain and fog with a playful look in her eyes. Miss, how about I go and take a look? Don't be nosy. Chu Hongyu glared at the man who spoke. We agreed on 100 meters, so it's 100 meters. If you want to die, I won't stop you. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Chu Hongyu turned around and looked around, muttering, It would be great if someone could take this opportunity to attack us. It would also give him a chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. The words fell. A dark golden light flashed across her body. SSS-level talent, One Thought of Truth, activated. Then Chinyi quickly went onto the deck with 10 people. She also specifically warned everyone about what they would face later and asked them to make their choices carefully. Looking at the 10 people standing in front of him, Hu Li couldn't help but take a step forward, staring into Chinyi's eyes, and spoke calmly. Before we begin, I would like to ask Miss Chen a question. Do you think human nature is good or evil? How would I know anything about human nature? Chinyi did not fall into Hu Li's trap and defended herself on the spot. Some people are good, some are evil. I just do what I want to do. Why should I care what they do? It's the same even if someone imposes evil on others because of your kindness? That is my responsibility. I will take it upon myself. Chinyi thought for a few breaths and then spoke immediately. Very good. Hu Li smiled and spat out 2 words. His eyes fell on the 10 people, and he casually tossed the can. Then tell me, if I use this can as a condition to make them make a choice. It is to choose to push someone next to you off the boat in exchange for this can and my protection. Or do you choose to give up the can and give the choice to the next person? Chinyi frowned. She had previously told these 10 people that the person outside was Hu Li. Hu Li, who had triggered 2 global announcements. So they naturally knew what it meant to be protected by this person. This condition. For 90% of normal people, it is hard to refuse. Bang! Before Chinyi could answer, a splash of water exploded beside the boat. Someone fell down. An old man among the 10 people pushed a little girl beside him into the water without hesitation, and stretched out his trembling arms towards Hu Li. Hurry! Let me get on board! I did it! Hu Li glanced at the old man, his lips moving. Idiot! After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at the Black Panther beside him. Xie Qingwan immediately understood, and leaped over to the patrol boat, swept the old man directly into the water with a sweep of her tail. Help! Help! Cries for help rang in my ears. Hu Li did not save the little girl who fell into the water, nor did he care about the old man. He just looked at the remaining 8 people and said, Your game has not started yet. If anyone wants to start early, there will be a punishment. Black Panther was guarding the patrol boat, sitting quietly at the bow, as if waiting for the next person to break the rules. Hu Li turned his gaze back to Chinyi. Continuing with the previous topic, you are right about one thing. People are either good or evil. That is not something you can decide. But you can guess. There are 8 people left now. Guess how many will choose can meet and how many will choose to stand still. As long as you can guess the number correctly, I can lend you this boat. If you guess wrong, I said you have nothing to lose. Chinyi was silent. If according to her previous arrangement, everyone's answer should be to stay where they are and not take the canned food. But the scene just now was beyond her control. Before Hu Li announced the start of the game, someone had already started. Everyone left is in danger, and I'm afraid everyone will choose canned meat. So, she always loses this game. I don't want to play anymore. Chinyi raised her head, looked at Hu Li and uttered 4 words, then turned and walked down the cabin, intending to leave directly. Let's go down and save people. Not playing anymore? Is it that simple? Huli had a smile on his face as he quietly watched everything in front of him. Don't move! I saw Xiao Chang also took out a pistol from his waist. He raised the gun with both hands and pointed it at Qinyi. What do you mean by not playing anymore? Play! You must play! Mr. Hu! Xiao Chang turned to look at Huli, with a crazy look in his eyes, holding a gun in one hand and pointing at his chest with the other. Me! I can play too! Can I choose? Oh. Huli smiled and spread his hands. Of course. Since Miss Chen doesn't want to guess, forget it. But now there are exactly 10 of you, so you can start the game again. Miss Chen, are you willing? Qinyi didn't say anything, but just clenched her fists and looked at Huli. Speak the fuck up! Are you dumb? Xiao Chang roared and almost put the gun to Qinyi's head. Then take that as your consent. Huli chuckled and gave Black Panther another look. A black shadow flashed by, and before Xiao Chang could react, the gun in his hand was instantly knocked out. Now that's fair. Huli looked at Qinyi again. Ladies first, let's start with you, Miss Chen. Now you can make your choice. Should we choose someone to push away or stay? Qinyi said nothing, but just looked at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang knelt down on the deck without any hesitation, lowered his head and cried inconsolably. Qinyi! I was wrong! I was really wrong! I have a wife and children at home waiting for me to save them. You don't choose me. You have 3 seconds to think about it. Huli began to count down softly. 3, 2. I'll push him down. Hearing the answer he wanted, Huli smiled slightly. Really? Human nature is the thing that cannot withstand the test. Teaching her this lesson can be considered as repaying the grace of saving her life in the previous life. Huli turned to look at Black Panther, and just as he was about to signal her to take action, he heard Qinyi's voice again. Push it down, it's not like we can't save it. Qinyi stared at Huli and vented the gloom in her heart. At worst, I can get some canned meat and pull it up for him. It seems that I haven't learned this lesson well enough. However, Huli just glanced at her, then shook his head and chuckled, then threw the can of meat in his hand into her arms. Then I can only wish you good luck. Respect the fate of others and enjoy a happy life. If it wasn't Qinyi on the boat, if it was any other saint, Huli would have chopped them down with his black gold ancient sword to teach them a lesson. As for what kind of reaction will occur after the can of meat is thrown over, that is not something Huli needs to consider. If he meets Qinyi again in the future, he would ask her casually. But I guess I won't meet him again. Xiaowan, let's go. Yes, master. The Black Panther spoke in human language, which scared everyone. They turned around and jumped onto the boat, continuing to sail towards the Jianjian. But soon after the two ships sailed out, a loud explosion sounded. Chu Hongyu's boat exploded. Chapter 11. Prove it to me. Enemy attack. This thought suddenly flashed through Huli's mind. An explosion of this magnitude was either caused by someone attacking with a thermal weapon, or a talent above level A was triggered. At this stage, the Points Mall has not been opened yet, and it is impossible to control this level of hot weapons, so there is only one possibility left. A talent holder above level A launches an attack. The other party's attack on Chu Hongyu may not necessarily be a real intention to attack Chu Hongyu. It may also be that they wanted to launch an attack on the Unlimited Sea Kingdom, but their aim was slightly off. Eye of True Vision is instantly activated. Huli quickly scanned the buildings that were still above the water and soon locked onto a red shadow. That was not a human figure, but a ball of fire. This time, the fireball went straight towards the Unrivaled Sea Kingdom. Huli just stood there. As the fireball entered a certain range of the Unlimited Sea Kingdom, a burst of fireworks exploded before his eyes. Joke! Not to mention that this is just an A-level talent. At this stage, as long as there is no existence that can restrain the characteristics of Shanghai's Kingdom, even an SSS-level skill cannot cause any harm to Shanghai's Kingdom and those on the ship. Just right. I was worried about not being able to find the person before, but this fireball is enough to expose the other party's position. Far away. A surveillance ship was following the two ships about 300 meters behind. Because of the water mist, Huli had not noticed it before until the fireball passed by just now, which dispersed the water mist and revealed the shadow of the ship and the red and blue lights. Owner! Xie Qinghuan naturally discovered this as well. She raised her leopard paw and landed on the deck, revealing a fang. I'll go kill them. Don't kill him, just control him. I'm useful. Yes. Black Panther uttered this and immediately jumped into the water. In the early hours of yesterday morning, Huli gave his own attributes to the Black Panther, and the attribute he randomly got was agility. In addition, as Huli's only believer, she can obtain 10% of his total attributes. Now the Black Panther's agility attribute has reached 15 points. Although this attribute is far lower than Huli's, it is very easy to deal with the new villagers on the boat whose attributes are still within the normal range. Watching the Black Panther jump into the water, Huli stood at the bow, overlooking the burning ship, shaking his head and sighing. Well? As soon as the voice fell, he immediately took off his shirt, revealing his sculpted muscles, and jumped into the water. Fine. There were no strange beasts in the water now, and with the enhancement of the Eye of True Vision, he quickly locked onto the positions of the 8 people. In addition to Chu Hongyu, it also includes the 7 bodyguards. He rescued 8 people one by one and threw them directly onto the patrol boat. As for the unrivaled Sea Kingdom, he naturally put it into his backpack. By the time Huli boarded the patrol boat, Xie Qinghuan was already standing at the bow waiting for him. Master, mission accomplished! Huli responded and took out a piece of clothing from the system's built-in space backpack and put it on. Just as he was about to enter the cabin to see what was going on, Chu Hongyu's voice immediately rang out. Etc. Huli turned and looked at her. Chu Hongyu stood up and walked over, then her feet suddenly slipped, and she pounced directly towards him. At this rate, he would fall directly into Huli's arms. But he took a step back. Phew! Chu Hongyu fell directly onto the deck, and her head hit Huli's feet. Is there something? Huli's voice rang out. Chu Hongyu also stood up immediately and stood in front of Huli, raising her head at a 45-degree angle and looking into his eyes. I want the man who attacked us. That was not part of the deal between us, Huli said calmly, with an unquestionable tone, then turned and walked into the cabin. Only Chu Hongyu was left standing there, frowning and silent. She would look down at her figure from time to time, and couldn't help mumbling in her heart. It shouldn't be like this. That Huli must have some problem. Otherwise, why didn't he even look at me even though I was like this? Could it be that he likes men? After all, this is Shudu, so this kind of thing is not impossible. Chu Hongyu couldn't help but turn her head to look at the bodyguards who were still choking on water behind her, and her eyes fell on one of the young men. I'll try it again with him later. Inside the cabin. The moment Huli walked into the cabin, he understood what was happening. The can of food he had given me earlier was still intact on the table. Chinyi, however, had been tied up and thrown into a corner, with bruises all over her face. It was obvious that she had been beaten badly, and it was not by Black Panther that she was injured. As for the rest, at this moment, they were all lying on the ground. The one with the least injuries had at least 3 broken ribs. The one with the most serious injuries was naturally the man named Xiao Chang. Huli even wondered if this guy would have died if he had come up any slower. He ignored the people on the boat, picked up the can on the table and walked to Chinyi. Click. The can is opened. Huli held the can in one hand, moved closer to Chinyi, and stared into her eyes. This is a new game. Take the cans, and I'll take you away, but everyone on this ship will die. No cans, you die with them. What do you choose? Devil, devil. Chinyi raised her head. Her eyes were already red. She yelled at Huli. You are a devil! Actually, she knows. She knew that there were bad roots in people's hearts. Even if Huli hadn't appeared, sooner or later their makeshift team would collapse. But not today. Not now. Because of that can. Everyone is hungry, but there is only one can. A can of food, plus Huli's previous undisguised favoritism towards Jinyi, was enough to awaken the beast hidden in everyone's heart. As long as one beast roars, the rest of the beasts will begin to respond. Less than a minute after Huli and the others left, her power was stripped away. 2 minutes later, she lost control of the picket boat. 3 minutes later, the patrol boat turned around and chased in the direction where Huli and his group left. There is only one reason. This group of beasts discovered a possibility. One that could sink those two ships and gain huge benefits. It's just a possibility, but it's enough to make them bare their ferocious fangs. As for the result, it is obvious. Demon? Huli chuckled. If people who survived from hell can be considered demons, then I can be considered one too. So, have you made your choice? Jinyi glanced at everyone in the cabin, their wails echoing in her ears and their smiles flashing in her eyes. But in the end, she still closed her eyes, squeezed out 2 strings of crystal liquid, and without saying a word, she just snatched the can of meat and stuffed it into her mouth frantically. Chew and swallow. After finishing a can of food that wasn't very tasty, she looked up at Huli. I want to live! Oh? Huli stretched out his hand, and a black gold long sword appeared in his palm. Prove it to me. Chapter 12, S-level talent, Eternal Fireball. There were a total of 31 people on the patrol boat. Excluding Jinyi, there were 30 people left, and now there are only 30 bodies left. Fine. Before Jinyi took action, Huli used the Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition to scan them all. In addition to the strength increased by 4, the stamina increased by 6, the agility increased by 3, the intelligence increased by 3, and some miscellaneous things, there is an extra benefit. A-level talent, Exploding Fireball. Talent, Exploding Fireball. Level A. Effect. After use, it can be increased according to one's own intelligence attribute, causing range explosion damage. Cooling time, 24 hours. Note, hey, catch the ball. A standard long-range attack talent. It was this talent that just detonated Chu Hongyu's ship. If this talent fell into the hands of someone else, it might just be a hidden weapon. After all, the cooling time of once a day is indeed a bit too long. But if it falls into Huli's hands, Infinity plus Exploding Fireball equals Infinite Fireball. Poseidon plus Infinite Fireball equals Unquenchable Fireball. Deprivation plus Eternal Fireball equals Eternal Fireball Deprivation version. The 3 characteristics were successively endowed to this A-level talent, and a qualitative change occurred instantly. Talent, Eternal Fireball Deprivation version. Level S. Effect. After use, it can increase the intelligence attribute according to its own, causing range explosion damage, and deprive the opponent of one of the talents, attributes, items, and props, and ignore any fire damage resistance. Cooling time, 1 fireball per hour, no upper limit. Hidden effect. After using 10,000 fireballs cumulatively, you can advance. Note, hey, catch the ball. Hiss. Huli looked at the new talent appearing before him and couldn't help but gasp. This talent is a bit too abnormal. He walked to the bow of the boat, ignoring Chu Hongyu's puzzled look, and just aimed at an uninhabited area of water and threw the ball casually. A blue fireball flew out from his palm and fell into the water. Boom! An explosion 100 times more violent than the previous one roared loudly, and a water column 100 meters high shot up into the sky. Even above the water column, one could see burning blue flames. Layers of waves spread out from the center of the explosion, even pushing the patrol boat where everyone was on forward. With this power, I'm afraid that just one of them would be enough to raise the entire Magnolia Hotel to the ground. That's it, and it's only S-level. If this talent were upgraded to SSS-level, and multiple features were added, that fireball would probably reach the level of a forbidden spell. Forbidden spells refer to talents or skills that are extremely powerful or costly to use. Because once used, although it can disrupt the offensive of alien beasts or the degree of disaster, it will also cause irreversible damage to the human race and even the entire blue planet. A single thought of true words becomes a forbidden spell. However, on the forbidden spell list, it is only ranked 11th. Chu Hongyu next to him was stunned for a moment. Obviously, she also recognized the source of the fireball technique, and could deduce that this person definitely did not have this talent before entering the cabin. A bold guess emerged in her mind. This man's talent. I'm afraid he can steal other people's talents, and use them for his own benefit. If this is true, the opponent's talent level is probably also SSS. Thinking of this, Chu Hongyu became more determined to win him over. She immediately turned around and gave a look to a certain young man. The other party understood, and although he looked embarrassed, he still turned around and walked towards Huli. There was nothing excessive in his action. He just took out a white handkerchief from somewhere and handed it to Huli. "Mr. Hu, you've worked hard. Let me wipe your sweat off." Huli glanced at the man and suddenly felt a chill. He turned to look at Chu Hongyu. "I'm giving you a warning. If it happens again, the deal is cancelled." "Idiot! Come back quickly!" Chu Hongyu immediately gave the order, and the man retreated immediately. "Okay, this ship is for you. Keep following. As for the people on the ship..." Huli glanced inside the cabin and saw Chini standing in a pool of blood. "I'll follow you. If she attacks you, you can kill her at will. If you have other resources, you can also give her a share. Mr. Hu ordered us to do it." Chu Hongyu responded with a chuckle. Huli casually released the unrivaled Sea Kingdom from his backpack, took Xie Qingwan back to the bow, lay on the beach chair, and continued to head towards the target direction. Chu Hongyu's boat also followed silently 100 meters away, not daring to get any closer. In fact, as early as when Huli threw away the can of meat, in his eyes, the kindness Chini had shown him in her previous life had already been repaid. As for that opportunity just now, it was because Chen Yi's appearance reminded him of his situation in his previous life that he gave Chen Yi another chance. If she grasps it, it would be like being reborn. If she can't control it, then that's her fate. Certainly. Huli was not planning to keep her with him. Once they reached Chu Hongyu's shelter, he would just leave Chen Yi there to fend for herself. 1 hour later. The patrol boat was out of gas. Unlike the yacht that has evolved into the Sealess Nation, the patrol boat is not a system prop and naturally needs to consume fuel to move forward. But at this time, let alone Longqi, it is still nearly 30 kilometers away from Dijianjian. If they rely on just a few people to row the boat, they might not get there before dark. There was no other choice. Huli had to connect the two boats with a cable, shortening the distance to less than 5 meters, and continue moving forward. Finally, before 12 o'clock, everyone rushed to the Dijianjian waters. But when Huli looked at the vast expanse in front of him, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Although it will be an A-level real dragon in the future, it is just a dragon snake egg now. Do you want to find an egg in the water in front of you? This difficulty is only slightly easier than finding a needle in a haystack. Although he could rush to Longqi and come back from Longqi today, it would only take him an extra hour at most. There are still more than 2 days to collect the eggs for him. But, with such a large area, even if he is given 20 days, he won't be able to fish out anything. Why did you stop? Now that the distance between the two ships is closer, Chu Hongyu can communicate with Huli normally. When she saw the unlimited sea country suddenly stop, she couldn't help but ask. Huli turned his head and his eyes fell on Chu Hongyu, and suddenly his eyes lit up. A thought of truth. If we could get Chu Hongyu to specify someone to fish the eggs out, then that would be the end of it. As for the price to pay for using the true spirit, it's business. It all depends on what price Chu Hongyu will offer. Ms. Chu, I think the deal between us may need to change. Chu Hongyu frowned, and the 7 bodyguards beside her protected her behind them at the same time, obviously worried that Huli would take action. Don't worry. Although I like dealing with the dead, I am also the most honest person when dealing with the living. Huli smiled and said, I just want to exchange the reward I deserve for something. What? 1 word from you. Chu Hongyu's pupils trembled, obviously realizing something. At the beginning of the catastrophe, for everyone, the talent they possess is like the color of their underwear. Unless you are a Superman, you will not show it to others easily. But Huli's words clearly showed that he had already seen through what color belonged to her. Call! Chu Hongyu exhaled a breath and forced herself to calm down. Her pupils trembled as she looked at Huli in front of her. What do you want to say? Chapter 13 Nine Dragons Pulling the Coffin? There is a dragon snake, or a dragon snake egg, under the water. I want to find it. Your talent can help me. Huli went straight to the point. There was no beating around the bush, no concealment of the news, and he even revealed the existence of the strange beast in front of Chu Hongyu. With her brain, she should be able to deduce something quickly. But Huli didn't care. There are so many strange things in the world, especially survivors with all kinds of weird talents. In the future, there will be an immortal warrior who can split his body infinitely, a hidden profession that can cut through the ocean with a sword, a man-made god who can see through the future, and a traitor who turned into a phoenix and reborn 9 times but became a strange beast. Which one of these is not extremely perverted? It is said that a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. But what if the one who holds the jade is not an ordinary man, but a monarch? You! Chu Hongyu's pupils widened when she heard these words. She had a lot of things she wanted to ask, but she didn't know where to start, so she had to settle for the next best thing. I can tell you, but in return, you need to answer 3 questions for me. Huli frowned slightly. He had offered to escort several people to safety as a condition of the deal, and now he was raising the price temporarily. Don't worry, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu instantly realized his thoughts and immediately said, This is a separate transaction, and it does not involve you escorting us. After you escort us to Dragon Pond, you will still have another chance to propose conditions. Good. Huli nodded in agreement. He had no reason to refuse as he would receive a word from you in exchange for 3 questions. Then, a dark purple light suddenly flashed in Chu Hongyu's pupils, and 2 flames of light overflowed from the corners of her eyes. She clasped her hands together and bowed to Huli. I hope that Mr. Hu will find the dragon snake or dragon snake egg you want once you enter the water. A breeze blew by. The purple flame at the end of Chu Hongyu's eyes disappeared. Huli knew that one thought word spirit had been triggered, but he did not sense anything unusual. Apart from a slight chill between his eyebrows, he seemed to have no other feeling. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, but didn't take it to heart. He just turned his head and glanced at the Black Panther. Shaowan, come with me. After all, it is a dragon snake that was born with D-level combat power, so of course we have to be careful, extra careful. Yes. Black Panther replied, and immediately jumped into the water with Huli. Today, the water depth of Dijianjian is almost over 20 meters, and due to heavy rains, the shallow water area is so mixed that you can't see what is inside. Fine. The godhood of the sea god is not obtained for nothing. After Huli entered the water, he was like a king entering the palace. Wherever your eyes reach, it's the king's territory. Wherever your mind goes, they're all the king's subjects. Perhaps, under this circumstance, even without Chu Hongyu's words, he could find the dragon's snake egg. It was just a matter of time. Come! Huli floated in the water and uttered a word softly. Moment. With him as the center, all kinds of aquatic creatures within a radius of 10 kilometers gathered together. The black shadows gathered together, like a beast tied like a doomsday disaster, which made Chu Hongyu on the water feel terrified. Densely packed aquatic creatures gathered in front of Huli. Several sturgeons and giant salamanders that were obviously stronger rushed over before the other fish and hovered in front of Huli with their movements full of flattery. Huli frowned slightly. This is a quasi-exotic beast. There are also 2 types of strange beasts. One is like the Jiao snake, which did not originally exist in this world, but suddenly appeared through some means. There is another type, which is the animals that originally existed in this world, but after the impact of the catastrophe, they gradually became strange beasts. Becoming a beast through the second method usually requires going through a stage. Quasi-monster. Just like the fish in front of us, they have transcended the scope of normal creatures, but have not yet reached the level of G-level monsters. A quasi-alien beast like this only has the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. He had never been in the water at this stage in his previous life, so he didn't know that the fish at this stage had developed to this point. At first glance, it is indeed shocking. Just right. They are more than enough to find dragon snakes. Find a dragon snake egg, or a dragon snake. As soon as Huli uttered a sentence, the quasi-monster beasts in front of him immediately set off, swimming away with different schools of fish. Naturally, he was not idle either, and searched the nearby area with the Black Panther. Xie Qinghuan is also a member of the sea god's family, so naturally she also has the ability to move freely underwater. She can even swim much faster underwater than some fish. Time flies quickly. An hour later, the Black Panther's speed began to slow down. Although she can move freely underwater, her physique is still that of a terrestrial creature. If she stays underwater for a long time, she will inevitably suffer from hypothermia. Huli also noticed this, and he spoke calmly. You go up first, and come back to me after you've rested. Faced with Huli's orders, Xie Qinghuan would not have any doubts at all. He just nodded and then swam towards the surface of the water. But just when she was about to disappear from Huli's sight, a black shadow suddenly rushed past from under the water. Host! The sound suddenly stopped. Huli felt a chill suddenly rising into his heart. Something is approaching. He looked up immediately, only to find that the Black Panther had disappeared. Something is wrong. Could it be that the dragon snake had actually been hatched long ago, and was only exposed to the public after the 3-day novice period was over? It's not impossible. After all, no survivor had ever seen a dragon snake egg, and all this was just speculation by later generations. Huli immediately closed his eyes and used the power of the god of the sea to sense the location of the Black Panther. It's not far ahead, but it's moving at a high speed. There is indeed a problem. Huli immediately caught up with the other party at the fastest speed. But even with his current agility, he could only barely reach the opponent's speed standard and could not catch up at all. E-level. The opponent is at least an E-level monster. Fine. Huli chased for a while before the other party stopped. This was already deep water, and the light around should have been extremely dim, but in the distance there was a faint flash of green. That location was exactly where Huli sensed Xie Qinghuan's presence. Huli did not approach rashly, but simply used the force of the water flow to move closer to the location of the dark green. As the distance got closer, Huli felt more and more that something was wrong. Based on his perception of the authority of the god of the sea, there are more than just 2 traces of life activities over there. But there are 11. Including the unknown E-level monster and Xie Qinghuan, there are still 9 unknown traces of life activities over there. How can there be so many? Never mind, let's go over and take a look first. Huli walked straight towards the direction of the green existence. When he saw clearly what was happening in front of him, he was stunned. That seems to be 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Chapter 14. I want to build a road to heaven for the Snake Clan. The moment Huli approached, the creature with flashing green pupils also discovered him. 2 streaks of dark green suddenly rose up, and the body swung, rushing towards him with a stream of water. SSS-level talent True Vision Deprivation version, open. Species, Dragon Blood Snake. Grade E. Stamina, 27E. Strength, 28E. Intelligence, 11F. Agility, 29E. Talent, transform into a dragon with blood S. Mastered skills, Smash E, Fawn E, Entanglement F. Note, a snake that swallowed a trace of dragon blood from somewhere, which resulted in horns growing on its head, and has become a dragon snake. Bite. Strength +2. He saw a dragon with a single horn on its head and dark purple scales all over its body rushing towards him. Huli stared at its head, then casually drew out his black gold sword, and slashed. Knife falls corner. With a full 36-point increase in strength attribute, plus the grade of the black gold ancient sword, it is possible to not only cut off a horn of a dragon snake, but even split the entire dragon snake into 2 pieces. After all, this is just an E-level monster, not a D-level one. Not to mention Huli now, even if we gather some of the survivors at this stage, it will be enough to kill this dragon snake. He must have another purpose in sparing this guy's life. When its horn fell off, the dragon snake was stunned and lost the desire to attack Huli. And the next moment, Huli's voice immediately resonated underwater. Presumptuous! As soon as these two words came out, Huli directly activated the characteristics of the sea god that he possessed. You are seeing the gods, why don't you worship them? As soon as these words were spoken, the dragon snake seemed to sense something. An intelligence point of 11 is not high, but it can also be said to be low, but it is not low either. Even Chu Hongyu only has 10 points of intelligence. Although this intelligence attribute does not fully represent the other party's logical thinking ability, it can still reflect part of it from the side. As soon as I heard the word God, and sensed that breath, the dragon snake did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately crawled in the water, lowering its proud head, not daring to struggle at all. It cannot speak, but it can express its submission through actions. Huli stepped forward with a knife in hand and raised his hand to touch the snake's head, which was more than 1 meter wide. Poseidon, god of the sea, triggered. Bite. Congratulations to the survivors, the dragon blood snake has become your servant. At the same time, Huli also sensed that his compatibility with the fragment of the sea god's godhood he possessed had also increased by 0.001%. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and at the same time he also sensed the thoughts of this dragon blood snake growing. Your Majesty, the great sea god! Please help your most loyal subjects. Huli couldn't help but snorted. Help you? Your Majesty, the sea god, please follow me. The dragon blood snake turned its head and swam towards a direction not far behind it, and Huli stepped on the snake's head. With just a turn, Huli was frightened by the scene in front of him. That's not 9 dragons pulling the coffin, but a snake. No. It should be called a dragon snake. 9 small dragons that had not yet grown horns were perched beside a stone tablet about 5 meters high. Each small snake was circling and swimming around the stone tablet. From time to time, a faint dark golden aura would penetrate into the bodies of these 9 small dragons and snakes. They seemed to be absorbing something from the stone tablet. Xie Qinghuan turned into a black panther and was thrown next to the stone tablet, as if she was being treated as food by the 9 little snakes. Huli made a move with his hand, causing the water flow to send Xie Qinghuan to the surface. She was just frightened. No matter whether Chu Hongyu on the water surface could find Xie Qinghuan, as long as she could leave here, she would gradually recover. There is no danger here anyway, so there is no need for her to stay here. The dragon blood snake watched its food disappear, and a trace of reluctance flashed through its heart. Huli captured it accurately and then spoke. Don't worry, I won't let your child go hungry. He invoked the power of the sea god once again. His pupils flashed a hint of blue, and his lips opened slightly. Come! All the sea beasts within a radius of 20 kilometers sensed the situation and immediately rushed towards the location where Huli was. The dragon-blooded snake naturally sensed the meaning of this command and immediately lowered its head. Thank you, Your Majesty the Sea God! Huli was also delighted. Added. The area of water he can command has increased. Previously it was only within a radius of 10 kilometers, but with the increase in the degree of compatibility with the godhead of the sea god, the area directly doubled to a radius of 20 kilometers. If you continue to improve. Huli didn't even dare to think about it. Maybe, in the entire waters of the Blue Star, I can become a true sea god. Huli responded and jumped off the snake's head and onto the stone tablet. There is a saying in the antique circle, dry for 1,000 years, wet for 10,000 years, and neither dry nor wet for only half a year. This refers to the damage caused to antiques by the environment in which they are preserved. Many well-preserved antiques come from puddles. Like this stone tablet, it should have been preserved in water forever, but the words on it have become extremely blurred, and it is difficult to make out what is written on it. Not to mention that Huli knew almost nothing about ancient Chinese. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to understand what was written on it. But he has another trick up his sleeve. Eye of True Vision, open! A panel suddenly popped up in front of me. Name, the First Emperor's Steel. Category Props. Grade S. Effect, it contains a trace of the dragon energy of the First Emperor. If you stay nearby for a long time, you can absorb the dragon energy, which is very beneficial for snakes and dragons. Note, the meritorious Minister Li Bing's achievements in flood control have benefited the present and future generations. I see. Hu Li instantly understood where the dragon blood of this dragon blood snake came from. It's this stone tablet. Etc. This means that the dragon blood snake already possessed supernatural powers before the apocalyptic catastrophe began, but it was only after the catastrophe that this supernatural power was quantified. That's why it can surpass many exotic beasts and become an E-level exotic beast before the end of the novice period. So here comes the question. Where did the D-level dragon snake in my memory come from? If I remember correctly, the scales on that D-level dragon snake were dark gold in color, and the dragon horn on its head was not as big as the one he had just cut off, but was only the size of a palm. It doesn't look like the dragon blood snake in front of it, but more like the 9 small snakes circling around the stone tablet. After all, the scales on their bodies are all dark gold. Your Majesty the Sea God! The dragon-blooded dragon snake also spoke at this moment, expressing its request. Please, Your Majesty the Sea God, kill me and use my dragon blood to irrigate my offspring. A question mark appeared faintly above Hu Li's head. He couldn't help but frown and looked at the dragon blood snake. What do you mean? I think. The dragon blood snake raised its head, its pupils glowing green as it stared at Hu Li's mouth. I want to open a road to heaven for the snake clan. I hope Your Majesty will grant me that. Chapter 15. Transformation into a Dragon. The road to heaven? Hu Li frowned slightly, vaguely guessing what this so-called road to heaven was, but he couldn't figure out how the dragon snake would open it. Judging from the developments in the previous life, this dragon snake had obviously opened up this road to heaven. One of the dragons successfully transformed into a real dragon, and naturally it could reach the sky. But this specific process, he really didn't know. Seeing that Hu Li remained silent, the dragon snake seemed to be afraid that he would go back on his word, so it immediately explained its thoughts. The dragon energy on the stone tablet is almost absorbed. Later I will induce the 9 snakes to fight each other. The one who survives will be able to enjoy all the dragon energy alone. When the time comes, please kill me, Your Majesty, and knead my flesh, blood, and dragon horns into a ball, and feed it to the surviving child. Monopolizing all the dragon energy and swallowing a trace of dragon blood, this is all I can do. As for whether it can embark on that road to heaven, Your Majesty does not need to worry about it. As long as Your Majesty agrees to my condition, this. As the dragon blood snake spoke, it spat out a fist-sized ball of dark green light from its abdomen. Consider it my gift to His Majesty. With a glance from the eye of true vision, Hu Li's pupils suddenly lit up. Name, Jiao Snake Beast Pill. Category Props. Gray Day. Effect, the most precious treasure of the exotic beast, which contains most of the power of the exotic beast. After eating, it can increase strength, agility, physical strength and intelligence by 10 to 15 points each. Hidden effect, gather 9 different A-level beast pills to unlock the S-level hidden career transfer task. Note, please prepare boiled water when swallowing. We are not responsible for choking. Hiss. This thing is equivalent to 1/9 of a certificate for transferring to a hidden profession. Although Hu Li was not interested in the job transfer mission of an S-level hidden profession, but this thing was a treasure-level existence for the survivors with the talent of beast transformation. Xie Qingwan's talent is not high, but she is loyal. It is not a bad idea to give her a hidden profession to play with. Good. Hu Li put the beast pill into his pocket and said calmly, I promise you, but what? The dragon-blooded snake asked hurriedly. Hu Li raised his hand and pointed at the 9 little snakes circling the stone tablet. These 9 little snakes belong to me. It's just turning into a dragon. From what the dragon-blood snake said, the help it provided was nothing more than dragon energy and blood. Hu Li cannot help with the dragon energy for the time being, but since there is dragon energy on this stone tablet, it means that there may be dragon energy in other places as well. For example, places like the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. As for dragon blood, that's simple. Doesn't the dragon blood snake have an S-level talent, transforming into a dragon with blood? Wouldn't it be solved if we just take away this talent and then copy it to those little snakes one by one? This way all 9 little snakes can survive. Even They all have the potential to become real dragons. If I had 9 real dragons to travel with in the future. TSK. It's beautiful just thinking about it. The dragon-blooded snake was about to speak, but after changing its mind, it finally understood what this person meant. 9 little snakes. In other words, its children don't have to die. Your Majesty! What you mean is... Don't get excited yet. Huli raised his right hand and placed it on the head of the dragon-blood snake. Whether it will succeed or not depends on our luck. If I can take the dragon blood from your body, I can divide it into 9 parts and give them to the 9 snakes respectively. If I can't take it, I can only melt it into your flesh and blood, so that one snake can become a dragon. Deprivation, start. When using the deprivation talent alone, there is a certain probability of failure. Even if it succeeds, it may not necessarily deprive Huli of what he wants. Bite. Strength +2. Snake scale +3. Deprivation failed. All 3 deprivation opportunities have been used up. He successfully deprived him of what he wanted twice, but neither time he got what he wanted, and the last time he failed. How about it? The dragon-blood snake raised its eyes and looked at Huli in front of it, its eyes full of anticipation. For now, it has failed. Huli frowned and said, looking up at the dragon-blood snake. But there is another plan. Do you want to try it? Just as the dragon-blood snake was about to agree, Huli interrupted it. A ball of fire condensed in his hand. Don't rush to agree. I think you can sense the power of this fireball. If you can withstand it once, you will have 1 more chance. If you can withstand it twice, you will have 2 more chances. As for how many chances you need to succeed, and how many times you can resist, I don't know. Let's bet. The dragon-blood snake uttered 2 words without much thought. There seemed to be a faint green flame burning in its eyes, and it stared at the fireball in Huli's hand. Good. Since it was someone else's own choice, Huli naturally had no worries. He first swam to the stone tablet, transformed the 9 small snakes into his own followers, and sent them to the small swimming pool on the deck of the Unlimited Sea Kingdom. He also tried to take away the stone tablet, but found that even with his current strength, he could not move the stone tablet out from under the water. The black gold ancient sword can cut it off, but once it is cut off, the dragon energy in it will dissipate, and it will be meaningless. A flash of white light appeared on Huli's left hand. He gave some of his own attributes to the dragon-blood snake. 10% of the overall attributes. Now, all the attributes of the dragon-blood snake, except for intelligence, have exceeded the 30 mark, becoming a D-level monster. As for the sea beasts that came over, Huli asked them all to go to the shallow water area. As the little snakes reserve food, it must not be killed by the residual power. Everything is ready. Huli threw a fireball at the dragon-blood snake. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of explosive sounds exploding before his eyes, Huli could feel the violent impact coming towards him. Fine. Fortunately, the direct damage caused by this type of talent will not affect oneself. Otherwise, Huli himself would be seriously injured by this fireball. Bite. Agility +2. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Huli couldn't help but frown. As the remaining fire dissipated, the dragon-blooded snake slowly spoke. Come again! Good. Huli responded without refusing, and threw out another fireball. Fortunately, Huli's current intelligence attribute is not very high, and fortunately, the dragon-blood snake's physique has broken through level D, otherwise it would not be able to withstand one. Boom! Another fireball exploded. Intelligence +3. The dragon-blood snake seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The snake's scales all over its body were stained with azure flames, gnawing at its flesh like maggots on its tarsal bones. It seems that even with a D-level physique, he can't withstand the attack of the 3rd S-level talent, the Eternal Fireball. And the fireball that Huli had left, only one was left. This is your last chance. It's not that Huli doesn't want to wait until the dragon-blood snake's injuries heal before trying again. Mainly, it can't wait any longer. The 2 balls of inextinguishable fireballs smashed down, which was equivalent to giving the dragon blood snake 2 permanent debuffs. Even if Huli could wait, he could only wait for the dragon blood snake to slowly die. The dragon blood snake also understood its situation. It nodded and looked directly at Huli, who was holding a fireball in front of it. Is it worth it? Before Huli threw the fireball, he asked it a question. Oh. The dragon-blooded dragon snake chuckled and looked up at the water. Don't humans often give everything they have and can give to their own bloodline? It's not worth it. It's just a different way of inheritance. The dragon-blooded dragon snake looked at Huli, and rolled up the severed horn with its tail. From now on, I'll trouble your majesty to take care of them. Good. The third and final immortal fireball flew out of his hand and hit the dragon-blood snake's head directly. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor Huli, who successfully deprived the S-level talent of turning blood into a dragon. Chapter 16 SSS-level talent, Swallowing the Sky. Bite. Regional announcement. Congratulations, the survivor Huli successfully killed the first alien beast and received an S-level random reward 1. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for killing the D-level monster dragon blood snake, experience value plus 100, points plus 1000. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for successfully upgrading, free attribute points plus 10, please go to the panel to allocate in time. It is detected that the survivor Huli has reached level 2, and the system mall is open. A series of prompts sounded. Huli's eyes swept over and landed on the turntable in front of him that was responsible for drawing rewards, but there was regret in his eyes. Although they are all D-level monsters, the dragon blood serpent does not appear as the leader monster in each region. Even if it is killed, it only triggers a regional announcement, not a global announcement. Otherwise, what he would get now would not be an S-level random reward, but a reward for a hidden profession. But something is better than nothing. Huli looked at the turntable and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. What would happen if I used Eye of True Vision, Deprivation version, on this thing once? These are all S-level stuff. No matter what you get, it will be a huge profit. Do what you say. However, in order to avoid violating the rules and causing unnecessary trouble, it is best to carry out the lottery and deprivation at the same time. He raised his hand slightly and touched the turntable, and a dark golden light burst out in his eyes. Extraction begins. Eye of True Vision, Deprivation Edition, is launched, accompanied by a flash of purple light. The pointer on the turntable landed on a black robe. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for obtaining the S-level item Abyss. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for obtaining the S-level item Contract Scroll. 2 prompts flashed by one after another, the turntable disappeared, and a set of black robes and a scroll fell into his hands at the same time. Done! You can really play like this. In other words, as long as you can trigger the turntable to draw rewards, you can use Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition to get an extra reward. This is just the regional reward. If I can trigger the drawing of global rewards again, especially the drawing of hidden professions, wouldn't it be that the reward will be doubled? Huli clearly felt his heartbeat accelerating, which was because he was still in the water, otherwise his breathing would have become heavier. Forget about all that, let's get on the boat first. There are 9 big treasures waiting for him. Dijianjian, water surface. Huli returned to the Unlimited Sea Kingdom, and found that Xie Qingwan had already woken up and was just standing at the bow waiting for him. Owner! Black Panther knelt directly in front of Huli, with his head lowered, like a child who had done something wrong. It's my fault. I'm holding my master back. It's okay, just be careful next time. As long as it's not a problem that requires attention in the next life, it's not a problem. Huli was in a very good mood. He did not blame Black Panther too much, and even made a little joke. He turned to look at the patrol boat behind him. Miss Chu, we will set off in 10 minutes, is that okay? Listen to Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu responded immediately, and was not in a hurry for Huli to fulfill those 3 questions. Another first kill. Another regional announcement. This is enough to prove many things, such as these 3 questions that we have finally obtained, which naturally need to be carefully considered. The World of Sea Kingdom, was activated and moved towards the dragon pond. Huli quickly walked to the deck and looked down at the 9 little snakes in the small swimming pool. Although the 9 little snakes have now become exotic beasts, they are only the lowest level F-class exotic beasts with low intelligence levels. After being taken in as followers by Huli, they have a natural trust and dependence on him. This kind of dependence is even closer than the dragon-blooded snake, which is the bloodline inheritance. He squatted down and immersed his left hand in the pool. The 9 little snakes swam up directly and rubbed against me affectionately. A bitter smile appeared on Huli's lips. He turned to look at the Black Panther behind him and said, "Go into the water and find a stone tablet. There is a ball of flesh and horns next to it. You can eat 1/10 of it and bring the rest up." "Yes, master!" The Black Panther didn't hesitate, turned around and jumped into the water. A flash of white light appeared on Huli's left hand. Empower and start. The 9 little snakes successively obtained S-level talent, transforming into dragons with blood. A layer of snake scales broke off the top of their heads, and a sharp horn as thick as a little finger grew out. With just one step, the 9 little snakes successfully transformed into dragons and reached level E. Although its overall attributes are not as good as those of an adult dragon blood snake, it is still E level. Picking out any small snake is enough to destroy the patrol boat behind. Well, except Chu Hongyu. Next comes the real transformation. A dragon? Why do you still need to know some offensive methods? S-level talent Eternal Fireball, plus Dragon Blood Serpent, equals S-level talent Eternal Dragon Flame. A flame pattern appeared on the bodies of all the little snakes, and they could store a fireball in their bodies every hour. Just because of their race, the maximum number of fireballs they can store is only 9. As the level increases, it should be able to improve further. SSS-level talent Deprivation, plus Dragon Blood Serpent, equals SSS-level talent Devouring the Sky. The pupils of the 9 little snakes turned dark purple, and the scales on their bodies flickered with black light. Looking through the water, they were faintly glowing with colorful light. Huli's pupils suddenly lit up as he checked this new SSS-level talent. Talent, Devour the Sky. Level SSS. Passive effect, can devour all energy, matter, and damage that enters the body, make judgments, and then feed back to itself to increase attributes and improve talents. Note, 1 bite. I really only ate 1 bite. SSS-level talent, Eye of True Vision, plus Dragon Blood Serpent, failed to bestow. The Eye of True Vision seemed to be in conflict with the monster clan and could not be bestowed. But it doesn't matter. Just 1 SSS-level talent, Heaven Swallowing, is enough. Call! Huli let out a breath of foul air. He looked at the 9 little snakes in front of him with their mouths wide open, waiting to be fed, and he could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Swallow the Sky. With this talent, these 9 little creatures are guaranteed to be at the same level as the sky-swallowing python. Even if it is impossible to have 9 dragons pulling the carriage, having 9 sky-swallowing pythons pulling the carriage would be great. Owner! The Black Panther also surfaced at this moment, carrying a mass of flesh and blood and long horns onto the unlimited Sea Kingdom. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. Huli smiled and nodded in a good mood, so he rubbed Black Panther's head. He drew out his black gold long knife and chopped the long horns and flesh into minced meat. Then the 9 little guys in the pool are now in your hands. Feed them with this flesh and blood first. If they are not full, you can fish from the water to feed them. When the pool can no longer hold them, your mission will be accomplished. Yes. Huli turned and walked into the unlimited Sea Kingdom, started the engine, and took out the 2 S-level props obtained from underwater. The Abyss is a defensive item that can defend against all mental attacks below S-level. As for the contract scroll, Huli used the Eye of True Vision to take a quick look and actually found a small surprise. Chapter 17. Look, isn't it embarrassing? Name, Contract Scroll. Category Props. Grade S. Effect, you can transform a foreign beast not higher than S level into your contracted beast. From then on, you will have a telepathic connection with it, and it will obey your orders 100%. Eye of True Vision hidden effect, You can contract no more than 10 beasts of the same species at the same time. After the contract is successful, the contract scroll will automatically be upgraded to the contract scroll group version. Note: look! I picked up a cat from the roadside. The kind with the word king on its head. If this thing only has the first effect, it would be useless to Huli. But if we take into account the hidden effect, invincible, it's just right for the 9-headed little snake. Although the 9 little dragon snakes are already his followers, followers may have other ideas and are not the tool snakes that Huli wants. There is even a possibility that he might be instigated to rebel by the real Poseidon. After all, they believe in the god of the sea, not Huli. Now there are only 9 small dragon snakes, so the sea god naturally doesn't look down on them. But who knows to what extent these 9 little snakes will evolve. Just in case, let's sign the contract first. Huli returned to the pool and activated the contract scroll for the 9 little snakes. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for successfully contracting the dragon blood snake 9. The contract scroll is automatically upgraded to the contract scroll clan version. The clan management interface is now online. You can manage your clan through this interface at any time. A new token icon suddenly appeared in front of Huli, right next to the mall icon. As soon as he thought about it, the icon transformed into a new interface, with different numbers from 1 to 9 marked on it, and under each number there was a 3-dimensional snake icon. Next to the icons are the 4-dimensional attributes of the 9 little snakes, as well as their respective talents, skills, and status. In the middle of the interface is the dialogue area. As long as Huli has a thought, he can give orders to the entire group or individuals here, and he can also see the voices of the 9 little snakes here. Now, the conversation area was filled with the thoughts of the 9 little snakes. For example, Lord Poseidon is so handsome. Woohoo, we have become Lord Poseidon's pets. Huli held his forehead helplessly. It seems that contracting them is indeed the right choice. But now we don't know how to remove them from the ranks of believers and their followers, so we can only leave them alone for now. Huli, that's enough, just eat quietly. After Huli issued a command in the conversation area, the little snakes that were cheering for joy immediately buried their heads in eating, without even a single voice popping out. He turned around again, returned to the cabin, and set his eyes on another icon. Mall. Logically speaking, this thing should be unlocked after the novice period. I don't know if there will be any surprises if I come out now. The mall interface expands. Just like in the previous life, the mall was divided into 6 areas, arranged in the shape of a hexagram. They are daily, materials, skills, props, talents, and trading areas. He clicked on them one by one. The daily area was filled with daily necessities, including food, fresh water, and things like burp bags for children. The material area contains materials for various exotic beasts. The material type and grade will be randomly refreshed every morning. There are 5 columns in total, and what is refreshed depends entirely on luck. From the SSS-level phoenix tail feathers to the G-level claws of a certain exotic beast. The same goes for the props area and materials area, with 5 slots, which are randomly refreshed every day. The talent area is different. There is only 1 column in it, and talents may or may not be refreshed in the column. If a talent is refreshed and purchased, it will be transformed into a talent book. You can choose to use it yourself or put it in the trading area for trading. The lowest level, G, only requires 10,000 points. But the highest SSS level would require a full 10 trillion. During the entire 10 years of his previous life, Huli only refreshed 3 talents. Either the quality is extremely low, and it is useless to buy it, or the quality is extremely high, and even if you empty all your points, it will not be enough for 1/10. That is talent after all. At the same level, profession is the most valuable, followed by talent, skills, and finally various props. Because after each catastrophe, all props, skills, and even the attribute levels of the survivors will drop by 3 levels. For example, the S-level item in Huli's hand. In this catastrophe it is S-level, but once the next catastrophe comes to an end, their level will drop once and become C-level, and after another catastrophe, it will drop to F-level. Including the attributes possessed by Huli. Now, if you have more than 30 points of attributes, you can reach D-level, 40 points is D+, 50 points is sea level, and 100 points is sea level. But then came the next disaster. An attribute of 50 points can only be considered D level, 100 points can only be considered D level, and so on. The only things that remain unchanged are occupation and talent level. SSS level, that's the unreasonable SSS level. Oh, and there are exotic beasts. Every time a new catastrophe strikes, the attributes of the strange beasts will be upgraded to their original attributes. Just like that dragon blood snake. Its strength in the first catastrophe was 28 points, E level. If it can survive until the next catastrophe, its strength will also be E level, but its attribute points will be increased to 280 points. This is also the reason why Huli was so anxious to come here and get the first kill. The later the catastrophe progresses, the weaker his advantages will be. He must accumulate enough advantages in the early stages. As for the trading area, all survivors in the area can put their belongings on the platform for trading in exchange for points. Now Huli is the only one who opened them all, so it is naturally empty. The same goes for the materials and props areas. The things inside are like chicken ribs. Although the price is not high, there is no need to buy them. 1,000 points is not too little, but it is also not too much. After sending Chu Hongyu to the shelter, he would go to Chang'an again to see if he could encounter something similar to dragon energy. The supplies consumed during this period will have to be replenished from the mall, so it is better to use them sparingly. After a tiring morning, Huli also lay down on the boat and took a short rest. About half an hour passed. An endless mountain range suddenly came into view. Dragon Pond, we're almost there. Xie Qingwan also fed all the meat to the 9 little snakes, and their bodies grew to about 5 meters. The horns of the dragon snakes, which were originally the size of a thumb, also grew to the size of a palm. Under Huli's command, 9 small snakes dived into the water and freely preyed on the fish that followed around the unlimited sea kingdom. After possessing Swallow the Sky, these little snakes are like bottomless pits that can never be satisfied. Fine. There is nothing else in this ocean apocalypse except plenty of sea beasts. Another hour or so passed. In the evening, everyone gradually approached the dragon pond. Huli also walked out of the cabin and looked at the patrol boat behind him. We have arrived at our destination. Where is the shelter you mentioned? The Longqi Mountains are not small, with mountains stacked one on top of the other, and an average altitude of over 4,500 meters. If you want to find a shelter here, without someone to show you the way, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Please wait a moment, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu was also standing at the bow waiting early. She opened the briefcase she was carrying, pulled out a flare gun, and fired it into the air. A streak of red cuts through the sky. Even in this thick mist, you can clearly see a ball of red light exploding. Almost the next moment, a ball of red light also erupted in the center of Longqi Mountains. Someone will be here to pick us up soon. Chu Hongyu's voice sounded calmly. Huli then nodded slowly. The 2 ships outside the mountains are obviously easier to find than the shelter inside the mountains. Huli looked down at the 9 little snakes wandering under the boat, and was not in a hurry. Another hour passed. A fleet of 10 speedboats was approaching this side. This is quite a big scene. Huli yawned, and his eyes drooped as he watched them gradually surround the 2 ships. To pick someone up, I'm afraid this is not the noise. A gunshot broke the silence. A sound was also heard from one of the speedboats. Chu Hongyu, surrender, and you can still survive. Otherwise, your fate will be like this ship. The words fell. A shadowy long sword condensed in the air and smashed down towards the unrivaled sea kingdom. Click. With a crisp sound, the shadow shattered and the ship was safe and sound. Huli shrugged helplessly. Look, isn't it embarrassing? Chapter 18, man? Are you worthy? Do it! Seeing that one attack was not enough to destroy the ship, the man who spoke hesitated for a moment, and then made a decision. Those who could follow Chu Hongyu out of the mountains were obviously on her side. Whether you want to completely eradicate the Chu family or control Chu Hongyu, this man must die. At the command, the carefully deployed crew members simultaneously launched an attack on the Sealess Kingdom. It could be a water-related talent, a long-range attack talent, or an auxiliary talent that increases attributes for others. There were a total of 10 speedboats, and in addition to the speedboat drivers, there were 10 such people. 2 of them even had A-level talent. This was a decent force for the early days of Sanctuary. Unfortunately, they encountered the unrivaled Sea Kingdom. Not to mention 10 A-level talents, even 10 SSS-level talents cannot shake the unrivaled Sea Kingdom in the slightest. As for the 9 dragon snakes under the water, the moment the other party approached, Huli had already ordered them to lurk at the bottom of those ships. As long as he gives the order, 9 out of 10 ships will capsize immediately. Of course, not yet. Ha! Huli yawned, leaned back casually on the beach chair, turned his head and looked at Chu Hongyu on the patrol boat. Miss Chu, what's going on now? Should I introduce myself to you? He is the person in charge of building the shelter, my uncle, Chu Xiao. Chu Hongyu frowned and said, although the shelter was built by him, the ultimate authority of the warehouse is in the hands of my father and me. Now he is attacking me, probably because he wants to unlock the ultimate authority of the shelter and my father. Chu Hongyu didn't say the remaining half of the sentence. But judging from the current situation, her father is probably in great danger. However, she, who possessed the one thought true word, did not want to say those words out loud. That's not right. Huli frowned slightly. If I remember correctly, although Chu Hongyu is the 11th Empress, she is not the director of the shelter. The director has always been her father. Even if I was delayed in Dijianjian for a while, it wouldn't delay the other person's father, right? If it weren't for the unlimited Sea Kingdom pulling them along all the way, they might not even be here now. What is going on? Forget it, it's useless to think about these things now. We'll know once we get to the shelter. I understand. Huli said calmly, and looked at Chu Hongyu. So, a deal? Trade? Chu Hongyu nodded heavily. She knew that apart from using the power of words at an unknown and huge cost, only the man in front of her could help her. Please, Mr. Hu, capture Chu Xiao alive! Don't you even ask about the conditions? Huli looked at the other party with a smile on his lips. No need to ask. Chu Hongyu also responded with a smile. Even if Mr. Hu wants the entire shelter, I will offer it to him with both hands. No. I am qualified to say this. Who wants that thing? It's so troublesome. Bang! A gunshot was heard. A middle-aged man named Chu Xiao stood on the speedboat. He aimed at the patrol boat and fired a shot. The bullet hit the deck, creating a string of fire. Hello? Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and pointed his gun at Chu Hongyu. Do you take me seriously? In your eyes? Or the water suits you better? Huli chuckled and gave the order immediately. The 9 dragon snakes lurking under the speedboat immediately moved. What is the concept of 5 meters? A standard school classroom is usually 9 meters long and 5 meters wide. In other words, the length of the dragon snake has now reached the width of an entire classroom. As soon as the snake rolled its body, all the survivors on the boat fell into the water. Before they could make a sound, they were swallowed by the 9 dragon snakes and turned into their nourishment. He who kills others will be killed. Huli doesn't have a sanctimonious heart, and doesn't think those people have their own difficulties or are bewitched by others. Anyone who attacks him is his enemy. After the boat capsized, the 9 little snakes all swam towards the last small boat. Without Huli's order, they did not take any action. They just silently put the snake head on the side of the boat, and their 9 pairs of huge eyes just stared at Chu Xiao. The speedboat was not big to begin with, and 9 snake heads were enough to circle the boat. Chu Xiao looked at the scene and could hardly stand, let alone speak. Xiao Wan. Master, I'm here. Send this Mr. Chu over, and let him lead the way. Huli turned and walked into the cabin. I've been busy all day and I'm hungry. Survivors also need to eat. Although he can use the system mall to directly purchase food, ranging from compressed biscuits to hot Buddha jumps over the wall. But points are limited, and we are about to reach the shelter, so there is no need to waste them. Yes, master! The Black Panther responded by jumping onto the boat, grabbing Chu Xiao by the scruff of the neck, and using the force to jump onto the patrol boat. Okay, Huli replied. You guys turn on the lights to indicate the direction, and keep going. Etc. Chu Hongyu spoke immediately. She took a step forward and came to the side of the boat. Mr. Hu, for convenience, why don't I and my uncle get on your boat first? It just so happens that I also have 3 questions to ask you. This is because he is afraid that Chu Xiao has a backup plan and will do something desperate. However, since she is the 11th Empress, Huli doesn't mind showing some goodwill. Can. As soon as Huli had an idea, one of the dragon snakes swam to the patrol boat. The snake head popped out, revealing its neck, signaling the other party to come up. Ride it over here. Chu Hongyu was a girl after all, and she couldn't help but take a breath of cold air at this moment, but she still gritted her teeth and stepped forward. The Black Panther still held Chu Xiao in its mouth, and with a step and a jump, it returned to the worldwide Sea Kingdom. Mr. Hu, right? While Chu Hongyu was still on the boat, Chu Xiao finally reacted and realized who his only lifeline was. Chu Xiao struggled to look up and looked at Huli. Me! We can make a deal! No matter what you want, I can satisfy you. There are many women in the shelter who are prettier than Chu Hongyu. Woman? Huli raised his voice with a sneer on his face. Yes. Woman! Chu Xiao was still dancing wildly in his minefield. Just think about it, it's the end of the world now. As long as you want, you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. No! With your strength, you can even have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. If you support Chu Hongyu, she won't approve of you doing this. After all, she's just a woman. So, it's still between us men. Buzz. Buzzing and exploding. A black gold ancient knife slashed directly across Chu Xiao's lower body. Something about half an inch long fell into the water and was swallowed by one of the little snakes. Before Chu Xiao could roar, Huli had already put away his knife and turned to walk towards the cabin. A man? Are you worthy enough? Seeing this scene, Chu Hongyu became more and more convinced. This person is likely to have inherited a special hobby from Shudu, so. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at one of the bodyguards on the patrol boat, frowning slightly. Don't you even look down on this? It seems that after arriving at the shelter, I will have to reselect bodyguards. What are you standing there for? Huli's voice could not help but come. Aren't you going to ask the question? Hey! Come on! Chapter 19, Dog Capitalist. Walk into the cabin. It was the first time that Chu Hongyu saw the interior of the unrivaled Sea Kingdom. Structurally, this boat was no different from other yachts and did not seem to be produced by the system. However, after several attacks, she could naturally see that this boat was extraordinary. I guess this should be related to the previous flashing blue light. Want to ask about this ship? Huli sat down on the sofa in the living room and saw what she was thinking. No! Chu Hongyu immediately refused and sat down next to Huli. She opened the small refrigerator embedded in the armrest of the sofa, and her eyes suddenly lit up. There was a pair of wine glasses and a bottle of chilled red wine in the refrigerator. This model of boat is equipped with this feature, and the owner usually puts a bottle of red wine or champagne in it to entertain guests. This also indirectly proved her guess. The 3 questions that I finally got will naturally not be used now. She took the red wine out of the refrigerator and glanced at the label. 2005 Petrus. Mr. Hu has good taste. I wonder if you would mind buying me a drink? Huli knew that this was Chu Hongyu's test, so he just chuckled and said, Is this one of the 3 questions? Cough, cough, cough. Chu Hongyu choked and coughed, so she had to put the red wine back and close the refrigerator. She looked at Huli again and got straight to the point. First question, may I ask, how did Mr. Hu know what talent I have? Talent. Huli simply answered the question with 2 words. It was only after he had glimpsed Chu Hongyu's talent through the eye of true vision that he confirmed that she was the legendary 11th female emperor. Chu Hongyu's mouth twitched, but there was nothing she could do. She had no choice but to ask the second question in her mind. Then how did you know there was a dragon snake under the water? Talent. These 2 words again. Chu Hongyu stared at Huli so closely that it felt like her eyes were about to pop out. Although the price that word spirit paid previously was not great, or even zero, it still gave her a weakness debuff. If he answered every question with talent, then she would be at a huge loss. Okay, third question. Chu Hongyu spoke again. May I ask, Mr. Hu, what is the specific effect of this talent you mentioned? Hu Li didn't say anything, just glanced at him coldly. In an instant, Chu Hongyu felt like she was falling into an icy cave. She clearly felt Hu Li's eyes sweeping across her neck, as if he had murderous intent. During a catastrophe, the most taboo thing is to ask about the specific effects of the other party's talents. But it is still the early stages of the disaster. Human nature has not changed to the point where people change color when talking about it, so it is normal that Chu Hongyu does not know about this taboo. Hu Li lowered his eyes and remained silent for a few breaths before speaking again. You can choose another question. Good. Chu Hongyu immediately chose to change her approach. She raised her hand and knocked on the refrigerator hidden under the armrest of the sofa. Can you give me this bottle of wine? No. Okay. Chu Hongyu didn't hesitate at all and immediately stood up and left, as if staying for one more second would mean she would be killed. She quickly walked to the deck and looked at Chu Xiao at her feet. Uncle, it's been long time no see. Chu Xiao did not answer, still immersed in the pain of losing his good brother. In other words, he became a survivor and his physical fitness was improved to a certain extent, otherwise, with such pain, he would have fainted long ago. Chu Hongyu, Bang! Chu Hongyu stepped directly on Chu Xiao's wound. Ah? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Soon, under Chu Hongyu's cordial greetings, Chu Xiao gave instructions before fainting and led everyone all the way into the depths of the dragon pool. Before they had walked far, they discovered that on a mountain in the Longqi Mountains, the light of civilization was flashing. An independent power generation system is the basic condition for the long-term development of a shelter. As the two ships got closer, the shelter sent people down to support them. But when they saw Chu Xiao being carried down, there was no surprise at all in their eyes, but instead they were filled with fear. The Chu family, someone from the Chu family is here. The director has been captured. The director has been captured. Quick! Everyone! Go back to the shelter first. Be on alert! Be on alert! Buzz. Buzz. Following two buzzing explosions, everyone in the shelter began to mobilize and gather towards the top of the shelter. However, they had not received any professional training after all, and they lost a lot of manpower during the escape process alone. With this attitude, he is no different from a headless fly that can't find its way. Hu Li raised his eyes and stood up and walked towards the deck. He looked at Chu Hongyu, who was standing next to him, and took the initiative to speak. Do you need help? You just need to deal with the body. These are all attributes. Even if every 10 people can only provide an attribute value once, these thousands of people can provide hundreds of attribute values. He didn't even have to propose the condition of using deprivation, and he could even earn another promise from Chu Hongyu. Don't worry, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu smiled and replied, I can handle this little problem, but I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Hu, to stay on the boat for a while longer. I'll come down to greet you on the mountain later. No trouble. As Hu Li spoke, he had already walked down from Unlimited Sea Country and into the forest. I've been on the boat for a long time. I also want to get off and take a walk. Black Panther immediately disembarked and followed closely behind. As for the 9 dragon snakes, they naturally stayed at the foot of the mountain and continued to devour the sea beasts in the water. Since Mr. Hu is interested, let's go for a walk together. Chu Hongyu also got off the boat and glanced at the 7 bodyguards behind her, who immediately took Qinyi off the boat with them. No one knew what terms of the deal Qinyi and Chu Hongyu had reached. Now Qinyi seemed to have integrated into the other party's bodyguard group. After getting off the boat, she directly protected Chu Hongyu. Mr. Hu, please! Chu Hongyu acted like a master and took the lead to walk forward. Hu Li put away the worldless sea kingdom and followed her forward. In other words, there are fewer people responsible for welcoming guests around, otherwise it would seem like an important person has come to the countryside to inspect. It's always boring to climb a mountain without talking about anything. Huli glanced at the panicked crowd still climbing up the mountain, and couldn't help wondering. Tell me, what's going on? Construction team. Chu Hongyu uttered 3 words, and then explained. These people are from the construction team with Chu Xiao. According to the original plan, this shelter will be fully completed in March of this year, so they are still here. I've only taken 2 steps. A stone hit me. Without waiting for the bodyguards to react, Xie Qingwan stepped forward and smashed it to pieces with one claw. Black Panther turned his head and looked at Huli questioningly. Huli shook his head slightly. Since he said he didn't care, then he didn't care at all. He continued to walk forward and looked at Chu Hongyu. You guys don't have a holiday on New Year's Eve? To be precise, they haven't had a holiday in the 10 years since the construction of this shelter began. Dog capitalist. Chapter 20, Slaves? Or assets? Capital? Chu Hongyu asked back, then chuckled. Maybe. You have to know that when money accumulates to a certain level, what is important is no longer money, but resources and security. Resources. Our family owns more than 3 large oil fields, 5 gold mines, more than 7 metal mines and large tracts of farmland abroad. As for safety, in addition to this shelter, we have 2 more in Africa and Grey Eagle territory. The cost of investing in this one is probably more than even drying up an oil field can make up for it. Chu Hongyu looked at the crowd running wildly on the mountain and said, As for those who are responsible for building the shelter, we provide them and their descendants with benefits and treatment that are far above the average from birth to death. What you saw was that they didn't go home for the New Year's Eve, but this place is no different from their home. You can say that the shelter is a city. All kinds of daily necessities in it are replenished from outside in a timely manner. Although it is not as good as first-tier cities, it is more than enough to match normal third-tier cities. Houses are allocated, resources are shared, and even if they get married and have children here, their children will enjoy the same treatment. We have even hired top educational resources from outside for their education. From birth to death, they can live their lives happily. Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu looked at Huli and said, Speaking honestly, in today's society, how many people want and dream of living like this? All they need to do is to devote themselves to building this city. Isn't that enough? Are you trying to change the concept? Huli glanced at Chu Hongyu and said, It sounds nice to say that you are doing this for their sake, but isn't it just to satisfy your own selfish desires? If the apocalypse had not arrived, this city would have become a prison that they would never be able to escape from in their lifetime. If the end of the world comes, they will become your slaves like the entire city. Happiness? It's just the cradle of feudal monarchy. You don't want me to do anything, and you just don't want these property of yours to be lost, right? Chu Hongyu immediately put away her previous distressed expression. She knew that what she had just said could not fool the fox in front of her. Now she is worried. I was worried that this person might be so kind that he would suddenly want to save these so-called servants. Rest assured. Huli's voice sounded again, and he walked towards the top of the mountain step by step. This is your family matter, I won't interfere. Whether it is human life or property. For Chu Hongyu, it's all the same. Everything that happened in her past life showed that she was quite caring towards the people in the shelter. Whether it is love for the people or love for assets, it is always love. To Huli, these people are all the same. It is a burden. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu thanked him softly and felt relieved. But outside that team, Black Panther and the bodyguards had already blocked the 4th wave of attack. Although each attack was insignificant, it was enough to show the intentions of the natives of the shelter. But looking at the current situation, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to recover your assets. How about we take a gamble? Chu Hongyu's eyes lit up. She stopped and looked at Huli. It will take me a few days to convince them of my new director. If I win the bet, please help me in any way you can, Mr. Hu. If I lose the bet, the assets in the shelter will be yours to choose from, Mr. Hu, and this includes the lives of these people. Huli looked at Chu Hongyu with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Another test. She wanted to test whether these lives could be useful to her. Yes, I was a little anxious when I got off the boat earlier. Plus, I showed the eternal fireball in front of her before, so I guess I was targeted at that time. Women are trouble. It's just a bet, no big deal. Tell me, how many days do you think you'll need? 1 day. Chu Hongyu raised a finger. It only takes me 1 day to make them willingly nominate me as the director, without using any means of coercion or inducement. Huli snorted softly. He knew that Chu Hongyu had what Chu Xiao needed. Since it was what Chu Xiao needed, it was naturally what the shelter also needed. Therefore, coercion and inducement are obviously one of the important means to conquer these assets. But she was able to subdue everyone in the shelter without using this method? It's interesting indeed. You don't use your talent on a large scale? I can't afford that price. Chu Hongyu chuckled. Okay, I'll bet with you. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu immediately looked at the 7 bodyguards beside her. Help! Yes, ma'am. In addition to Chinyi, 7 bodyguards set off at the same time and began to help those who were injured while fleeing and were unable to go up the mountain. Coincidentally, there was one bodyguard among them who had a talent for healing and was able to repair some simple injuries. But this method of winning people's hearts is too low. But if that's the case, she might not win the bet. Huli didn't move either. He just watched and chatted casually with Chu Hongyu all the way to the top of the mountain. There is an artificial cave on the platform at the top of the mountain, 3 meters high and 10 meters wide. At the entrance of the cave is a steel door, the thickness of which cannot be seen clearly, but according to the construction standards of this kind of shelter, it is at least capable of withstanding long-range nuclear explosions. Chu Hongyu walked slowly to the steel door. After 4 verifications including palm print, voice print, pupil iris, and password, the scene inside the cave suddenly appeared on the screen. 5 adult men and 2 adult women were already guarding the door, as if waiting for something. As soon as the door opened, they would immediately launch an attack. However, they probably didn't expect that there were internal surveillance facilities inside the door. This method is destined to be useless. Mr. Hu? Chu Hongyu smiled bitterly and turned away. Before she could finish her words, Hu Li knew what she was up to. Don't you just want to protect her yourself? As the saying goes, you have to send the Buddha to the west. Now that they have come this far, there is no reason for him not to protect her. Hu Li casually took out the S-level item, Abyss, and threw it over. Put it on and walk ahead. Chu Hongyu took a closer look and her pupils couldn't help but tremble. S-level items. Just throw it to her like that. Even if it was just borrowing, it was enough to show the other party's generosity. So, what level of talent did he have that he couldn't even ask a question? Could it be SSS-level 2? Thank you very much. Chu Hongyu put on Abyss, pressed the button and opened the door. All the long-range attack talents were assigned to her. It's a pity that most of those people with extremely high talents followed Chu Xiao on board. Even if the remaining people had some attack talents, their talents were not very high. It hasn't even reached level A, so naturally it can't break through the protection of the Abyss. We can't fight. Retreat. Go to the shelter and destroy the elevator. Still. Chu Hongyu uttered 2 words, and a flash of purple flame flashed at the corner of her eyes. A thought of truth triggers it. The people in front of me froze in place for an instant. Chu Hongyu walked forward slowly, turned to look at Hu Li, and spoke lightly. Mr. Hu, please help me kill these people and leave their heads to me. Chapter 21 Only Me. Establish authority. To control such a large shelter, some tough measures are needed. Hu Li swept his Eye of True Vision deprivation version over, but didn't deprive him of anything useful, and then he gave Xie Qingwan a look. A black shadow flashed by and directly cut off the heads of those people. Unlike killing people in the water, killing people on land is troublesome and always leaves some disgusting traces. Blood covered the entire passage leading to the shelter. The smell of blood penetrated into everyone's nose and throat. Hu Li was already used to it. Chu Hongyu also clenched her hands tightly, trying not to show any abnormality. The bodyguards had no time to look at the miserable state of the corpses. They are still busy controlling the people in the shelter who were rescued. Are there any of these people you know? Chu Hongyu turned around and looked at the people behind her whom she had rescued. Everyone's faces were pale, and some of them were struggling to pounce on him. The answer was obvious. It seems so. As Chu Hongyu's voice sounded, Black Panther kicked those people's heads like kicking a ball. Chu Hongyu stopped one of them and stepped on it. That's right, you are all family, how could you not know each other? Maybe before I came, you were still calling me uncle, aunt, brother, and sister happily. But what about just now? When you were running for your lives just now, did they have any intention of stopping to help you? When the gate outside was closed, did they have any intention of waiting for you? You treat them as family, but this is how they treat their family members? Chu Hongyu's questions echoed in the corridor. She grabbed the hair of one of the heads at her feet and brought it in front of everyone. See it all clearly. How do these people look like your family? They look like they are afraid of death, or they are willing to sacrifice your lives to fill the hole. But all this is because of you. A little boy in his early teens roared. He was still struggling under the control of the bodyguard, as if he wanted to bite Chu Hongyu to death. If it weren't for you, Uncle Lee and the others wouldn't have abandoned me. Oh? Because of me? Chu Hongyu squatted down and looked at the little boy in front of her with a hint of contempt on her lips. If it weren't for me, wouldn't he be like this? Kid, this is the end of the world. It's a catastrophe. The dangers you will face in the future are far more dangerous than mine. Even if it's not me, one day in the future they will give up your lives to save their own lives because of other disasters. Do you think your life is more important than his own? I. The little boy choked up and couldn't utter a word, but he already had the answer in his heart. Even children can understand this principle. The other adults who were also rescued also understood the meaning of this. Do you know why I killed them? Chu Hongyu asked another question, and before anyone else could answer, she answered it herself. Because they are stupid. She pointed to the corridor at the feet of the crowd. The shelter is underneath here. There are people like them hiding down there, but those people have blocked the elevator access and left them here to fend for themselves. Even after all this, these idiots still want to stop me? For those who gave up their lives. If I don't go down today, the same situation will happen again and again. How long do you think those people down there can survive? 10 days? 30 days? How long can they survive trapped in the corridor? 3 days? 7 days? Without more warehouse permissions, they will start killing each other in a cage like this in less than 30 days. No one's life is more important than your own. Me, only me. Chu Hongyu took a step forward and stood in front of the survivors. Only I can save their lives. Save your lives. Save the lives of everyone in this shelter. Now, I can give you a choice. At Chu Hongyu's signal, the bodyguards let go. Or follow me down and become my subject. Or turn around and leave. The boat at the foot of the mountain is my gift to you out of mercy. Most people began to hang their heads and remain silent. Obviously, Chu Hongyu's words touched their hearts. But the child raised his head and looked at Chu Hongyu. By what? This is obviously my home. We built this home with our own hands. Why do you claim it as your own? Home? Ha! Chu Hongyu took a step forward and threw the head away. Her bloody hand fell on the little boy's head. Her fingertips brushed across his face and fell on his neck. Pinch it hard. The little boy was picked up by her with one hand. Chu Hongyu's eyes were calm as usual, she was just observing the changes in the other person's expression. When the little boy was about to suffocate, Chu Hongyu threw him to the ground. He fell to the ground, coughing and gasping madly, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. Chu Hongyu stood there, looking down at him. I can take your life away, and now I'm giving it back to you. Does that mean your life belongs to me? The little boy didn't answer, but just looked up at Chu Hongyu, his eyes full of hatred. But he didn't say anything, and Chu Hongyu didn't do anything either. She just looked at the rest of the people. What about you? What do you want to choose? Including the little boy, there were a total of 13 rescued survivors. None of them chose to escape down the mountain. All of them stayed where they were. Very good. Chu Hongyu uttered 2 words, then turned and walked to Hu Li, making an inviting gesture. Mr. Hu, please come in. The 2 walked in the front, followed by Black Panther in the second row, followed by the 7 bodyguards and Chin Yi, as well as the survivors at the back. Walking all the way to the end of the corridor, there is a 1-meter-long column standing there, and outside is a huge hole. Looking down, you can vaguely see sporadic lights, about 100 meters high. This is hollowing out the entire mountain to make a shelter. This is not a fucking shelter, it's clearly a city. 2. I think only a shelter of this level can be worthy of the word safe, as mentioned by the Chu family. No wonder the construction period takes so long and the cost is so huge. After Chu Hongyu completed the authentication and unlocked the door, the elevator started. As an empty elevator that could carry 100 people appeared in front of them, Hu Li and Chu Hongyu couldn't help but laugh. If the people down there were still organized and resisting, then the elevator shouldn't be empty, but filled with survivors ready for a last-ditch fight. The current scene is enough to illustrate the confusion and cowardice of the people below. You all wait here for me first, Chu Hongyu said to the bodyguards and the crowd behind him. Mr. Hu, do you mind going with me? The guest follows the host's wishes. Hu Li took a step forward and walked into the elevator, with Black Panther following closely behind him. Chu Hongyu walked into the elevator alone, and then closed the elevator door. At this time, there were only 2 people and 1 leopard left in the elevator. Is that a rehearsal? Hu Li knew why she did this, but he still found a topic to ask her. I still can't hide it from Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu chuckled and explained. I did plan to say part of what I said just now. It would be awkward if they heard it again. That little boy. I plan to stay. Chu Hongyu chuckled, knowing what he meant by asking. After all, no matter what organization it is, there will always be voices of opposition. The only thing to worry about is where these voices come from. With him here, I can cultivate a dissenting voice myself. Even if there are other people joining, it will be a voice that I control. But Chu Hongyu also showed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. After we go down, there may be some resistance. I will have to trouble you, Mr. Hu, to help resist. It's just a small matter, Hu Li said calmly. If I said I would send you to the shelter, I wouldn't just stop here. The words fell. Shelter, here we are. As the elevator door slowly opened, the scene inside made Hu Li stunned. He turned to look at Chu Hongyu, who was also in a daze beside him. The resistance in your place, are you used to start by kneeling? Chapter 22. Give me resurrection. There were huge crowds of people, lined up in the shelter. Looking around, there was no one standing. Just looking at the situation, it seems that Chu Hongyu doesn't need to give any more speeches. She can be crowned emperor with just a call from the top. This is the situation. It's too weird. It was just a corridor and an elevator, but these people figured it out so quickly. Mr. Hu! Please, Mr. Hu, save us! A heavy voice came from the crowd. Then everyone shouted in unison. Please, Mr. Hu, save us! Thousands of voices echoed at the same time. Apparently, to some extent, they had seen through Hu Li's true identity and reached a consensus. Rather than choosing Chu Hongyu as the leader of the shelter, and then being liquidated in the future, it is better to choose such a strong person. If you were given a choice, would you rather choose a recognized strong man as your partner, or a little girl who is portrayed as cruel, ruthless, and extremely vicious? Anyone with a good brain would not choose the latter. After all, the unknown is the best. In the eyes of these survivors, Chu Hongyu's image had already been completely destroyed by Chu Xiao. Without a long period of whitewashing or a transformation of her character through major events, I'm afraid no one would want such a person to lead them. On the other hand, Hu Li is different. This triggered 2 global announcements and 1 regional announcement, and it almost fits the image of a savior in everyone's mind. As long as they bow down in time and show their loyalty, this savior will surely eliminate evil people like Chu Hongyu and stay here to protect them. Then they will have a backer. Master, what are they doing? Xie Qinghuan didn't understand the situation and couldn't help but speak in confusion. But Hu Li and Chu Hongyu only heard their shouts and understood their little thoughts. Hu Li chuckled and took a step back, obviously not wanting to get involved in such matters. But the next moment, the dark purple flame ignited in the corner of Chu Hongyu's eyes again. Still! This time, the targets are Hu Li and Black Panther. Before he could react, Chu Hongyu grabbed his wrist, took a step forward, and shouted loudly in front of everyone. I, Chu Hongyu of the Chu family, am taking over Shelter 001 with my husband Huli today. Anyone who has any objections, please speak up. I have. Huli roared in his heart. But he was unable to move because of Chu Hongyu's still hand. After all, it is an SSS-level word spirit. When facing Huli, who is only one level higher than him, it can be said that he is invincible. However, my intelligence attribute has reached E level after all, so even if I am stopped, it shouldn't last long. Really. The moment Chu Hongyu finished speaking, Huli immediately resumed his action. The Black Panther next to him was a little slower for a second, but still resumed his action, stretching out his sharp claws and pads, asking Huli with his actions whether he wanted to take action. Huli just shook his head slightly. Although Chu Hongyu's solution was somewhat pleasing, even if I were not here, she would still have a way to solve the dilemma here. I just provided her with a solution. From a business perspective, it's just a slight loss of reputation. There's no need to kill a powerful future ally. After Chu Hongyu said this, all the survivors in the shelter felt as if the sky had shattered. The big man I had waited so long for actually became the new husband of the Chu family. It is impossible to doubt. After all, no man can refuse a woman of Chu Hongyu's status and beauty. But now that things have come to this, everyone has no choice but to accept their fate. A man in a suit hurriedly squeezed out from the second row of the crowd. In order not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, he didn't even dare to stand up and could only lie on the ground and squeeze to the first row. He raised his head and was about to speak when Chu Hongyu recognized his identity. You are my little cousin, right? Chu Hongyu smiled and whispered about the relationship between the two. Why? Are you here to seize power from me? No! No! The man in the suit immediately shook his head, shaking it like a rattle. Miss, we are so distant from each other, how can I be worthy of being called your little cousin? I work for your family. I came here to tell you that the master told you something before he left. After hearing the second half of the sentence, Chu Hongyu's face suddenly turned cold. Before leaving, sir? These two words alone are enough to explain a lot of problems. Obviously, the only person who could be addressed as sir by the man in the suit was the head of the Chu group. When he left, it was obvious that he was not simply leaving the shelter. Huli raised his hand and patted the hand she was holding. Okay, you go first, I'll take care of this. No. Instead of loosening her hand, Chu Hongyu held it even tighter. She turned her head and looked at Huli in front of her, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Can you come with me? Just think of it as me begging you. Is this the bet? Can. Chu Hongyu used this skill just to the best of her ability. Huli didn't care and just let the other party hold his wrist like that, which was considered as tacit consent. Lead the way. Okay, miss. Following the response, the man in the suit immediately asked everyone to stand up. He hurriedly walked to a row of electric vehicles and looked at Chu Hongyu and the others. Master, this way please. This shelter is truly a place where every inch of space is worth a lot of money. Road? There is no way. There is only a road less than 3 meters wide between the houses, which can only accommodate pedestrians on the left and right sides and a single row of electric bicycles. Huli had no choice but to ride the electric scooter and walk towards the center of the shelter with Chu Hongyu behind him. As for Xia Qingwan, she had to slow down to twice her speed so that the electric bike could barely catch up with her. The center of the shelter is a 9-story building, which is also the tallest building in the entire shelter. The remaining buildings are only 6 stories high at most. Looking at the mountain that is about 100 meters high, the entire depth of the space does not seem to be fully utilized. Perhaps the Chu group is still thinking of adding something inside, but unfortunately it has not been installed in time. Entering the high-rise building, the elevator goes directly to the basement floor. As Chu Hongyu and Huli pushed open the morgue, they saw a middle-aged man lying quietly on the operating table. It didn't seem like he was waiting for his daughter, but rather for a doctor. What do you mean? Chu Hongyu's voice sounded coldly. Mr. Chu Shao arranged it. The man in the suit followed behind her and answered timidly. Miss Chu, you also know that there's a reserve warehouse that has not been opened, so. Roll! Chu Hongyu roared angrily. The man in the suit immediately bowed and fled away. Judging from the unlocking procedure of the elevator, the method of opening the reserve warehouse should be similar, and most likely also requires a biometric password. This body was placed here obviously to steal these codes. Chu Hongyu looked at her father's body, but did not rush forward. Instead, she turned around and prepared to close the door. Mr. Hu, you don't mind being alone with me for a while, right? This woman is trying to cause trouble. Hu Li glanced at Black Panther, who was about to follow in, and motioned for her to wait at the door. He stepped forward, walked into the morgue, and expressed his attitude. Bang! The morgue door is closed. Chu Hongyu stepped forward and placed her finger on the face of the corpse. Mr. Hu, you should already know what my talent is, but do you want to know the limit of my talent? Wait, what do you want to do? Hu Li's pupils trembled, and he vaguely thought of a possibility. This crazy woman is not thinking. Actually, I also want to know if this thought can do anything. Chu Hongyu spat out a sentence, and the dark purple tail flame rose in the corner of her eyes again. Resurrect me. Chapter 23 Debuff, Near Death. Can he really live? Hu Li actually had the same doubt in his mind. If this one-thought mantra can even revive the dead, then with a slight modification, can it also give a buff of resurrection to those who are not dead yet? If this buff exists, can I directly choose to deprive or grant it without any side effects? Assumption. Assuming that this buff can be stacked infinitely, immortality is not a dream anymore. This trip was not a waste. Everything depends on whether Chu Hongyu's words can work this time. The dark purple tail inflammation dissipated, but the person lying on the operating table was still lying on the operating table. It seems to have failed. Just when Hu Li was about to say something to comfort Chu Hongyu, the other party suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! I get it! I get it! Wait a minute! Could this resurrection be the resurrection of the head of the Chu family into the body of Chu Hongyu? Hu Li immediately activated the Eye of True Vision, and only after confirming that the person in front of him was still Chu Hongyu himself did he feel relieved. Then, he saw the dark purple flame rising from the corners of her eyes again. I want him to restore his heartbeat. Moment. A slight collision sound echoed in the silent morgue. The man on the operating table's face was gradually turning redder at a speed visible to the naked eye. Successful? Hu Li couldn't help but exclaim. Although it was just the restoration of heartbeat, and it couldn't be considered a true resurrection, it was still outrageous enough. If the heartbeat is restored, it means at least you are half alive. From a scientific point of view, as long as we ensure that he has no external injuries, his organs are not necrotic, and his brain cells are activated again, he can be resurrected in the true sense. As expected, it is an SSS-level talent with such a huge side effect. This ability is truly incredible. Bang! Just as Hu Li was dumbfounded, Chu Hongyu's body tilted and she fell down. Chu Hongyu! He exclaimed and stepped forward immediately. Eye of True Vision, once opened, immediately confirmed the status. The panel was exactly the same as before, except that there were a few more debuffs in the status column. Weakness, LV1. Effect, all attributes reduced by 10%. Duration, 23 hours and 45 minutes. Decline, LV1. Effect, intelligence attribute permanently -1. Duration, permanent. Near death level 1. Effect, physical strength is forcibly locked at 1 and the player is forced into a coma. Any damage within 24 hours will trigger death. Duration, 23 hours and 59 minutes. His. These three states are more difficult to deal with than each other. The weakness should have been caused by the use of the word spirit on the group of people in the corridor at that time, and the decline might have been triggered when it was directed at himself and Black Panther. The near death was obvious, and it was naturally the price for Mr. Chu to restore his heartbeat. 24 hours. I can't stay here for 24 hours. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening, and there are still 53 hours until the end of the novice period. If you waste time here, you won't be able to make it back even if you have powerful allies. etc. State. That's right. If I use deprivation on her now, there should be a chance that she can be deprived of this state, right? According to the description of near death, her physical strength will be forcibly locked at 1. Even if I deprive her of her attribute value, it should not kill her, but should still remain at 1. In that case, why not give it a try? Even if the one thought mantra is taken away from her, it can be given back to her, right? One shot of Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition is delivered directly. I don't know if it was because I used too much non-energy on the Dragonblood snake today, but it deprived it of 100% of its state, and directly deprived it of the near death. A ball of inky black light condensed in the palm of Huli's right hand. Fine. After this state was taken away from him, it did not directly fall upon Huli, otherwise he would have fainted on the ground, like a dead fish at the mercy of others. As for where to send such a big treasure, Huli thought about it and decided that he couldn't just let Mr. Chu be in a dying state again, right? Seeing that Chu Hongyu was about to wake up, he had no choice but to open the mall interface, spend 10 points from the materials column, and buy a G-level exotic beast beard, trying to give it the black light. The black light dissipated. The originally G-level alien beast beard was instantly upgraded to F-level, and the special attribute column was clearly marked with Near Death LV1. Even because the object is not a living thing but an inanimate object, even the duration disappears and it becomes a permanent state. Done. Huli put his beard into his right trouser pocket, just in case. I don't know whether the near-death state is effective against high-level monsters. If it is effective, it would be equivalent to an instant kill. A murmur came from Chu Hongyu. Her eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly raised her eyes. This is... Mr. Hu? You haven't been guarding me for a whole day, have you? It seems that Chu Hongyu also knew that she had triggered the near-death special effect, otherwise she would not have said such a thing. What the hell are you dreaming about? I don't have that much time to waste here, Huli casually said. I just helped you cancel this state. As for the price, you are almost selling me your entire shelter. I can't think of what else you can pay with. Chu Hongyu smiled and immediately stood up from the ground. Then I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only promise you my body. You've got something good, and you still want to take advantage? You're so good. Huli took 2 steps forward and came to the operating table. Let's talk about business. The method you mentioned is not perfect. It's imperfect. Chu Hongyu also immediately switched back to normal state. This is the limit of what I can do right now. If my attributes can be improved to a higher level, perhaps I can help my father restore the normal functioning of his other organs. There is always a glimmer of hope. Huli nodded. It is not easy to achieve this step. By the way, Mr. Hu? Chu Hongyu looked at Huli with a hint of hope in her eyes. Since you have already sent me to the shelter, the deal between us is complete. Besides the supplies I promise you, which I will give you as soon as possible, what else do you want? Without waiting for Huli to answer, Chu Hongyu spoke again. From what you said just now, it seems that you have something else to do, and you are in a hurry. How about I go with you? You? Huli asked in confusion. Yes. Chu Hongyu smiled and said, the shelter is easy to handle. Just give me 12 hours and I can arrange everything here. I will go with you to do your business. When you are done, send me back. If you have nothing else to do, the shelter can also be your home. This is another form of recruitment. Huli chuckled and shook his head. To him, Chu Hongyu is a good person, but she is just an ally. He won't touch women. At least not now. My affairs are a little complicated, you can't get involved. Huli said this and walked out of the morgue. The things will be ready in an hour. As for your other promise, don't worry, I will find time to collect it. Chapter 24. Can I add a pair of chopsticks? With Chu Hongyu's preparation, all those things were ready in just half an hour. Whether it is fresh meat, canned food, or purified water, they should be prepared in double quantity. I don't know why, these survivors in charge of carrying the goods are like male models selected from a talent show. Each of them has his own characteristics, and the only thing they have in common is, they are handsome. Huli had reason to suspect that Chu Hongyu still had some misunderstandings about him. But none of that matters anymore. Even the news of the engagement has spread, so what does this misunderstanding matter? Hu Li boarded the Shanghailess Kingdom again, but was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he used the map left by Chu Hongyu to let the Shanghailess Kingdom move forward on its own towards Chang'an. Dragon Spirit. If you want the 9 dragon snakes to complete further evolution, they must obtain enough dragon energy. If the dragon energy on the stone tablet originated from Qin Shi Huang, then there must be enough dragon energy somewhere. Mausoleum of the First Qin Emperor. In fact, even if there is no dragon energy inside, Hu Li will reach the vicinity of the Mausoleum of the First Qin Emperor before the end of the novice period. The reason is simple: copy. After the novice period is over, in addition to the awakening of exotic beasts in the region, some special copies will be refreshed on the Blue Star. These copies will be broadcast once every 24 hours in various regions around the world, and each region will have a refreshed coordinate. As long as the survivors reach the coordinates, they can enter the copy and obtain items, skills, points, experience, etc. to strengthen themselves. Of course, the dangers within the dungeon are incomparable to those outside the dungeon. Outside of the dungeon, you only need to consider natural disasters and man-made disasters that may occur at any time. But in that copy, in addition to these two things, you also need to complete specific main tasks before you can leave the copy. Otherwise, once the copy countdown ends, there is only the word death. If you just want to survive, you don't have to participate in this dungeon. But as disasters continue to occur, those survivors who are unwilling to participate in the copy will eventually die a slow death. There is a copy in the Mausoleum of the First Qin Emperor. S-level copy, Earth Kingdom. In the previous life, when Hu Li and Lu Yun'er had accumulated enough experience and came to the Earth Country, the place had already been cleared by a big boss of the Salvation Society, and all the details of the clearance and the rewards were announced on the regional channel. This is the only S-level or above copy in the next 10 years that will put all the clearance guides in the regional channel. Although there are some low-level dungeons with walkthroughs, dungeons of this level are still rare. Apart from the Salvation Society, no one is willing to do such a thankless task. Even if some organizations have strategies for passing other dungeons, they will never publish them on the regional channel, but will keep them within the organization for everyone in the organization to improve their strength. After all, most of those who have the ambition to establish an organization during the apocalyptic disaster have great ambitions and are ready to become emperors and gods in this reshuffle. Hu Li unfolded the map. From the map, it can be seen that the Mausoleum of the First Qin Emperor is about 600 kilometers away from here. According to the speed of this sealess country, it would take him at least 13 hours to get there, and that was while ensuring that the entire route was on water. It has only been 1 day since the end of the world. Even if there is rainfall, it will not flood the entire mountain range from Sichuan to Chang'an. Perhaps we will have to travel overland by then. But none of that matters anymore. Go to bed first. After a tiring day, Master Hu finally lay down on his little bed. Under the protection of the unrivaled Sea Kingdom and the escort of 9 E-level snakes, he could sleep soundly. February 18th, 7 p.m. 2 days have passed since the disaster struck, and in another 29 hours, the novice period will be over. Hu Li slept until now, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already entered Chang'an. The moment he raised his eyes, the Black Panther immediately came closer, speaking in a slightly anxious voice. "Master, you're awake!" Hu Li responded and rubbed his temple. "I've been sleeping for so long that I have a slight headache." "There's no way. I've been in the dungeon for nearly 10 years and have hardly had any good sleep. When I open my eyes, I look at the area chat channel, and when I close my eyes, I feel the pain coming from my body. This is the first time in a long time that I have slept without any worries." He turned to look at Black Panther with a strange look in his eyes. "What's wrong?" "I'm hungry." Xie Qingwan spoke helplessly, raised her leopard head, her eyes full of sadness. "Eat when you're hungry." Hu Li said it as a matter of course, and raised his hand to point to the goods piled up not far away. "Don't we have canned food and fresh water?" "I dare not move without the master's order." "Okay, from now on, you can freely dispose of all the supplies on the ship." "Okay. Thank you, master!" Xie Qingwan immediately exclaimed, then transformed into a human form, picked up 2 bottles of fresh water, walked into the ice storage, took out some fresh meat, and walked all the way to the kitchen on the ship. This is wanting to cook. I didn't expect Xie Qingwan to have this skill. Hu Li immediately turned over and stood up. He didn't know how long it had been since he had eaten a home-cooked meal. Both his stomach and mouth were extremely greedy. He followed Xie Qingwan all the way to the kitchen, only to see that she had transformed into a black panther again. Take a bite of fresh meat, then take a sip of water. He swallowed it whole, and seemed to enjoy it somewhat. Hu Li was petrified on the spot. That's right. Xie Qingwan is only 19 years old. Before the end of the world, she was a middle school girl from a well-off family. If you expect her to cook, fried rice with egg is enough. Owner? The Black Panther turned to look at Hu Li, and grabbed a piece of fresh meat with his claws. Do you want to eat it? You eat what you want, I'll eat something else. Hu Li was also hungry. He spent 100 points and bought an electric rice cooker, 10 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of various vegetables, and various condiments from the mall, and put these things aside. The Black Panther puffed up its cheeks and stared straight ahead. It seemed to have guessed what its owner wanted to do. After swallowing the fresh meat in its mouth, it stopped eating. Hu Li was also helpless, so he took a piece of fresh meat from Black Panther and started cooking. The configuration of this yacht is pretty good. Although it cannot use gas or the like, it has an electromagnetic panel that can be used to do some simple cooking. After an hour of busy work, a simple home-cooked meal was ready. Master is awesome! Black Panther immediately praised him, and his saliva almost sprayed all over Hu Li's face. Okay, take it to the restaurant and prepare to eat. Okay. The Black Panther transformed into human form again and walked towards the restaurant with the food. Hu Li followed her slowly, but the moment they stepped into the cabin restaurant, a figure was already standing in the cabin, looking at them with an embarrassed expression. Can I have an extra pair of chopsticks? Chapter 25 Miser, drink cold water. A woman. A woman whose entire body was wrapped in a layer of black shadow, and whose human figure could only be vaguely seen. If she hadn't spoken first, Hu Li might not have been able to tell whether she was a woman. As the question was asked, the entire cabin fell silent. If Xie Qingwan hadn't been afraid of wasting the food prepared by her host, she would have probably transformed into a Black Panther. As a Eye of True Vision deprivation version was thrown over, there was no reaction. The other party seems to have the talent to restrain Eye of True Vision. Buzz. The black gold ancient sword suddenly appeared in Hu Li's hand. He took a step forward and stared at the figure. Remove the gift or die. Hey, it's just a free meal. I can exchange it for something else. The woman's voice rang out, but she had no intention of removing her gift. Seeing this, Hu Li didn't plan to say anything more and just picked up his knife and went forward. But just as he took a step forward, the woman flashed like lightning and disappeared before his eyes, as if it had never appeared. Then a voice was heard outside the Worldless Sea Kingdom. If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. You're so stingy! Hu Li walked quickly forward, came to the deck with a knife in hand, leaned against the side of the ship and looked in the direction where the other party disappeared. He could only see a dark shadow lurking above the water and then disappearing. Elemental talents. Judging from the talent that the woman just displayed, it includes at least 3 elements. The wind that entered the cabin silently, the shadow that enveloped the body, the thunder that was produced when it disappeared, and the water that dived into the water. It's fine that it can contain 4 elements at the same time, but the only one who can flow so smoothly among these 4 elements is probably the legendary SSS-level talent, Geosmin. As the top among elemental talents, Geosmin includes a total of 9 attributes. In addition to the common gold, wood, water, fire and earth, there are also 4 rare elements of yin, yang, wind and thunder. It was normal that the Eye of True Vision, which also had an SSS-level talent, couldn't see through her. If this talent could be taken away. This thought flashed through Hu Li's mind, but he shook his head. Obviously impossible. She was one of the only 2 people who survived the 10 people who surrounded the B-level monsters. In addition, she had the yin element to block the detection and deprivation of the Eye of True Vision. The fire element was immune to the damage of the unquenchable fireball, and the wind element even had a rapid. This talent almost completely restrains Huli now. I just didn't expect to meet her here. I just hope that everyone here can keep to themselves and not cause any trouble. Huli put away the ancient sword and returned to the cabin, but he was stunned as soon as he entered the cabin. Xie Qingwan was frozen into an ice sculpture, standing there in a daze. The 2 plates of food in her hands were still steaming hot. In front of her stood a dark figure, holding his chopsticks, holding his rice, and eating his dishes. The moment he stepped into the cabin, the black shadow shuddered, immediately put aside everything in his hands, and disappeared with another flash of lightning. The food is delicious. I Li Qiannuo owe you one. After he finished speaking, Xie Qingwan, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture, returned to normal and looked at Huli with an apologetic look on her face. Master, Huli raised his hand to interrupt her self-blame. It's okay, there's nothing we can do when we meet such a female hooligan. Is that Li Qiannuo? If I didn't know your real name, I might have been fooled by you. Huli immediately opened the chat channel of the Chang'an area, glanced at the vast number of chat messages, and did not pay much attention to it. He just sent a message in it. Huli, a secret, in exchange for Lu Xiener's location information, valid at any time. After a message was sent, the regional chat channel was first silent, and then erupted into a screen-scrolling frenzy. Zhou Xiangjuan, holy shit! I didn't see it wrong. Is it that Huli? Zhao Hongda, no one would dare to impersonate that person, right? I heard from some brothers who came from Shu that he is almost going crazy with killing. Su Wen, wait. Lu Xiener, I seem to remember this name. Lu Xiener. Zhou Xiangjuan, okay, I'm here. Tell me how you offended this big guy. Lu Xiener, I don't know. I was at home, just woke up, and saw my name when I got up. Huli, so, how about you publish your location information and I will come to apologize to you in person. Lu Xiener, no, you are so busy, how can I bother you to come here? It's just a misunderstanding, just cancel the transaction. Huli, don't retreat. 2 words fell. A burst of laughter suddenly broke out in the regional chat channel, filling the entire screen. Snort! There were ripples on the water surface not far from the Unlimited Sea Kingdom, and a faint sound of coquettishness could be heard. Stingy guy, drink cold water. Didn't you ask for my address? I'll follow you and see what you can do. Next time you cook, I'll come and steal your food. As a ripple spread across the water, Lu Xiener silently came to the bottom of the ship of the Unrivaled Sea Kingdom. Nothing happened at first, but when the ship started, 9 dragon snakes that were hunting in the distance immediately surrounded it, enveloping the entire Unlimited Sea Kingdom. Lu Xiener suddenly felt numb. How could there be a snake here? She was immersed in the water, not daring to make the slightest movement. She could only cling tightly to the bottom of the boat, praying in her heart that the sea snakes would retreat quickly. But as the ship sailed farther and farther, she discovered a problem. These snakes, not only did they have no intention of leaving, but they seemed to be guarding us. Guard this ship. On board. Huli did not get any information related to Lu Xiener. Come to think of it, if a person can transform into any element without limits, who can find him as long as he wants to hide? He had no intention of receiving any news about Lu Xiener in the early stages, so he just wanted to keep the bounty hanging. What matters most now is find a copy. I don't know if the copy can be triggered since the novice period has not yet ended. If possible, I can improve my strength before the exotic beasts in the area refresh. After all, the original regional monsters have been destroyed by myself, and now I don't know where the new regional monsters will be refreshed. It's always better to be prepared. As the Unrivaled Sea Kingdom moved forward at a rapid speed, when Huli and the others finished their meal, they arrived at Mount Li. Today, the water level in Chang'an is close to 20 meters. Some small high-rise buildings were completely submerged, but for Mount Li, it was only flooded to the foot of the mountain. There were still many survivors alive on the mountain, but they were all hiding in the darkness. The light on the ship was like the scorching sun to them, attracting their fearful glances. The resources on the mountain are limited. Every additional person means more consumption and the risk of competition. Huli walked onto the deck, exposing himself to everyone's gaze and spoke slowly. The voice of his D-level physique even drowned out the sound of the heavy rain around him. My name is Huli. This is our first meeting. I haven't prepared any gifts for Chinese New Year, so I'll give you some advice. I'm going up the mountain later. Stay as far away as you can, otherwise. A ball of inextinguishable fire was thrown out from his hand. Boom! The top of Mount Li is bright. Chapter 26. I was born to be useful. On the top of the mountain, heavy rain carried rocks all the way down from the top. But Huli stood on the unlimited sea kingdom and let the rocks fall without being affected at all. Only after the landslide ended did Huli step onto Mount Li. He looked around, but did not put the unlimited sea kingdom into his backpack, but parked it casually on the side of the mountain. After the intimidation just now, it is estimated that no one dares to cause trouble to him head-on. Fishing. He wanted to see how many people on this mountain could resist the temptation and dare to get on the boat under such circumstances. Not to mention some ordinary survivors, even Luciener, who possesses 9 statues, would not be able to leave after getting on the boat. When the time comes, 9 E-level dragon snakes will dive onto the boat at the same time, and we'll see who can escape. I guess even Luciener would have to stay on the boat. Huli went up the mountain. He put on the S-level item, Abyss, and no matter how heavy the rain was, he was not soaked at all. The regional chat channel was also in complete chaos. Mount Li is not small, and there are many survivors on the mountain. Almost everyone saw the fire that broke out on the top of the mountain just now, and when they thought about the secret that Huli had mentioned before, all kinds of opinions were flying around in the chat channel. Luiru, do you think the secret this big guy mentioned is related to the top of Mount Li? Zhang Yuanzong, how is that possible? I've also been to the top of Mount Li, and I didn't find any secrets. Zhou Xiangjuan, I told you it was a secret, how could you tell it after just one look? It is said that there is the mausoleum of the first emperor in Mount Li, so it would not be surprising if there are any secrets there. Wang Bei, what a pity, I don't know anything about Luciener, otherwise I would definitely share this secret with everyone. Luciener, Huli. How can I sell my own information? Tell me the secrets you know. While climbing the mountain, Huli saw the message pop up in the chat history and smiled helplessly. This guy is just like in his previous life, so shameless. During the 10 years of Huli's previous life, Lu Yuner took away everything from him. The only thing she could not take away was the ability bestowed upon him by this disaster. Apart from the useless mall, only the chat channel could give him a glimmer of hope for life. After the first catastrophe, in addition to the regional chat channels, there will also be a global chat channel, and various rankings at that time will also be selected from the global chat channel. The 10 people on the heavenly ranking are no exception. However, most of the 10 people on that day's list would not appear in the chat channel, except Luciener. This guy is ranked 3rd on the heavenly ranking with his SSS-level talent, 9 lords. But in terms of water group strength, he is number 1 by a huge margin. Until Huli appeared. The two of them would argue in the group whenever they had nothing to do. At the mildest, they would be sarcastic, and at the worst, they would turn into Zon maniacs. After arguing for a while, the two of them became friends. Even some confidential information was told to him by Luciener through private chat. Huli did not commit suicide in his previous life because he was holding on to this glimmer of hope. I am looking forward to Luciener finding me and rescuing me. Even if I become another person's tool at that time, it will be better than being Lu Yuner's tool. What a pity. The previous meeting was the first time they had met in 2 lifetimes. But her bitcha look really hasn't changed at all. Huli also used his mind to send a message in the chat channel. Huli, sure, as long as you dare to appear in front of me, I will tell you. Luciener, you are kidding. You just wanted the location information. Even if there were no middlemen making a profit from the price difference, you wouldn't raise the price like this. Huli, someone privately messaged me to tell me their location, and you couldn't run away. Now you tell me your location and then run away. Where can I find you? Luciener, I was born to be useful. Zhu Xingjie, what does that mean? Luciener, you are such a loser, brother. Huli, the confidentiality is related to the copy. Luciener, Dad, I was wrong. Let's talk about the deal. When Lu Xian'er heard Hu Li's words, her heart trembled and she almost couldn't stabilize her elemental state. Moment. The 9 dragon snakes around sensed the movement, and immediately looked under the ship. 18 eyes with dim flashing lights scanned the bottom of the ship, but found no clues. Lu Xian'er also suppressed the throbbing in her heart, and dared not do anything rash again. In the regional chat channel. Hu Li, on the top of Mount Li, there is the temple of the ancestors of man. I will tell you if you dare to come. Lu Xian'er, deal. Then can you please drive away those snakes next to your boat first? That's right. Hu Li suddenly remembered that this guy was a terrible snake. The top 10 of the heavenly ranking in the previous life originally planned to concentrate on attacking the B-level pseudo-dragon, but because Lu Xian'er was extremely afraid of that long thing, they were forced to change their plan to attack another B-level monster. Etc. In other words, this guy is in the vicinity of the unreachable sea country. Hu Li turned around and hurried down the mountain. But just when he was about to reach the side of the boat, he saw a black shadow holding the unrivaled sea kingdom, flying up from the water. The 9 dragon blood snakes were about to pounce. The black shadow dropped the nothing sea country, without hesitation, and fled from the spot, leaving only one sentence. See you at the top of Mount Li. Have to. This guy is really hiding under the boat. If those 9 dragon blood snakes hadn't been there, she would have been planning to just hide there, waiting until the next time he and Xie Qingwan had dinner together, and then come over for a meal or something. I can only say that she is worthy of it. Hu Li shook his head helplessly, turned around and walked back up the mountain. Even though that guy is shameless, he still knows what to do when it comes to this kind of thing. Owner. Xie Qingwan couldn't help but say, how about I go around from the back? Need not. Hu Li interrupted her. She wants to leave, we can't stop her. There is no way. Jiu Zun is one of the strongest talents even among SSS-level talents. It can be controlled at will and even transformed into 9 elements. Unless one uses power other than the elements to kill with one strike, it cannot be stopped at all. Let's go up the mountain first. Yes. The two walked up the mountain. When they arrived at the human ancestor temple, the deer fairy had already transformed into a black shadow and was waiting there. Hu Li used his true vision to take a quick look and found that there were still a few survivors hiding in the temple. This was not arranged by Lu Xian'er. It was probably the survivors on the mountain who saw the chat records and wanted to try their luck here. Although such people are likely to die, only such people can seize opportunities during disasters. It's finally here! Lu Xian'er chuckled and stood at the temple entrance, looking at Hu Li from afar. Tell me, what secrets do you have? I've already said it's confidential. It must be a single serving. Hu Li looked towards the ancestral temple and said, there are still some heirs in there. Do you want to deal with them or should I? Chapter 27. I'm just sick, it's not a big deal. Lu Xian'er turned her head and looked towards the man's ancestral temple, and ripples began to form in her heart. Really? This guy must have a talent for detection, otherwise he wouldn't have known his own name, and that someone was hiding in the temple of the ancestors of mankind. But what about the long sword in his hand and the fireball he threw to the top of the mountain? 3 talents? Is this his reward for completing 2 global announcements? The quantity does make sense. But what about that ship, those 9 dragon snakes, and the survivor who turned into a black panther beside him? For the survivors today, it is impossible to even hear about or touch these things, let alone obtain them. But he was able to possess them all and even knew the news about the copies. What is going on? Don't just stand there. Hu Li saw that Lu Xian'er was thinking, and immediately interrupted her. Are you going or not? If not, I will find someone else to go. Since you have spoken, I will just watch from the side. Hu Li didn't say anything, but just gave Xie Qingwan a look. The other party lunged forward and immediately turned into a black shadow and rushed into the ancestral temple of that person. Without Hu Li's precise order, she would naturally not rashly kill anyone, but just drove the 4 people inside out. 2 men and 2 women. Among them was a man and a woman, 1 young and 1 child. When Hu Li saw them, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wei Shu. The future 7th on the heavenly ranking, the elder of the Salvation Society, was the one who cleared the S-rank copy, Earth Kingdom, and published all the contents in the chat channel. Huli used the Eye of True Vision to take a quick look and found that the other party possessed the S-level talent, 100 refinements. A physical strengthening talent. A simple description is, whatever doesn't kill me will make me stronger. All damage done to him, unless it kills him instantly, will make him stronger. It is also a growth talent. But with this kind of talent, he shouldn't be ranked 7th on the heavenly ranking. The little girl next to Wei Shu is called Wei Xiaoqing. She looks 70% similar to him, and should be a sister or something like that, possessing the S-level talent Chi Vision. Although the detection talent is not as good as the Eye of True Vision, it has an ability that the Eye of True Vision does not have. She can judge the attitude and status of all living and non-living beings around her through the state of her Chi, and can immediately detect whether there is any danger, or find props and items that are useful to her. As for the other two, a middle-aged man with sinister eyes, wearing hunter's clothes, looking at everyone as if he were prey. The talent is average, just a B-level shooting talent. Another woman was shivering in the crowd. In the heavy rain, she curled up in her fur coat, her eyes occasionally glancing at Huli. I guess nothing good is brewing. Really. Just as the Black Panther drove them over, the woman pounced directly on Huli. This action is as deliberate as it can be. Buzz. The knife made a loud noise and its sharp edge cut through the body. A head suddenly rolled down from the top of the mountain and fell off the cliff mixed with heavy rain. Ah! The little girl next to Wei Shu suddenly screamed. The next moment, Wei Shu covered her mouth with his hand, quickly pulled her behind him, and looked at Huli as if he were a monster. Take it easy. Huli put away the long knife in his hand and kicked the woman's body down. I am sick, it's nothing serious. Whenever I'm touched by a woman, I feel uncomfortable and even want to kill someone. Of course, normally I wouldn't kill people casually. Now that you are all here, why don't we talk about business? Huli looked at everyone with a kind smile on his face. I wonder how much you are willing to pay to buy your life? Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing didn't say anything, just stared at Huli in front of them. Only the old hunter. His eyes immediately shifted from Huli to the Black Panther. It happened in the blink of an eye. The old hunter drew a dagger from his waist and pounced directly at the Black Panther. As a hunter with a physique of 8, strength of 8, and speed of 7, with years of hunting experience, he can kill most of the survivors today in seconds. Pity. Xie Qingwan belongs to a small part. Even if she hadn't transformed into a beast, with the enhancement of Huli's attributes, she could kill the old hunter in seconds with one hand. Snap it with one claw. The old hunter was immediately knocked to the ground, with at least several bones broken and the dagger in his hand rolling to the ground. Xie Qingwan raised her head and looked at Huli, asking whether she should take action against him. If it were any other situation, Huli would have acted without hesitation. But Wei Shu is here. He still doesn't want to kill anyone unless it is necessary. Wei Shu was the kind of person he once wanted to be. It was just because of various reasons that he became what he is now, but a pure person like Wei Shu was still worthy of his respect. His kindness to all living beings is the purest and selfless. Huli shook his head slowly, and the claw that was about to end the old hunter's life fell back on the floor tiles. Well, let me propose a small plan. It depends on you whether you agree or not. Huli chuckled and looked at Wei Shu and the little girl behind him. The copy, you also saw it in the chat channel, right? This dungeon requires a team of 5 to open. We have 3 people here. Since this old guy is useless, we don't have to count him. Adding you 2 will be just enough. As payment for your lives, all the profits you made in the dungeon will belong to me. How about that? Wei Shu frowned and immediately said, I'll go with you, let my sister go. Is she really my sister? Huli frowned slightly. That's strange. Judging from Wei Shu's attitude towards Wei Xiaoqing, he should have heard of this name in his previous life. Elder brother. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Wei Shu stared at Huli, not knowing whether there were beads of sweat mixed with raindrops sliding down his face. Including the guy on the ground, there are 5 of them. He is more useful than my sister. You'd better take it with you. Before Huli could speak, Luciener, who had been watching from the side, said calmly, "It would be more dangerous to stay here than to stay with us." This is quite true. Once the instance is opened, reminders will be activated in the area. Everyone in the area knows that Huli and Luciener have come to the Human Ancestor Temple, and everyone will come here to join in the fun. At that time, Wei Xiaoqing will be like a delicious cake on the table, and everyone will want to take a bite. Even if Luciener didn't know this, she could still infer human nature. As long as there was no movement here, the rest of the people on Mount Li would immediately rush here to check. Wei Shu held Wei Xiaoqing's hand tightly, and fell into a dilemma. "Brother, let me go in with you." "Wait a minute." Huli tilted his head and looked at the two of them in surprise. "Here, I have the final say, so why are you guys so fussy about it?" For a moment, there was complete silence outside the Rinzu temple. Huli squatted down, looked at Wei Xiaoqing behind Wei Shu, and waved. "Little girl, come here." Wei Shu's heart was filled with alarm and he could not help but hold Wei Xiaoqing's hand tightly, not daring to move. But Wei Xiaoqing broke free from Wei Shu's hand and ran towards Huli, as if she was not afraid of her brother at all. S-level talent, Qi Xing. In Wei Xiaoqing's eyes, Huli's anger would not hurt her. She just stood in front of Huli, looking up at him obediently. "My name is Huli, what's your name?" "Wei Xiaoqing." "Hello Xiaoqing, I'm older than you, so you should call me elder brother." "Good." Huli raised his hand and rubbed Wei Xiaoqing's head. "I've decided you will follow us into the dungeon, as for the other one." The words haven't been finished yet. The old hunter who was smashed into the floor tiles suddenly stood up and rushed towards Wei Xiaoqing with a dagger in his hand. Chapter 28, S-level copy, Earth Kingdom. This old hunter wanted to threaten Wei Xiaoqing and force Huli to let him go. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Huli likes this little girl. The next moment, an ancient sword fell from the sky. The blade pierced the old hunter's spine, and the entire blade was embedded in the floor tiles. Huli looked at the corpse and casually pulled out his ancient knife. "I've already told you that I want to kill people whenever I touch a woman, why don't you believe me?" After saying that, he took Wei Xiaoqing's hand and walked towards the ancestral temple. Along the way, both Wei Shu and Luciana looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Only Xie Qingwan followed him silently. "Let's go." Huli looked at the two of them. "What are you all standing there for?" The two of them said nothing, just stared at him holding Wei Xiaoqing's hand. "Isn't this another contact?" "Oh, this one." Huli also sensed the gazes of the two people, and then he chuckled and explained. "To add, my disease is sporadic, and sometimes I won't kill people." Regardless of whether Huli would kill someone or not, Wei Shu would not back down. He took a step forward, rushed past Xie Qingwan, and came to Wei Xiaoqing's side, holding her other hand, ready to protect her at all times. As for Luciener, she is naturally not afraid of these things. From what Huli said, he not only planned to tell her the secrets about the copy, but also planned to take her directly into the copy. This kind of good thing is not something you can easily come across. 5 people entered the main hall of the Rinzu temple one after another. 2 statues built later stand in the middle, Niwa and Fushi. After Huli entered the hall, he bowed and the people following him followed his example and saluted towards the 2 statues. Then he began to pace in the main hall, walking around the entire hall again and again, as if he was looking for something. Token. The first opening of each copy will be completed by a token. According to the strategy guide for the Earth Kingdom copy provided by Wei Shu in the previous life, the token to open the Earth Kingdom is a token, and it is hidden in the main hall of the Human Ancestral Temple. I just don't know whether the token has been born since the novice period has not yet ended. As the saying goes, now that we are here, we can't just leave without even looking for a place to go, right? Xiaowan. Huli walked around to the right side of the main hall, drew out his long sword, and pointed to the left side of the main hall. "Start from the left, and uncover the foundation of this temple." "Yes, master." 3 words fell. Luciener's pupils clearly lit up. These 2 words don't sound like they were spoken by someone who's in a certain circle, but rather sound like a title that comes from the heart. She couldn't help but look at Huli, with even more doubt in her eyes. This guy said that 5 survivors are needed to enter the copy, which means that the woman who transformed into a Black Panther is also a survivor. But how could a survivor willingly recognize him as the master? Don't just stand there, come together! Huli had already started prying the floor tiles, and did not forget to look at Lucienne. With 9 statues, she can dig the soil just like a mole. But she seemed to be deliberately hiding her abilities. After she just responded, she ran out of the temple, picked up the old hunter's dagger, and started prying the floor tiles. Seeing this, Huli had a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat and almost lost his temper. You are pretending! Elder brother! Wei Shaoqing called out softly, and Wei Shu and Huli both turned to look at her. She pondered for a few breaths, then immediately hugged Wei Shu's arm and shouted to Huli sweetly. Brother Huli, what you are looking for may be about 10 meters below those 2 stone sculptures. As a little girl who is only 7 years old, she is already a skilled master of keeping things balanced. Thank you, Shaoqing! Huli uttered a sentence, then immediately stepped forward and moved the 2 stone sculptures away with an ancient knife. Ever since he met the god of the sea, he has been filled with awe towards these gods. Even if he does not believe in them, he still has to respect them. After the stone sculpture was moved away, Huli stopped carving. He just looked at Lucienne without saying a word. What are you looking at me for? Lucienne put her hands on her waist and raised her head, saying confidently, I'm a girl, you won't let me do civil engineering work. If you don't take action, I'll go down the mountain and find someone to join the team. Huli naturally knew how to find the weak spot of this guy. Boss, just take a rest next to me. Leave the rough work to me. Lucienne spoke immediately, and with a wave of her hand, a yellowish-brown fountain gushed out from the place where the stone sculpture was originally located. Less than 3 seconds. A golden token was exposed in front of everyone, but as the token came into contact with the air, it changed from its original golden color to bronze in just a few seconds. It's true! Huli's pupils suddenly lit up. This is another opportunity to make a leap in strength. With his understanding of the Earth country from his previous life, plus this team configuration, he is confident that he can complete the mission within 20 hours. By then, you can catch the end of the novice period and the refresh of regional exotic beasts. The token instantly fell into Lucienne's hands. She played with it in her hand, not paying any attention to Huli. Is this the key to open the copy? It also depends on who is holding it. Huli said at the side. Some people hold it, it is no different from a piece of scrap metal, and it may even expose the secret that they own the 9 lords. Lucienne was not surprised when she heard about her talent. She put the token in her pocket while looking at Huli. Scrap metal can also be useful. At worst, I can figure it out slowly. I heard that there is someone who has the talent to deprive others of their talents. If he knew who has an SSS-level talent. Dad! Lucienne bowed without hesitation, holding the token in both hands and handed it to Huli. I was wrong! Good. Huli didn't feel any psychological burden at all in taking advantage of this guy. He casually picked up the token, ran his fingertips across the patterns on it without covering it up, and used the ancient knife to run his fingertips across his own, dripping a drop of blood onto the token. Bite! Along with a crisp sound, the entire ancestral temple began to tremble. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for opening the S-level copy, Earth Kingdom. Tip: this instance requires 5 people to enter at the same time, please choose your teammates carefully. That's 5. For a moment, Lucienne and Wei Shu both looked at Huli, their eyes full of suspicion. I know where the dungeon is, how to open it, and how many people have entered it. Is it really such a coincidence? Or did he already know all this long before the disaster struck? Huli quickly selected the 4 people around him, and a confirmation prompt popped up in front of them. Are you sure you want to join the survivor Huli's team and enter the dungeon? Yes. 4 people confirmed one after another. As a golden light flashed, except for the 5 people, the unrivaled Sea Kingdom, at the foot of Mount Li, and the 9 dragon snakes also disappeared. Plop. Accompanied by 5 muffled sounds. 5 people fell into the liquid at the same time. Just as Lucienne was trying to transform into the water element form, an ancient knife had already stabbed towards her. Chapter 29 A-Level Main Mission, Audience. The ancient sword is extremely fast. It was so fast that before Luciana could react, the blade had already pierced her body. Of course, it only penetrated the body. The moment the blade touched Luciana, Jiuzwen was passively triggered, forcibly changing her from the water element form to the gold element form. The ancient sword naturally couldn't hurt her at all. "What are you doing? Wait! This is mercury!" Luciana first shouted angrily. But before she could finish her words, she noticed that something was wrong with the water around her. It was flawless, silvery white, without a single ripple or any sign of any living creature inside. Huli responded, confirming Luciana's guess. Mercury Sea. This is the first step to enter the Earth Kingdom. The mercury here will affect all survivors with a physical fitness below 20 within 3 seconds, putting them into a negative state. Even if Luciana possessed 9 statues, she would be affected if she did not transform them into gold elemental form immediately. He stabbed forward with a knife just to trigger the passive effect of Jiuzwen. Huli casually released the unrivaled Sea Kingdom and jumped up. "Help! Send everyone up!" "Okay, Captain!" Luciana made a move with her hand, and 3 streaks of mercury lifted up the remaining 3 people. Even Xie Qingwan, after being transformed into a beast and having her attributes increased by 10% by Huli, only had a physical strength value of 18, not to mention the other 2. 2 people and a leopard were lying on the deck of the Worldless Sea Kingdom, while Luciana looked around with a hint of envy in her eyes. This boat is indeed a prop, otherwise he wouldn't carry it with him. I don't know what kind of luck this guy has, he gets all the good things. What are you looking at me for? Huli pointed at the 3 people lying on the nail plate and said, "Hurry up and get all the mercury out of their bodies. We can't pass the next copy with just the 2 of us." This sentence was actually meant to fool Luciana. With his understanding of this dungeon, it would be enough to clear it with Xie Qingwan, it would just take a little longer. Originally, he planned to find 3 guys who didn't want to live and enter the dungeon together, and eliminate the 3 of them in the Mercury Sea level. With his agility, it would be enough to save 1 person. But who knew that he would meet Luciana, so he naturally chose a faster option. "Okay," Luciana responded, and 3 tiny mercury columns emerged from the bodies of the 3 people. But she came close to Huli and asked curiously, "Captain, from your tone, you seem to know exactly what's in here?" "Not too clear," Huli said as he looked at the shadow. "It's like I still don't know what one of my teammates looks like." Speaking of which, the appearance of Luciana is one of the 10 unsolved mysteries of the previous life. Whenever Luciana shows up, she uses her attributes to transform herself into a layer of black shadow and wraps herself up, never showing her true face. Some people say that Luciana is as beautiful as a fairy, but they are afraid that people will envy, be jealous of, and be obsessed with her beauty, causing them to ignore her own strength, so they don't show up. Some people also say that the dear fairy is extremely ugly, and she doesn't show her face because she is afraid of scaring people. Generally speaking, it only takes less than 3 days for the latter to become the former, and vigorously promote Luciana's beauty in the regional channel. Almost once a day, just like punching in at work. As for whether he was threatened, the person involved said no. The only one. That is Huli. As Luciana's #1 black fan, he has been blackening her every day since he was locked up in the dungeon. Even though he was a hater, he really wanted to see Luciana's true appearance. "Want to see it?" Luciana was puzzled and tilted her head back. "No. I don't have any eye drops with me, I'm afraid it won't heal." "You." While the 2 were bickering, the 3 of them woke up one after another. Xie Qingwan lowered her head and came to Huli's side, while Wei Shu held Wei Shuqing's hand tightly and looked around at the scene. As the 5 people became awake, a reminder sounded. "Bite. Welcome to the S-level copy, Earth Kingdom, please, please." There was a cold mechanical sound, and then a pause. Before anyone could understand what was happening, a heavy and vicissitudes of life sounded all around them. "Why don't you bow to me when I come to see you?" For words fell. The 5 people on the no-see country did not show any signs of abnormality. Instead, they looked around as if looking for the source of the sound. Huli raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, these 8 words are for people whose intelligence attribute is no higher than 15. Anyone whose intelligence attribute is lower than this point will be judged as submission LV1 state and will kneel down to the source of the sound. During the entire dungeon process, all attribute values will be reduced by 5%, which is also a not so small debuff. But now, none of the 5 people knelt. I guess it was the no-see country that blocked this judgment. This is much more convenient now. Hee hee, the bones are pretty tough. The sound of vicissitudes of life sounded again. I am waiting for you to come and die. Don't keep me waiting too long. Bite. Congratulations to the Survivor team for triggering the A-level main mission, audience. A-level main task, audience. Mission description: your arrival has violated the Emperor's majesty. Please enter the Earth country as soon as possible. Mission time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Task rewards, cumulative calculation. Mission failed, obliterate. 2 bright red words, along with the system prompt, came into everyone's sight. Except for Huli and Xie Qingwan, the other 3 couldn't help but frown. Obliterate. The weight of these 2 words is self-evident. Look, we are now in the same boat. Huli looked at everyone with a smile, not showing any sign of nervousness at all. But the remaining 3 people, even Luciener, were not in the mood to talk to him at the moment. Because a string of bubbles emerged from the mercury sea right in front of us. There is something that seems to be about to come out from under the mercury. Look up! Huli uttered 2 words, and a ball of light blue flame condensed in his palm. Boom! The moment everyone looked up, a fireball had already been thrown out. A deep blue rain suddenly began to fall over the mercury sea. The faint firelight reflected the mercury, and the refracted firelight overlapped with the flame effect, rendering the entire mercury sea light blue. Under that light blue, dark green pupils suddenly lit up. Then it swooped down towards them. Careful! Wei Xiaoqing also cried out in surprise at this moment. She hugged Wei Shu's arm tightly. Are they exotic beasts? That's right. Huli chuckled and did not use the fireball again. Instead, he held the black gold ancient knife at an angle. F-level exotic beast, silver bat. Kill one and you will gain a little experience and a few points. How much you can gain depends entirely on you. Experience. Upon hearing these 2 words, both Luciener and Wei Shu's eyes lit up. Those who can achieve the heavenly ranking in the future will naturally know how rare the opportunity before them is. Luciener simply waved her sleeves, and a sea of fire appeared. Captain, you take a rest, let us do the rough work. Huli held the ancient knife in his hand, smiling without saying a word. If it is just an F-level monster, can it still be called an S-level copy? Chapter 30 Captain, please give Sienna your orders. Seeing this, Xie Qingwan next to him immediately turned into a black panther. With one leap she reached the top of the Unlimited Sea Kingdom, and standing on the roof of the ship, she was able to barely reach the silver bat floating above the Mercury Sea. Seeing this, Wei Shu also pulled Wei Xiaoqing and set off immediately. Experience and points, these are the foundation of life. According to what Huli said before, all the gains from entering the dungeon must be given to him. Even if the points can be exchanged for items, or directly traded to him, he can't take the experience away, right? This is the only benefit they can take away. Xiaoqing! Hey! Wei Xiaoqing responded obediently and turned to look at Huli. Brother Huli, what's the matter? Then, Huli threw the black gold ancient knife in his hand over, and Wei Xiaoqing immediately took it with both hands. The ancient sword, which was as tall as she was, looked a little funny in her hand, but she still forced herself to hold the sword with both hands and barely carried it on her shoulder. Brother Huli, what are you doing? I'll just borrow it from you. Huli responded with a chuckle. That? Wei Xiaoqing looked up at Wei Shu and said, Brother Huli, can I lend it to someone else? I said I'm borrowing it from you. As long as you don't lose it, it's yours. Got it. Thank you, Brother Huli. Go ahead. Wei Shu didn't know Huli's intention, but he still took Wei Xiaoqing on board immediately. Both of them have limited means of attack, and they can only learn from Xie Qingwan's method to catch some silver bats on the roof of the boat to kill. Wei Shaoqing handed the ancient sword to Wei Shu without hesitation. Wei Shu hesitated for a moment, but still took the sword and started killing the silver bats. After he had killed 10 and reached the next level, he lifted Wei Shaoqing up and let her kill more monsters, and this cycle continued. Seeing this, Lu Xiener also activated the wind attribute to squeeze some of the silver bats over, making it easier for the people at the bow to kill the silver bats. It was a gesture of goodwill towards the release of the 3 people. After all, stronger teammates can ensure that they can pass the dungeon better. As for Huli, after the inextinguishable fireball deprivation version just fell and did not trigger any deprivation effect, he no longer had the heart to kill the silver bat. That's why he threw the black gold ancient sword to Wei Shu, so that he could increase his kill count. Just right. He has more important things to do. Huli stood at the bow, staring at the bubbles under the Mercury Sea, as if he was trying to identify something. The so-called land country actually refers to the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Qin Shi Huang used Mercury to build the Milky Way in his own mausoleum, and engraved the stars of the zodiac above it. The two together formed the dome of the earth. Even as time goes by, the sun will rise and the moon will set. That's all. It's just the dome of the Earth Kingdom. Under the dome is the imperial capital, where true luxury lies. There are many ways to enter the imperial capital. There are 3 options provided in the strategy guide to the D Kingdom alone, which are also the choices of most survivors in the D Kingdom copy. One is to kill a total of 10,000 silver bats within an hour, which will attract a D-level monster, the Silver Bat King. After successfully killing the Silver Bat King, you can obtain its 2 eyeballs from its corpse. After using them, you can open the gate to the imperial capital. After entering, you will appear outside the gate of the imperial capital. The second way is to find the Qin Shi Huang's pupil coffin representing the sun or the moon in the Sea of Mercury. After Qin Shi Huang died, he separated his eyes into 2 parts, placed them in a golden coffin and a jade coffin respectively, and let them float on the Mercury Sea. The golden coffin represents the sun. As long as the sun is shining outside Mount Li, the golden coffin will emit dazzling light. Looking up from the earth is like looking up at the sun. The jade coffin represents Tayin. The bright moon outside Mount Li is cunning, and the jade coffin will also shed moonlight like the bright moon. The combination of the 2 represents patrolling on behalf of heaven and being destined by heaven. Only the first emperor had the courage to make such an arrangement. If you can find one of them, you can also go directly to the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor in a golden coffin or a jade coffin. The third one is more complicated. I heard that this Mercury Sea itself is a large formation. As long as you can find the eye of the formation that controls it, not only can you enter the imperial capital, you can even block the sun and the moon above the dome. At the end of the copy, it can even weaken the Gravekeeper's strength by 30%. Generally speaking, the location of entering the Mercury Sea is random, and the location of the array's center also changes randomly. It is extremely difficult to find the array's center. But for Huli, it is not that difficult. Eye of True Vision, open! The essence of the Mercury Sea appears before your eyes. I remember that every time I entered a dungeon, Lu Yuna used this method to find the center of the formation. Out of 10 times, maybe 6 times you can succeed. It also depends a lot on luck. What a pity. This time, luck doesn't seem to be very good. Huli used the Eye of True Vision to scan all places within his sight, but he couldn't see any possible center of the formation. However, he accidentally saw a surprise. 2 coffin shadows were reflected in the middle of the Mercury Sea, one on the left and one on the right, one in front and one behind, arranged symmetrically. Hidden mission, sun and moon on the same day. The golden coffin and jade coffin symbolizing the sun and the moon appeared simultaneously in the middle of the Mercury Sea, arranged in a pattern similar to the yin and yang fish. It is said that this kind of scene may only appear once after thousands of copies. As long as you take away the Qin Shi Huang's pupil hidden in the golden coffin and the jade coffin at the same time, you can successfully trigger the mission. The price is that the attributes of all creatures in the Empire will increase by 20%, but once you successfully pass the level, then the golden pupil and jade pupil will turn into 2 S-level items. He would not miss this opportunity. Attributes. As long as the opponent has more attributes, you can deprive them of them. At worst, you can clear the copy later and still take these two things away. People on the boat, hold on! Huli uttered a sentence, and with a thought, he directly increased the speed of Unlimited Sea Kingdom to the fastest. Everyone on the boat staggered, but luckily they managed to keep their balance. Wei Shu was stunned at first, but then he didn't care about it and just focused on killing bats. Lu Sienna simply stopped and walked to Huli's side. Are you so anxious? Have you found a way to enter the Earth Kingdom? Almost. Huli glanced at the shadow beside him. Are you at level 5? The experience value for killing a silver bat is fixed at only 1 point. The experience points from level 1 to level 2 are 10 points, the experience points from level 2 to level 3 are 100 points, the experience points from level 3 to level 4 are 500 points, and the experience points from level 4 to level 5 are 1000 points. After reaching level 5, the upgrade experience reaches a terrifying 5000 points. With this level of experience points, even with Lu Sienna's killing efficiency, the silver bats in this cave are not enough. It's better to take a rest. Lu Sienna did not hide anything, but stood at attention in front of Huli. Captain, please give me your orders. First, raise your physical fitness to above 30, and you can arrange the remaining attribute values as you wish. Huli turned around and looked behind him. You too, get to level 5 as soon as possible. After hearing this, Wei Shu couldn't help but frown. With the speed of him and Wei Xiaoqing, it was obviously a pipe dream to want to kill more than 1,000 silver bats each within an hour. Owner! Xie Qingwan couldn't help but say. I can't seem to kill so many. Hey! What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Lu Sienna said as she stepped forward with her hands on her hips. We are all teammates. If you say something like that, aren't you looking down on me? The words fell. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Lu Sienna made a move with her hand, and the entire Mercury Sea was suddenly filled with howling winds. A tornado formed instantly. The World Sea Kingdom is located in the center of the tornado, standing still. But the silver bats around were pulled by the tornado and sucked into the wind. The size of the tornado gradually shrank, and in just a few seconds, hundreds of silver bats were squeezed into a small wind ball. Given the strength of this wind group, not to mention the effort required to kill them, all you need to do is insert the black gold ancient knife into the wind group, and as the wind group rotates, you can easily kill these silver bats. Come on, come on! Who's going first? Don't be anxious, there are more behind you. As he spoke, another tornado began to gather. This guy. There is no CD for skills. Huli looked at this scene and his right hand couldn't help but move. If it's 9 honors plus deprivation. God knows how much my attribute value can increase in a day. Chapter 31, D-Level Talent, Silverbat King Wings. Of course, this is just thought. Instead of depriving Jiuzun and making enemies with Lu Sienna, it would be better to find some other elemental talents and put together a spliced version of Jiuzun, which can also achieve a similar effect. Maybe when those talents are combined with the boundless and other characteristics, the achievements achieved will be higher than those of the pure 9 lords. Everyone started to level up, and Huli was not idle either. He threw out one S-level talent, the unextinguishable fireball, after another. In less than 5 minutes, at the cost of 10 fireballs, he successfully killed more than 1,000 silver bats. Upgrade to level 5. Including the attribute points that were previously upgraded to level 2, there were a total of 40 free attribute points, which he also began to distribute quickly. Survivor, Huli. Survival level 5. Distance to next upgrade 0/5000. Physique 50C. Strength 50C. Intelligence 40D+. Agility 30D. Master Talents, Grant SSS Deprive, SSS Eye of True Vision, SSS Black Gold Ancient Sword, S Eternal Fireball, S. As Huli's attributes improved, Xie Qingwan's attributes also increased significantly. The attribute strength of the two is still extremely strong. Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing also quickly accumulated experience with the help of Lu Sienna, and in less than 10 minutes, they were promoted to level 5. Everything is ready. The sealess country is also approaching the center of the Mercury Sea. Not only Huli, even Wei Xiaoqing, who possessed the qi-seeing ability, couldn't help but frown. She raised her hand and pointed at the two hazy shadows in the distance. Brother Huli, there seems to be something ahead. That's our goal this time, Huli said as he looked at everyone and asked them. Let's take a look at the points. How many silver bats have you killed? 1018. 1007. 1018. 3000. Huli looked at Luciener, who was the last to report the number, with a playful look in his eyes. What's up? Luciener questioned, with her hands on her hips. I am responsible for attracting hatred. What's wrong with killing a few more in the process? It doesn't interfere with your work. It's okay. I just hope you can hold your hatred steady later. A string of question marks popped up in Luciena's head, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Hatred? Pull steady? What does it mean? Huli Qian calculated that including the more than 1,600 beasts he had killed, he only needed one more fireball to lure out the D-level beast, the Silver Bat King. Just right. Let's try some cool moves. The difficulty of the hidden mission is that the entire team must be divided into two teams, one team riding in a golden coffin, and the other team riding in a jade coffin to enter the Empire separately. At that time, there will be a lack of tacit understanding, and they have to work together to pass the level. But if you kill the Silver Bat King while starting the hidden mission, you might be able to exploit a bug and allow the team to gain the Golden Eye and the Jade Eye while entering through the front door of the Imperial Palace. The difficulty of such a copy will be much lower. This is the Silver Bat King. If I remember correctly, in the last stage, he would follow whoever killed the most silver bats. Huli might be worried about others, but he was not worried at all about that old thief Lugo. Arrive. Huli uttered two words. The Worldless Sea Kingdom has arrived at the center of the Mercury Sea. On the left is the golden coffin of the sun, and on the right is the jade coffin of the moon. Wei Shu, follow me to the left. Lu Xiener, take Xie Qingwan and Xiaoqing to the right. I don't. Wei Shu spoke immediately, his face full of determination to rather die than surrender. He held Wei Xiaoqing's hand tightly. I can't be separated from Xiaoqing. Huli didn't mean to separate Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing. Although there is no distinction between men and women on the ship, if one wants to take away the golden pupil or jade pupil, one must ensure that the yin and yang on the ship are in harmony and remain pure, otherwise they cannot be taken away. Whatever, Huli said calmly. If you don't want to separate, I can do a small operation for you, and let her call you sister in the future. After saying that, he had already drawn out the ancient black gold sword and waved towards Wei Shu. Come, I promise to cut you quickly and not leave you and your second brother in pain. The unyielding expression on Wei Shu's face froze in an instant. Fortunately, Wei Xiaoqing pulled his hand out of his hand in time. Brother, please go with Brother Huli. Sister Lu and Sister Xia will take good care of me. Wei Shu raised his head and glanced at Lu Xiener. Compared to Huli, he still trusts Lu Xiener more. Good. Wei Shu had no choice but to agree. After you get on board, check the team channel. Don't move anything. Wait for my orders. Walk. Huli stepped on the side of the ship, leaped up, and landed directly on the golden ship. Wei Shu followed closely behind. As his physical condition improved, he could easily imitate Huli's movements and jump from the Unlimited Sea Kingdom to the golden coffin. On the golden coffin, layers of patterns appeared one after another, which looked extremely gorgeous. Each line of the carving is less than 1/5 the thickness of a hair. It looks densely textured, but when you touch it, it is as smooth as a mirror. Huli turned his head and saw that everyone on the Unlimited Sea Kingdom were also falling on the jade coffin. He also opened the team chat channel. Huli, open the coffin. Don't worry. There is no danger inside. There is only a jade box with a bead inside. Don't move it rashly. Lu Xiener, I know. Having said that, Lu Xiener was not in a hurry to open the museum. Instead, she glanced at the two people on the golden coffin. This guy is still as careful as ever. This is not a bad thing. Huli gave Wei Shu behind him a look, then opened the golden coffin. just as he said. There is no danger inside the coffin. The only difference from the jade coffin is that the box containing the beads is not a jade box, but a gold box. Immediately afterwards, the jade coffin was opened. Huli, have you seen the jade box and the beads? Lucianer, I saw it. What should I do next? Huli, kill the strange beast. The words fell. A blue fireball emerged from the golden coffin and attacked the air. Fire bursts. More than 100 silver bats died again. Immediately afterwards, a reminder suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Bite. It was detected that your team successfully killed 10,000 silver bats, incurring the wrath of the D-level beast, the Silver Bat King. A black shadow passed over everyone's heads in an instant. The Mercury Sea was stirred up by waves, and above the sea, both the golden coffin and the jade coffin were swaying constantly. What's going on? Lucianer screamed in the distance. Captain? You are cheating me. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, it's just a D-class. Huli also spoke at this moment. He looked at Weishu beside him and said, Stay here and come pick me up when necessary. Good. Lucianer, the wind is coming. It happened in the blink of an eye. While Huli was speaking, the silver light had already rushed to the jade coffin. Lucianer originally wanted to use the wind element to push this thing away, but when she heard Huli's voice, she hesitated for a moment and still chose to believe him. Bite. Affected by the 9 lords, you gain buff, wind control LV1. Huli rode the wind and took 3 steps into the air, arriving behind the silver bat. He activated Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition, and casually drew his sword and slashed. Bite. The knife hasn't fallen yet. A reminder sounded in my ears first. Deprived successfully, D-level talent, Silver Bat King Wings. What the hell? At the moment when the black gold ancient sword fell, an itching spread from the back. Chapter 32, Climb the Stairs. With Huli's sea-level power enhancement, the black gold ancient sword easily broke through the back of the Silver Bat King, piercing the opponent's spine and splitting it into 2 halves. The corpse of the Silver Bat King fell into the jade coffin, but Huli stood in the air with a knife in his hand, overlooking the people and the corpse inside the jade coffin. The Mercury Sea still reflected the dazzling silver light, but the source of the silver light had become Huli's back. A pair of 2-meter-long silver bat wings spread out, and just a slight tremor could make Huli float in the air. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for killing the D-level beast Silver Bat King. Experience value plus 100, points plus 1000. Huli ignored the reminder, but turned his head to look behind him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is really the thing. Ever since he was deprived of S-level talent, transforming into a dragon with blood, last time, he had a vague guess. SSS-level talent deprivation. In addition to depriving the talents of survivors, it can also deprive the talents of alien beasts. Although most of those talents are for exotic beasts, some humans can also use them. Just like the pair of bat wings behind him now. It's just because the system is different that some talents that only survivors possess cannot be combined with the talents of these exotic beasts through bestowing. But there shouldn't be such a limitation among the talents of the beast men. Huli's pupils suddenly lit up. In other words, he can completely combine S-level talent transforming into a dragon with blood, and D-level talent Silver Bat King Wings. It can even give the combined talents back to the 9 dragon blood snakes. No rush. Let's talk about it after we enter the underground palace. Take the eyes. Huli looked at Lucianer in the jade coffin and said, Throw one to me. Okay, right away. Lucianer hesitated for a moment, then responded immediately. If it was just speculation before, now she can be 100% sure. The person this bastard is talking about who can deprive others of their talents is himself. Otherwise, how did this pair of silver bat wings appear? No. Absolutely not. Once you get out of the dungeon, stay away from him. The farther the better. She thought so in her heart, but her hands did not stop moving. A dagger condensed in her hand and gouged out the eyes of the Silver Bat King. The 2 eyeballs were as gorgeous as jewels made of pure silver, and each one was as big as Lucianer's palm. For you. Luciana threw one of the eyeballs up and held one herself. Hu Li took it casually and flapped his wings to return to the golden coffin. As he fell into the golden coffin, the pair of silver wings were also absorbed into his body, turning into 2 tattoos that spread from his shoulder blades to his lower back. Hu Li, get ready, everyone hold hands together, listen to the golden sound 3 times, take out the pupil in the box and crush the silver pupil. After the message was sent, Hu Li held the ancient knife in his right hand and hit the golden coffin with the back of the knife. At the same time, his left hand has reached out to the golden box, ready to grab the golden pupil at any time. Wei Shu pinched Yingtong with his left hand and held Hu Li's left wrist with his right hand, not daring to use any force. Inside the jade coffin, the movements of the 3 people were almost the same. Buzz! The third golden sound fell. Hu Li reached out to grab the golden pupil, and Wei Shu immediately crushed the silver pupil in his hand. Moment! The 2 silver pupils turned into 7 rays of silver light, 5 of which fell on everyone, forming a flow of silver light, and the other 2 fell into the sea of mercury, creating a whirlpool. The golden coffin and jade coffin under the feet of the crowd seemed to be pulled by something, struggling to break free from the whirlpool, trying to sail away. Hu Li was delighted. Done! As expected, both clearance methods can be triggered at the same time. If there hadn't been this whirlpool, the golden coffin and the jade coffin would have already flown away like an arrow into the depths of the earth. Hu Li grabbed Wei Shu, stepped on the edge of the golden coffin, and jumped towards the whirlpool. Jump! As soon as the word came out, he and Wei Shu jumped into the sea of mercury and disappeared. Elder brother! Wei Shaoqing exclaimed. Before she could move, Xie Qingwan had already jumped down. You bastard, couldn't you tell me about this in advance? Luciana complained, but still pulled Wei Shaoqing and jumped down from the jade coffin. 5 people disappeared. The mercury sea instantly returned to calm. The golden coffin and the jade coffin turned into 2 streams of light, rushing towards the edge of the mercury sea and disappearing without a trace. Outside the imperial palace, Hu Li slowly stood up and looked forward. Black walls and golden tiles, cold and silent. The imperial palace, which had been silent for more than 2,000 years, felt the gaze of strangers for the first time. The palace gate was half open, and just from the gap, one could vaguely catch a glimpse of the luxurious scene inside. There are thousands of steps and tens of thousands of soldiers standing there. The bronze armor worn by those soldiers is still shining with dazzling golden light. Going up, there are 12 9-meter-tall golden men standing on both sides of the palace. Going further in, you can vaguely see 9 tall black shadows standing there, like the reflection of a tripod. Behind the 9 Cauldrons is the imperial palace. Since he is called the first emperor, even after death, he must sit high on the top of the temple and overlook the people in the underworld. Bite! A crisp sound came, drawing Hu Li's attention back. Luciana and others also appeared outside the imperial capital one after another, and task prompts popped up in front of everyone. Congratulations to the survivor team for triggering the S-level hidden mission, Sun and Moon on the same day. S-level hidden mission, Sun and Moon on the same day. Mission description: you have taken away something that was rightfully yours, causing it to go ballistic. In the imperial capital, the attributes of all hostile creatures are increased by 20%. Mission time, unlimited. Mission rewards: S-level item, golden eye, S-level item, jade eye. Mission failed: eliminate all those with golden or jade pupils in the team. Note: either leave the things behind, or leave you behind. Congratulations, the survivor team has completed the A-level main quest, audience, and rewards are being accumulated. Main quest refreshed. A-level main task, climb the stairs. Mission description: if you want to see the Emperor, you must first defeat his soldiers. Mission time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Task rewards, cumulative calculation. Mission failed, obliterate. 1 main quest and 1 hidden quest, all refreshed and completed. A curve appeared at the corner of Hu Li's mouth. If you just trigger the hidden task, you will skip the stairs in front of you, and then break the formation, strive for the throne, and go straight to the Emperor killing. By that time, it would not be as simple as dealing with the resurrection of the first Emperor. all living beings in the entire Imperial Palace would be attracted. It would obviously be easier to enter from the gate of the Imperial Palace and kill them step by step. And the accumulated rewards for the main missions are also a considerable gain, so we can't just let it go, right? Hiss. Luciana couldn't help but gasp. She frowned and looked at the 1,000 steps. Captain, there seem to be a lot of people on the steps. With a 20% increase in attributes, can we really defeat them? Wei Xiaoqing next to him also frowned. Judging from her talent, the danger level of the aura emitted from it was far greater than when the Silver Bat King pounced on her. She hurriedly ran behind Wei Shu, poked her head out and looked at Huli. We can't win. Huli smiled and shook his head. What? Luciana was stunned. Huli made a move casually, and 9 D-level exotic beasts, dragon blood snakes, suddenly appeared in front of him. But for them, it may not be enough. Chapter 33 Am I Not Robbing? Moment. Luciana seemed to be equipped with a spring and bounced directly behind Huli. The moment she saw the 9 dragon snakes, she even forgot that the person in front of her had the ability to deprive others of their talents, and she was only concerned with fear. How did you bring these guys in? Do you think we can get through the S-level dungeon with just a few of us? This is the real killer, okay. As Huli spoke, he raised his hand and the 9 dragon snakes immediately surrounded him. Luciana quickly changed her position and simply hid behind Wei Xiaoqing, squatting on the ground, wishing she could hide even the corners of her clothes. But even so, she couldn't help but stick her head out and look at Huli and the 9 snakes. She's good at cooking and she loves to play. Huli made a precise comment. If it were any other time, Luciana might have argued a few words, but now, she didn't dare to say a word. Huli had an idea and tried to bestow Deprivation, Eye of True Vision, Eternal Fireball, and Black Gold Ancient Sword on Silverbat King Wings, but he failed in the end. In the end, only 2 traits were successfully assigned. D-level talent Silverbat King Wings, plus feature boundlessness, equals C-level talent Silverbat King Wings. C-level talent Silverbat Royal Wings, plus S-level talent Transform into Dragon with Blood, equals B-level talent Dragon Bat Royal Wings. Talent, Dragon Bat Royal Wings. Rank B. Experience 0 out of 10, 000. Effect, after unfolding, you will have the ability to fly. The flight speed is determined by the agility attribute. For every kilometer you fly, you can accumulate a point of experience. Eye of True Vision Hidden Effect has a suppressive effect on all bat creatures. When deployed, it can reduce all their attribute values by 50%. Note: the Bat King's back wings contain a trace of dragon blood. As the dragon blood grows, it may undergo unexpected evolution. Done! Huli suppressed the urge to show off his prowess in front of others, and did not directly summon out the evolved Dragon Bat King Wings to check the effect. After all, enough things have been exposed, and the Dragon Bat King Wings will be bestowed upon these 9 little guys later. If they are revealed now, who knows what everyone will guess later. He raised his left hand and stroked the heads of the 9 dragon snakes one by one, giving them the new talents he had acquired. 9 dragon snakes suddenly grew wings on their backs. A pair of red and gold wings suddenly bloomed from the front third of the snake's body. After Huli's 2 grants, the wings no longer looked like those of a bat. Except for the similar outline, everything else was completely different. The wings, originally made of skeleton and membrane, are now filled with flesh and blood and covered with a layer of fine red gold scales. It doesn't seem like something external, but rather like it has existed before, but has never been unfolded before. Unfortunately, this is just a bonus of a B-level talent, and does not bring any actual attribute improvement. If we add some more attributes to these 9 dragonblood snakes, maybe they can be directly upgraded to C level. Yes, C grade. After a night of non-stop devouring, the dragon blood flood snake with SSS-level talent, Sky Swallowing, has evolved to the strength of a D-level exotic beast. It's just that it didn't absorb enough dragon energy, otherwise it would have become a D-level dragon long ago. Although there is only one word difference between Jiao Snake and Jiao Dragon, there is an essential difference between them. Perfect! Huli looked at the 9 little guys in front of him, and as soon as he thought about it, they immediately swam towards the palace gate. The 9 snake heads jointly pushed open the palace gate, exposing the entire picture of the imperial palace to everyone. Thousands of stone steps are lined up in front of me. Each step is about 20 centimeters high and 9 meters long. There are 9 meters of stone steps, and on each step, there are 5 golden armored soldiers standing with guns. 1,000 steps means 5,000 armored soldiers. Huli didn't even need to speak. The 9 dragon snakes pounced directly on him as if they had been hungry for hundreds of years. 9 D-level dragon-blooded snakes that have the ability to fly and spit dragon fire from their mouths are facing 5 D-level armored soldiers who can only stand on the steps and pierce with spears. That was a completely one-sided crushing. He didn't even need dragon flame. He just swept the air with his snake's tail, and those armored soldiers fell to the ground on the steps, without any ability to fight back. Then comes a mouthful. The dragon blood snake swallowed those armored soldiers into its stomach, turned them into a source of power, and continued fighting. Those unlucky golden armored soldiers, once killed instantly, would turn into white mist and dissipate. As for the rest, of course, you should retain your strength and stand at the back to watch the battle. Yes. Killing the golden armored soldiers can gain some experience points, which can be used to strengthen yourself, but in the end it is only 100 experience points. You need to kill 50 to level up and gain 10 attribute points. But once they join the battle, it will affect the 9 dragon snakes' control over the battlefield, resulting in a situation of 1+1-2. Not only will it waste time, it may also cause unnecessary damage. It's just experience. There are many ways to earn money, but life is more important. As for the points, there is another way to earn. Huli stood at the back, opened Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition, and scanned over, and the information of the armored soldier immediately popped up in front of him. Species: Golden Armored Corpse Soldier. Grade D. Physical Strength 42D+. Strength 31D. Intelligence 19F. Agility 21E. Talents none. Skills Mastered Spear E Bloodbath D. Note: the soldiers guarding the mausoleum wearing bronze armor are absolutely loyal to the first emperor. Bite. Agility +1. Done. Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition has a 24-hour cooldown for each individual, but it can be activated instantly for different individuals. 5,000 golden armors. If everyone could be deprived of a little attribute value, that would be 5,000 attribute points. What a pity. This is the ideal state after all. Huli glanced at the golden armored corpse soldiers in front of him. Their attributes did not increase much, but a lot of golden armor parts and spears and other things appeared at their feet. Seeing the strange looks from the people around him, Huli didn't want to confess that he had the talent, deprivation, so he just shouted shamelessly. What are you looking at? Have you ever seen Magneto's skills? No one spoke, but just turned their heads in tacit understanding. Since I can't beat him even if I fight him, of course what he says is what counts. Except Wei Xiaoqing. She just raised her hands and clapped, her eyes full of stars. Brother Huli is awesome! Good! Huli raised his hand and rubbed Wei Xiaoqing's head, then pieced together a complete set of golden armor and handed it to Wei Xiaoqing. Here, put it on! Thank you, Brother Huli! After asking Wei Shu for permission with his eyes, Wei Xiaoqing put on the golden armor. After the golden armor drops as an item, its size will change according to your body size once it is equipped. With Wei Xiaoqing wrapped in D-level armor, he now has the capital to save his life. Seeing Xie Qingwan's envious and jealous look but not daring to speak, Huli collected another set of golden armor for her. Lu Xian'er standing next to her looked on with envy. She glanced at the 9 dragon snakes fighting on the long steps, but still did not dare to enter the battlefield to join the battle. After all, it is a set of D-level armor, which is considered the strongest defensive equipment at this stage. It is a good thing to have a set to save your life. Friendly price, 3,000 points per set. Huli was holding the third set of golden armor he had saved up, and looked at Lu Xian'er with smiling eyes. Boss Lu, can you take care of the business? 3,000, exactly all the points she got from killing the silver bat. Lu Xian'er gritted her teeth and said, Why don't you go and rob? Look at what you said. Huli still kept smiling. Aren't I robbing it? Chapter 34, 12 Golden Men. It's just 3,000 points. Compared with my own life, my life is obviously more important. After leaving the dungeon, a set of D-level armor is still quite strong at this stage. Luciana gritted her teeth and traded the points to Huli through them all. Thank you for your care, boss. Huli casually threw a set of golden armor over, and then threw the fourth set of golden armor to Wei Shu. Thanks. Hey! Don't thank me so quickly! Huli interrupted the other party forcefully and handed over the spear. It's considered as a loan to you, you have to return it. Wei Shu smiled bitterly and nodded. I understand. I still have to thank the captain. Pretentious. Huli uttered a sentence, picked up the things at his feet, and hung them all in the mall. This is at least a D-level weapon and D-level armor. Although there are only 5 people opening the mall now, new people will come in sooner or later. A D-level weapon or armor is like a divine weapon to those newcomers. As for the price, it's quite cheap. The weapon is worth 3,000 points, the main body of armor is worth 3,000 points, and the skirt armor, shoulder pads, arm guards, shin guards, and helmet are worth 1,000 points each. A complete set of armor requires at least 11,000 points. The 3,000 points sold to Luciana were indeed a friendly price, since she only had 3,000. Less than 40 minutes. All the soldiers on the 1,000 steps were wiped out. No matter how fast Huli's eyes were, he only managed to capture 2,000 golden armored soldiers. The remaining 3,000 were swallowed by the little dragons or killed by their tails before he could trigger Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition. Fine. Among the 2,000 soldiers, 3% provided him with 1 to 3 attributes. That means a total of 125 attribute points. It's equivalent to directly upgrading to level 12. Once this attribute value is added, all his attribute values are directly raised to C-, and his physical strength and power attributes are only one step away from being upgraded to C level. This isn't even the novice stage yet. Huli now wants to kill all the exotic beasts in the other 8 states. Among the remaining 97, more than half provided golden armor parts or weapons, and the other small half provided some useless stuff. If all these parts were sold, it would provide him with at least 1 million points. It is equivalent to killing thousands of D-level monsters alone. These attributes and points can be said to be the greatest gains he has gained from entering the dungeon this time. If he wasn't in a hurry to get the first kill, he might as well stay here and brush up his attributes. If he brushes for 49 days, he can directly reach SSS-level in the first copy. Lunchtime was over and the 9 dragon snakes were already waiting on the steps. They looked a little anxious, as if something inside the hall was attracting them. Let's go to the next level first, Huli said as he looked at Luciana. The next level depends on the 2 of us. If you slack off again, you may not be able to pass it. What is slacking off? Luciana was not justified, she looked up and questioned. I wanted to make a move, but you see, I had a chance to make a move. You took it all away. Huli shrugged without saying anything and just climbed up the stairs. Xie Qingwan followed all the way, followed by Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing, and Luciana followed behind Wei Xiaoqing. They called it the rear guard, but in fact they were still afraid of the 9 dragon snakes in front of them. Climbed the stairs. Huli still used Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition to scan the 12 golden men in front of him first. Species, 12 golden men 1. Grade C. Physical strength, 149 C+. Strength, 149 C+. Intelligence, 50 C. Agility, 50 C. Talents, none. Mastered skills, Trample, C. Golden body, C. Note: the golden figures were made by melting a large amount of bronze weapons, and each one weighs 1,000 stones. Bite. Strength +2. Hey! Huli's eyes suddenly lit up. Can this be grabbed? Then let's take a look at it first. As the Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition swept across the 12 golden men, some more metal weapons appeared in front of Huli. He guessed that they were the weapons hidden in the bodies of these golden men when they were cast. There's nothing interesting there, and they're all D-level. Huli simply put all of them on the mall. After the baptism just now, everyone didn't find this scene strange. The moment everyone stepped onto the last step, a crisp sound rang in their ears at the same time. Bite. Main quest refreshed. A-level main mission, breaking the formation. Mission description: all the soldiers in the world are gathered in Xianyang, their arrows are melted down and cast into 12 golden men, weighing 1,000 stones. They are placed in front of the palace to suppress the evildoers. Mission time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Task rewards, cumulative calculation. Mission failed, obliterate. Bang! As the main quest was refreshed, the 12 golden men trembled at the same time and began to move. Start indiscriminately attacking all living beings in the formation. The 9 dragon snakes kept moving around, but they had no way to stop the golden man that weighed 1,000 stones, or nearly 80 tons. They could only rely on their speed and flying advantages to keep dodging. Joke! With C+ level strength, the dragon snake at this stage can be crushed to death with one kick. Wei Shu, Xiao Wan, protect Xiao Qing and keep her away from the formation. Huli rushed towards the formation while looking at Luciana behind him. Luciana, the chance you want is here. I know! Luciana uttered helplessly, but she still immediately activated the power of the gold element to control the actions of those golden men. What a pity! The strength and physique of these golden men are really too strong. Even if he was controlled by the 9 lords, he could still rely on his own will and take corresponding actions. If Luciana's intelligence attribute was a little higher, she would be able to completely control these golden men, and there would be no danger when breaking the formation. Huli glanced behind him. As long as he gives it once, he can increase Luciana's intelligence by more than 6 points, but there is no need. He had done things like breaking through formations dozens of times, if not 100 times, and he was used to it. With Luciana assisting, the success rate is close to 100%. Huli didn't even activate the Dragon Bat Royal Wings behind him. He just moved quickly among the 12 golden men, using his golden pupils to knock on different parts of the golden men's bodies. Yongquan Point, Weizheng Point, Changqiang Point, Yanhuan Point, Mingnen Point, Shongshu Point, Litai Point, Dazhui Point, Fingfu Point, Baihui Point, the temples on both sides. They correspond to the soles of the feet, calves, coccyx, lower back, back heart, middle spine, upper and middle spine, top of the spine, groove at the back of the head, center of the top of the head, and both sides of the top of the head. Along with the buzzing sound of metal colliding, the 12 golden men shattered. What a pity! The destruction of these 12 golden men does not count as a kill, it only counts as breaking the formation. So Huli did not gain any experience or points. Break the formation. Or you can be like Huli, who knows where the opponent's vital point is and touches it in the corresponding way, thus breaking the situation directly. Otherwise, you have to unleash C-level, or even higher level lethality to kill these golden men. When the strategy guide first came out, everyone used the second method. After all, anyone who dared to challenge an S-level copy could not be without C-level combat power. But as more and more people entered the copy, the strategy of this copy began to be gradually improved. Finally, it was discovered by someone that one can break the formation directly by tapping the specific parts of these golden men with the golden pupils. Only by breaking the formation in this way can the rating after completing the copy reach S level, or above, and the rewards will be greater. Relatively speaking, the reward for killing 12 C-level monsters is really not enough. Just after the 12 golden men shattered, the 9 little snakes even gave up swallowing the golden man fragments, and instead rushed directly to the barrier of the next level, constantly hitting the barrier with their bodies and horns on their heads. Looking at the 9 black shadows in the next level, tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. It's finally here! That is the main purpose of his trip. Huli raised his eyes and looked towards the place where the 9 black shadows were, his eyes full of anticipation. The 9 Cauldrons of China. Chapter 35. Those who are willing to offer their heads can put them in the box. You collected the gold from the 9 herdsmen and cast 9 tripods. They were all used to pray to the gods and ghosts. Just the stone tablet engraved with the name of the first emperor contains dragon energy. I'm afraid the 9 Cauldrons of China are filled with dragon energy. Looking at the state of these 9 little guys, I guess my guess was not wrong. However, he did not rush in. Instead, he turned to look at Luciana behind him and asked with concern. How is it? Can you still hold on? Luciana was stunned. Huli's sudden concern obviously has ulterior motives. She subconsciously took a step back, ready to turn around and leave at any time. What are you going to do? It's okay, it's just the next level. Maybe I'll give you more chances. Luciana now wants to be reborn and go back to talk back to what she said before. What does it mean to have no chance to take action? Just the opportunity that just fell on her head almost made her die of exhaustion. Even if it is an SSS-level talent, there are limitations on its use. With her attributes barely at D-, controlling 12 sea-level monsters at once is already the limit of the limit. If the 12 golden men had not moved slowly enough, she would not have achieved such a good effect. Seeing how serious Huli is, I'm afraid that I'll need to put in more effort than this in the future. How? Before Luciana could speak, Huli said. Miss Lu, you can't stand it anymore? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. No wonder. Luciana also laughed and said, Captain, you are capable and should do more work. Anyone who talks too much is a dog. Well then. Huli stretched out his right hand. Give me the jade eye, and you don't have to do anything in the next level. Luciana's heart suddenly started to alarm. She had noticed something was wrong long before. If the mission fails, those holding the golden pupils and jade pupils will be killed directly, but Huli still holds the golden pupils, which is obviously profitable. In addition, he just used the golden pupil to break the formation, so the importance of the golden pupil and the jade pupil is self-evident. Now he wants to take away Yutong. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She is not Wei Shu or Wei Xiaoqing, and she is not paying for her life, so why should she give it to him? How about forgetting it? Luciana took a step forward and said, Actually, I can still hold on for a while. Breaking the formation or something like that is no problem. Did someone talk too much just now? Huli asked with a chuckle. Luciana said without hesitation. Wang! Although he knew that this guy had no moral integrity, Huli was still speechless. Okay, I'll give you one more chance. Huli uttered helplessly, and had to call the little snakes back to start cleaning up the golden man fragments on the ground. At the same time, he also told everyone what to pay attention to. After you enter the range of the 9 cauldrons, as long as your physical strength is above 30, you will not be affected by negative effects and can move freely. At the same time, the 9 cauldrons will simultaneously activate a summoning skill. 10 minutes later, a random general from history will appear. His overall ability is between B and A-. After the hidden tasks, his overall ability will rise by 1 level, which means the lowest is B and the highest is A. During these 10 minutes, we can resonate by identifying the 9 cauldrons. Every time we identify one, we can weaken the opponent's combat power by 5%. Leave this to me. After the weakening, the general's combat power is about C+ to B+. If it is B, we can barely win with all our combat power. If it's B-, you can pass it easily. Etc. Luciana frowned and asked, What if it's B+? Then it depends on fate. Huli smiled bitterly. The projection of a general was strength of B+ level, which is a level before being weakened. He has been clearing the Earth Kingdom copy for so long, but he has only encountered it once. God of Killing by Qi. That time, 3 members of the team were killed, and he and Lu Yuna used an S-level item, the escape scroll, to leave the dungeon. Beat? With the current configuration, it's a 50-50 split at best. In just 5 seconds, Bai Qi opened the skulls of the 5 of them. But most of the people here are future people on the heavenly ranking, so their luck can't be that bad, right? Let me first talk about how to handle a B-level situation. Those who possess the Jade Eyes can protect 2 other people within the range and are immune to the other party's hatred lock. Wei Shu, Xiaoqing, the 2 of you follow Luciana. Luciana will attack from a distance, while Xiao Wan and I will attack and control from close range. The 9 dragon snakes will roam around the battlefield and occasionally spit out dragon flames. When that happens, Luciana, remember to buff them. Did you understand everything? Everyone nodded. In a team of 5, there are actually only 3 people who can rely on output. Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing are like the bosses who just do nothing and win, so they just need to stay there quietly. Luciana then realized that she had been tricked again. Even if the jade pupil was not in her own hands, I'm afraid Huli would force it on her. Only she could play the role of long-range output. If she was taken away by Huli, he and Xie Qingwan could output at close range without any worries, but the other 3 people would probably be wiped out. Well, let's go! Huli stepped forward and stepped into the area where the 9 cauldrons were. Buzz! The 9 cauldrons echoed, and the buzzing sound instantly exploded in my ears. Detecting that you are under pressure from the 9 cauldrons, judging. The physical strength value is higher than 30, the judgment is successful. You will be immune to this pressure. Bite. Main quest refreshed. A-level main task, aspire for the throne. Mission description: if you want to be the emperor, you must aspire for the throne. Mission time, none. Task rewards, cumulative calculation. Mission failed, obliterate. This is the only mission in this round that has no time limit. The reason is simple. If you fail to recognize the 9 cauldrons and name them one by one within 10 minutes, the 9 cauldrons will be summoned one more time for every cauldron you failed to name. At most, everyone will have to face 9 B-level generals one after another. If they fail to deal with the previous one within 10 minutes, they may even have to face multiple generals at the same time. Unless all 5 members of the team are at C+ or above, no one would dare to deliberately kill the boss for fun. Just when the task reminder sounded, a cloud of hazy light suddenly appeared above the 9 cauldrons. 10 minutes later, projections of military generals will emerge from this mass of hazy light. Yuzhou Ding, Qingzhou Ding, Shuzhou Ding, Yangzhou Ding, Jingzhou Ding, Liangzhou Ding, Yongzhou Ding, Jizhou Ding, Yanzhou Ding. Huli immediately uttered the real names of the 9 tripods in front of him one by one. Every time one is spit out, it will cause a buzzing sound. After 9 buzzing sounds, the ball of hazy light became noticeably dimmer. A moment later, the 9 little snakes then crawled into the 9 ancient tripods respectively. The bodies of several small snakes swelled to a degree visible to the naked eye, and even the hazy light began to gradually dim. Can it be reduced? This is great news. Now, only Huli has barely reached C-level strength. If a B-level person pops out among them, he will really have a headache. If we can reduce it by another 5%, or even 10%, it will be much easier. A B-level heroic spirit with C-level strength can still obtain B-level rewards after killing an enemy. The difference is self-evident. Time passes by every second. 10 minutes, here we go. The ball of light condensed instantly. A man in white stepped out into the air, holding a long spear in his hand, and stepped out. His eyes flashed, and he glanced at the people in front of him, then spoke softly. Those who are willing to offer their heads can put them in the box themselves. Chapter 36. After sleeping for a long time, you should take a bath. Bai Qi. God of Death Bai Qi. This guy is not a character with a scythe in a game, but a killing god who beheaded more than 400,000 people. In terms of martial arts ability, he may not be as good as the later Jiandong Xiangyu and Lu Bu, but in terms of murderous intent, throughout history, he is unique. How did I come across such a thing? Even if it is a projection, it is definitely not something they can do at this stage. Almost at the same time, everyone present turned to look at Huli, wanting to know from him what to do next. Call! Huli let out a breath. There was no other way at this moment. Or fight to the death and see if you can kill Bai Qi. Or die. With Yutong in hand, maybe, there is still a chance. Huli immediately sent out, Eye of True Vision Deprivation version, and Bai Qi's panel immediately popped up in front of him. Name Bai Qi. Grade A. Physical strength, 700 B+. Strength, 680 B+. Intelligence, 630 B+. Agility, 560 B. Talents, SS-level talent killing domain, SS-level talent command of arms. Skills Fang Tian, A Kai D, A, summoning spirits B. Note: 420,000 wronged souls are haunted, and millions of heroic souls are following. Bite. Strength plus 10. A lavender prompt flashed. Hu Li's heart just showed a hint of joy, but before he could come to his senses, a sound of breaking air rang in his ears. He had no time to hide, as the dragon bat king wings behind him suddenly spread out, lifting him into the air, and he barely avoided the attack. Demon? Bai Qi frowned and spat out a word, his tone cold. Kill! The words fell. His body turned into a white shadow, flashed in front of the halberd, grasped the halberd, and leaped towards Hu Li. The speed was so fast that Hu Li couldn't dodge it at all. Fine. Lu Xian'er took action in time. A light blue gust of wind rose from under Bai Qi's feet, holding him in place for a moment. The long spear also brushed past the bat wings behind Hu Li. Unfortunately, she only controlled it for a moment. What's going on? Lu Xian'er couldn't help but exclaimed. B level? B plus. Hu Li immediately hid in a corner, trying to stay away from Bai Qi. Long-range attack, spend some time with him. There is still a chance. After he escaped in his previous life, he asked Lu Yuner about Bai Qi's specific attributes. If I remember correctly, Bai Qi's original attributes should be 1,972, 700, and 800 respectively. Based on this attribute, a 45% reduction and a 20% increase means that the total reduction should be 25%. But now, his attributes have been reduced by 30%. 5% more than expected. There is only one possibility. When the 9 dragon snakes absorb the dragon energy, the strength of the projection will also be weakened. Now, the 9 little snakes are still in the 9 cauldrons. If this weakening effect can be stacked 5 times, no, 4 times. Just 4 more times will weaken Bai Qi to level B strength, and then they will still have a chance. Clang! There was another buzzing explosion. Bai Qi's halberd had already landed in front of Lu Xian'er. He flashed over, with a height of about 1.9 meters, looking down at Lu Xian'er and the people behind her. A pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, and thin lips slightly opened. Since you are holding the jade pupil, I will spare your life. If you help the demon tribe again, you will be killed. The words fell. Bai Qi turned around again, and without paying any attention to Hu Li who was flying in the air, he walked towards Xie Qingwan. What the hell? Lu Xian'er didn't dare to attack again, but asked Hu Li. The effect of this jade pupil is a one-time effect. It shouldn't be like that. It's hard to say. Don't take action unless it's necessary. Hu Li had only met Bai Qi once, and he didn't find Yutong that time, so he couldn't make a judgment. As for the others who met Bai Qi, as far as he knew, in the past 10 years, no one who had successfully passed the Earth Country copy had ever encountered Bai Qi. Or maybe all the teams that encountered Bai Qi were wiped out. Hu Li frowned, seeing that Bai Qi was about to walk in front of Xie Qingwan. He did not dare to hesitate at all and directly threw Immortal Fireball Deprivation version at him. Boom! Bai Qi waved his hand and knocked the fireball aside. The azure flames attached to his white clothes and, like maggots on the tarsal bones, began to gnaw at his white cloak bit by bit. This is also considered a hit. Intelligence plus 6. Another successful deprivation. With this confirmation, Hu Li also had a new understanding of deprivation. As the level of the deprived object increases, the deprived attribute value will also increase. This is a great thing. If he could survive, he would definitely pull Bai Qi bald. Come on! He still had 5 fireballs in total, and he threw them all out at once. Agility plus 7. S-level item, Tiger Talisman plus 1. Physical strength plus 10. SS talent killing domain plus 1. Shipped. Hu Li did not have time to look at the specific uses of the SS-level talent killing domain and the S-level item Tiger Talisman. Fearing that this god of killing would be enraged, he hurriedly put the Tiger Talisman in his arms. At the same time, Xie Qingwan, who was in front of Bai Qi, immediately rushed to Hu Li's side and stared at Bai Qi from a distance. After 5 fireballs exploded, Bai Qi didn't move at all, just stood there and took all the fireballs. Balls of azure flames attached to his white clothes, but did not cause any harm to him. After all, he is a terrifying existence with a physical strength of 700. With Hu Li's intelligence of 73, it is impossible to cause any substantial harm to him unless he has a perverted SSS-level talent like Jiu Zun. Even if there is, it's only a little. Oh. Seeing this, Bai Qi just sneered. He raised his eyes to look at Hu Li. Is that all? Without waiting for Hu Li's response, he tore off his white shirt, revealing his ferocious muscles. Normally, a general like this would have more or less scars on his body, but on Bai Qi's body, you can't even see any scars at all. Come again! Bai Qi took a step forward and laughed out loud. You have been sleeping for a long time, you should take a bath! Lu Xiena's eyes turned, and she quietly created a fire plus wind tornado from behind and threw it directly at Bai Qi. Amidst the red, Bai Qi turned and looked at Lu Xiena. Hey! You were the one who said you wanted to take a bath! Lu Xiena immediately said. I'm helping you. You can't repay kindness with hatred. Bai Qi sneered again and ignored Lu Xiena. He just walked towards the Black Panther in front of him against the fire tornado. That's just him. In the previous life, among the 5 people led by Hu Li, only 3 had C-level strength, 1 was D+, and 1 was a support like him. After entering this level, facing Bai Qi who had top B+ level strength, he should have been killed instantly. But Bai Qi not only did not take action directly, but instead seemed to be teasing everyone, slowly killing them one by one. This gave Hu Li and Lu Yuna a chance to escape. Today, Bai Qi is still like this. He was enjoying the purest pleasure of killing. Bang! One punch! Bai Qi raised his hand and used just one punch to dissipate the fire tornado. He shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. So weak! It's better for you to enter reincarnation as soon as possible. The words fell. The halo above the 9 Cauldrons was reduced again. Chapter 37, The Realm of the God of Death, Open. Bai Qi frowned instantly. He clearly felt that his strength had decreased a lot. At the same time, Hu Li's pupils lit up, and he used the Eye of True Vision to scan Bai Qi again. Really? His attributes were reduced by 5% based on the A level. Intelligence has been reduced to level B, only physical strength and power are still at level B+. With just one more reduction, his physical strength and power will drop to level B. By then, whether it is his own black gold ancient sword or Lu Xiena's 9 statues, they will be able to cause damage to the opponent. Now, as long as I find an opportunity to get close to him, maybe I can continue to deprive him of his attributes and speed up the process. That's right. Killing Zone. While Bai Qi was thinking, Hu Li also checked his newly acquired SS-level talent. Talent, Killing Zone. Level SS. Effect. After deployment, all enemies can be pulled into your territory, reducing all enemy attributes by 10% and increasing all your attributes by 10%. If the number of enemies exceeds 10, each additional person will reduce the enemy's attributes by 1% and increase your own attributes by 1%, up to a maximum of 50%. Duration 1 minute. Cooling time 24 hours. Note, come on, call all the people in your truckload of bread to me. I won't fight if there are less than 50 of them. Hiss. It is worthy of being an SS-level talent. This thing is completely customized for killing monsters. That is to say, the Earth Country copy only allows 5 people to enter. If there are 50 people, I'm afraid that even if an A-level person comes, they will be killed by Bai Qi. It seems that you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Bai Qi spoke calmly, tilting the halberd in his hand. What a pity, they are all villains! One hit. The opponent directly attacked the weakest Xie Qingwan. Without hesitation, she transformed into a black panther and wandered around on the ground. In a flash, Hu Li swooped down to her side and gave her the evolved Dragon Bat King wings. The black panther suddenly grew wings on its back and also came into the air. As the saying goes, high hit low, hit silly bi silent word. As long as Bai Qi can't fly, his means of attack are extremely limited, and he can only attack by throwing his halberd. At this time, Hu Li also quickly gave his talents to the killing domain. Eye of True Vision Deprivation version, plus, killing domain, equals, Eye of Killing Domain Deprivation version. Eternal Fireball Deprivation version, plus, Killing Zone, equals, Flame of Killing Zone Deprivation version. Black Gold Ancient Sword, plus, Deprivation, equals, Black Gold Ancient Sword Deprivation version. Black Gold Ancient Sword Deprivation version, plus, Killing Domain, equals, Killing Domain Blade Deprivation version. Boundless, plus, Killing Domain, equals, SS-level talent Killing God Domain, evolvable. Except for Sea God Godhead, and Dragon Bat Royal Wings, which cannot be combined with Killing Domain, all other talents have been granted. Huli also checked for omissions and combined the Black Gold Ancient Sword with Deprivation. Nowadays, anyone who is injured by the Black Gold Ancient Sword has a certain probability of being deprived of it. Unfortunately, it's just a certain probability. Otherwise, he could have been a fish-cutting master in the ocean apocalypse. Even a tiny cut from the knife would allow him to surpass the top. Huli took a look at the new domain of the God of Death and was immediately delighted. Talent, God of Death Realm Deprivation version. Level SS. Experience value 0/1000000. Effect. After deployment, all enemies can be pulled into your territory, reducing all enemy attributes by 10% and increasing all your attributes by 10%. If the number of enemies exceeds 10, each additional person will reduce the enemy's attributes by 1% and increase your own attributes by 1%, up to a maximum of 50%. You can also release the Killing Domain Blade and Killing Domain Flame at will in the Killing God domain. Each release will have a forced cooling time of 1 second. After the Killing God domain is activated, the Killing Domain I will be forcibly activated, locking the opponent's range and becoming immune to all illusions. Duration 1 minute. Cooling time 24 hours. Hidden effect. Every time you kill an enemy in the Killing God domain, you can accumulate 1 experience point. Note, come on, call all the people in your truckload of bread to me. I won't fight if there are less than 50 of them. It is an SS-level talent that combines 2 SSS-level talents and 2 S-level talents. The terrifying extent of its power is naturally self-evident. But now is not the time to activate the Killing Zone. With his current attribute values, even if he activated the Killing Zone, reduced Bai Chi's attributes by 10% and increased his own attributes by 10%, he would only be the lowest C level against the top B level. Not stable enough. It would be better to wait until Bai Chi is weakened by another 5%. Calculating the time just now, only 3 minutes have passed at most. At worst, we can just wait another 3 minutes. As for the strange beast's beard with near-death level 1 in his arms, he had no way of touching Bai Chi, so he had no way of using it. While Huli was thinking, Bai Chi took advantage of the moment when the halberd fell from the air, jumped up, stepped on the halberd to gain leverage, and leaped into the air. How dare you be distracted when fighting me? 1 punch. It hit Huli directly in the face. A force of up to 621 points hit Huli directly in the face. Fine. He is also wearing the S-level item Abyss. With this punch, the Abyss trembled. Although the force was weakened a bit, Huli was still smashed to the ground. If he hadn't been protected by the Abyss, he would never have been able to fight these guys in close combat. The Dragon Bat King's wings were smashed into Huli's body, and he lay on the ground. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and fell right next to the long spear. If he had been off by 1 centimeter, he would have been pierced through by the halberd. Huli tilted his head slightly, and a shot of Eye of True Vision Deprivation version landed on the halberd. Bite. A-level item, Breaking Army Halberd +1. He had used the Eye of True Vision on this weapon more than once, but this was the first time he succeeded in depriving it of its power. I guess this deprivation will only take effect when Bai Chi does not hold the halberd. Bang! Bai Chi landed. He came in front of Huli, looking down at him, and slowly shook his head. You are obviously a human, but you have to use the things of a monster. Reflect on this in your next life. Bai Chi grasped the Pajuan halberd and was about to pull it out, but found that he couldn't pull it out. Weapons that do not belong to him will naturally not be used. It doesn't matter if it's something from a monster or a human, As long as it works. Hu Li stood up, smiling as if he was making fun of Bai Qi. It's better than you not being able to even lift your own weapon. Oh. Bai Qi sneered, and simply let go of the broken army halberd, clenching his right fist. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. A punch hits down. At this distance, and with this amount of damage, it would be useless even if the killing zone was activated. Hu Li held the strange beast's beard in his right hand, having already stripped away the near-death LV1 from it, and was ready to take this opportunity to attach it to Bai Qi. Take a gamble. As long as near-death therapy works, everything will be fine. But the next moment, Bai Qi in front of him disappeared instantly. Hu Li turned his head and saw Wei Shu holding Bai Qi's waist. With the dual blessing of Lu Xiena's wind attribute and yang attribute, he carried Bai Qi away. With Wei Shu's strength, he naturally couldn't withstand Bai Qi's punch, but it was still easy for him to resist a strong man weighing less than 150 pounds. But this move is so stupid. Retreat quickly. Hu Li stood up, grasped the Pejuan halberd with his backhand, and wanted to rush forward, but he was seriously injured and it was difficult to do so. Bai Qi grabbed Wei Shu's neck with his backhand, but did not twist it off directly. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lu Xiena in the distance. Yutong is in Wei Shu's hand. I've already told you that Yutong only has one chance. Damn it, it's too late. Can't wait for the second nerf. The realm of the god of death, open! Hu Li uttered 3 words, and a dark white area instantly unfolded. A touch of white bones colored the sky and earth, enveloping Hu Li and Bai Qi. Wei Shu was judged as a target outside the killing range and bounced directly out of Bai Qi's hand. Come! Hu Li held on to the broken army halberd, holding on tightly, and looked at Bai Qi in front of him. I want to see how hard the bones of you, the Lord of Wuan, are. Chapter 38. Kill Bai Qi. The words fell. The eyes of the killer, the flames of the killer, and the blades of the killer are triggered at the same time. A huge dark golden pupil hung high in the air, its eyes moving and locked on Bai Qi in front of it. One after another, eerie and pale fireballs were thrown from all directions of the killing god's domain. The shadow of the knife turned into a tornado, and every time a breeze blew by, there was a chance of sword attack. Call! Hu Li exhaled a breath, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Physical strength +7. Strength +1. B-level skill, summoning spirit +1. Agility +4. B-level item, Butian military boots +1. Intelligence +10. SS-level talent, command +1. As densely packed prompt boxes suddenly popped up in front of his eyes, new attributes were constantly added, and his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, every second that passes, 2 deprivations will be successfully triggered. 60 seconds, that's a full 120 times. Taking into account that the eye of the god of death will be forcibly triggered once, that means there will be 121 deprivations. Not to mention Bai Qi, even if it was a god descending to the world, if he failed to break through this killing god's domain in time, he would probably be left with nothing but his underwear when he got out. Thief! Bai Qi roared angrily. Amid the sparks and the flash of swords, he was even able to stand up and look at Hu Li in front of him. What did you do to me? You've already called me a thief, what else can I do? With the support of the realm of the god of death and the friendly sponsorship of angel investor Bai Qi, Hu Li was now able to stand up. He turned around and admired the broken army halberd. Your halberd is good, but it's mine now. Yours? Let's see if you can get it alive. Bai Qi reached for his waist, as if looking for something, but found nothing. Are you looking for this? Hu Li took out the S-level item, the tiger talisman, put the rope on his index finger, and spun it around as if for fun. Xiao Bai. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but how can you just throw away something as important as the tiger talisman? Well, luckily I found it. If someone else saw it, they might return it to you. Court death! Bai Qi is really angry. He stepped on the tiptoes, smashed through the fireball and the knife light with his body, and rushed towards Hu Li. Fortunately, Hu Li was quick-witted. He immediately put away the tiger talisman, dodged Bai Chi's attack by moving sideways, and dodged the opponent's fist with ease. It was as if he could see through all his actions and predict them directly. This is the effect of the eyes of the god of death. As long as Bai Chi is still in the realm of the god of death, every move of the opponent will be locked and predicted. Even in Hu Li's mind, all possible action trajectories will be simulated for judgment. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Bai Chi only attacked and did not defend, allowing the fireballs and sword lights to hit him. He just stood in front of Hu Li and punched him one after another. Hu Li didn't move either, but just twisted his body to avoid Bai Chi's punch. With his agility less than C+, he was able to dodge a punch from someone with agility of B-. The two men stood in front of the broken army halberd, one attacking and one dodging, until 50 seconds passed. It's almost time. With the enhancement of the killing god realm, Hu Li's physical strength and power finally reached the standard of using the broken army halberd. He casually drew out the broken army halberd and thrust it out in the midst of the fire. Bai Chi put down his fist and guard against it. But when the halberd fell, it still pierced his shoulder blade. Mr. Wuan. Hu Li took a step forward and looked at the projection of Bai Chi, who was looking frustrated in front of him. Your bones are not that hard. Bai Chi didn't say anything, he just held the halberd and rushed forward. The Pijuan halberd completely pierced his left shoulder, and he took the opportunity to come in front of Hu Li and put one hand on the back of his hand holding the halberd. Oh no! Hu Li's heart trembled, and he wanted to let go of the halberd. But Bai Chi's strength was still above his, and he could still dodge other parts of his body, but his right hand could not move at all. 1 punch! Bai Chi traded his life for injury and punched Hu Li's right arm. Click! With a crisp explosion. Hu Li's right arm was completely broken, and at the same time a status prompt appeared above his head. Broken arm LV3 plus 1. Broken arm LV3, strength attribute -30%. Etc. This broken arm, is it also considered a status? That's easy. Hu Li gritted his teeth and endured the pain. His left hand flashed white light and he punched Bai Chi in the face. Broken arm LV3 granted. As a white light flashed, Bai Chi's right arm broke instantly. Hu Li took the opportunity to withdraw. The realm of the god of death is over. As the chill faded away, Xie Qingwan immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Hu Li. Lu Xian'er was already hiding in the distance, and the 9 lords were ready. Even Wei Shu was ready to rush forward and fight with Bai Chi. It's not because of Hu Li, but because of Wei Shaoqing. He knew clearly that the only one who could take Wei Shaoqing out of here was Hu Li. Even if he died, Hu Li could not die. Don't worry. Hu Li uttered 2 words but did not call on everyone to take action. At this moment, Bai Chi is no longer a threat. Calling the 9 Cauldrons -45% of the attribute, swallowing the dragon snake's breath -10%, taking into account the current broken arm -30%, the shoulder piercing injury -10%, even if the hidden task is opened, the increase of 20%, now Bai Chi's strength attribute is only 25%. Adding the 62 points of strength that Hu Li stole from him, Bai Chi now only has 181 points of strength left. With this value, even the defense of the abyss cannot be broken. What are you afraid of? Bai Chi frowned and remained silent. Even though his left shoulder was pierced by the Pijuan halberd and his right hand was completely broken, it did not affect the murderous aura on him at all. He just looked at Hu Li in front of him. After staring for a long time, he sneered. Oh. Why are you laughing? Hu Li couldn't help but feel confused and a little uneasy. Could it be that this person has some trick up his sleeve? Just wanted to laugh. Bai Chi's eyes were full of scrutiny, without any resentment, but with a hint of appreciation. Remember to keep the tiger talisman, and I will come to get it back from you. Wait. Retrieve? What do you mean? Hu Li's pupils trembled. Although I know that the Bai Chi in front of me is not the real person but just a projection, his real body should also be visible. The word take back is a bit too scary. Faced with Hu Li's doubts, Bai Chi did not answer, but raised his left hand, hammered his chest, and shattered himself. As a killing god, it is only right for him to kill himself. Why would he leave himself for others to kill? Click. Bai Chi's shadow shattered. Fortunately, even if Bai Chi died himself, the reward for the kill would fall on Huli. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for killing the A-level general Bai Chi's projection. Experience value plus 100,000, points plus 1 million. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for successfully reaching level 9, free attribute points plus 40. Please go to the panel to allocate them in time. 100,000 experience points, 1 million points. This is the reward for killing an A-level general. Certainly. These are all accessories. The real good stuff is hidden in the panel. Huli immediately opened his panel, evenly distributed the 40 attribute points obtained from the upgrade, and began to check the attributes. You won't know until you see it. Once you see it. Huli was so happy that he almost fainted. Chapter 39, Half Dragon. Survivor, Huli. Survival level 9. Distance to next upgrade, 350,000/500,000. Physique, 161 C+. Strength, 166 C+. Intelligence, 163 C+. Agility, 167 C+. Master Talents, Grant, SSS, Deprive, SSS, Eye of True Vision, SSS, Domain of Killing God, SS, Master of Arms, SS, Black Gold Ancient Sword, S, Eternal Fireball, S, Transformed into Dragon with Blood, S, Dragon Bat Royal Wings, B. Skills, Fang Tian, A, Reclaiming the Earth, A, Summoning Spirits, B. This skill is different from talent. In order to use the skill, there are conditions for use. For example, Fang Tian and Kai Di both need to be equipped with the Jun Ji before they can be used, while Chuan Ling needs to be equipped with Hu Fu. Fang Tian and Kai Di are both damaging skills that can perform dual judgments of strength and physical strength within a range, causing large area damage. The former is beheading, and the latter is breaking the formation. However, with Huli's current physical strength and power attributes, without the enhancement of the realm of the God of Death, he is not yet able to use the Broken Army Halberd, so he can only watch with envy for the time being. As for the summoner, Huli's scalp suddenly went numb when he looked at the skill description. Skill, Summoning Spirits. Rank B. Usage conditions, equipped with a Tiger Talisman, an intelligence attribute is above level B. Effect. After use, you can randomly summon a hero you have seen to fight for you, and its attribute value does not exceed your attribute value. Duration 1 minute. Cooling time, 24 hours. Note: who says I have no clothes? I share the same robe with you. Have you seen a heroic spirit? Needless to say, Huli has only seen one heroic spirit, Bai Chi. If he activates this skill, wouldn't it be 100% certain that he would summon a Bai Chi with the same attributes as himself? He didn't even dare to imagine how desperate their opponents would be if the Killing God's domain and the Killing domain were activated at the same time. Certainly. Huli didn't dare to think about what would happen if the summoned Bai Chi disobeyed his orders and stabbed him in the kidney. Forget it. Anyway, the intelligence attribute is not up to standard now, so let's just ignore it for now. As for the SS-level talent military control, it is even more outrageous. Talent, Command of Soldiers. Level SS. Passive effect, all your friendly units will have all their attributes increased by 10% when fighting with you. Note, gentlemen, follow me and charge. Although this talent is not suitable for use in conjunction with other talents, the passive effect alone can bring nearly 10% gain to Xie Qingwan, the 9 snakes, and even his teammates. This is a percentage gain. Now they only have dozens of attribute points, so the gain is only a few points, but if their attribute points reach 3 digits or even 4 digits, the gain will be terrifying. Not to mention, this talent cannot be used in combination with other talents, but it can be combined with a panacea feature. Boundless. After Huli bestowed boundlessness on Zhang Bing also possessed the characteristics of growth. Although it requires the amplification of 1 million different units to upgrade, at least there is a possibility of upgrading to SSS-level talent. The difference between the two is not a little bit. Huli felt completely exhausted and slumped on the spot, but the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than AK's. As Bai Qi disappeared, the mission completed reminder sounded. Lu Xiener and a few others also bravely came forward. Lu Xiener simply squatted beside Hu Li and asked softly, "Hey, how did you do that? Want to know?" After Hu Li upgraded, his injuries were forcibly refreshed and healed. Now he is just waiting for the 9 little snakes to come out of the cauldron. When I was in a good mood, I naturally felt like joking. He turned to look at Lu Xiener. "Let me take a look at what you look like, and I'll tell you." "Forget it, I'm afraid it will scare you." Lu Xiener turned her head away as she spoke, but her eyes were still full of curiosity. "That's an A reduced to a B+. Just kill him if you say so?" "The disaster has only started for 2 days. No, it's almost 3 days. Is it really so outrageous?" "Brother Hu Li, are you okay?" Wei Xiaoqing also came up at this moment. "Just now your energy seemed to be about to disappear." "It's all right now." Hu Li smiled and rubbed Wei Xiaoqing's head. "Good boy, we have passed this level, and nothing will be difficult for us in the future. Don't worry." Wei Xiaoqing nodded heavily. As the owner of the power of vision, she can clearly judge who is malicious towards her and who is truly kind to her. Hu Li is obviously the latter. Although he was filled with resentment and murderous intent, Wei Xiaoqing could still glimpse a hint of subtle kindness from these auras. Especially when facing her, this kindness is the purest. Just like her brother. "So what do we do next?" Lu Xiener also came over. "Go to the next level? This level has almost killed us. Won't the next level be extremely terrifying?" "Wait a minute," Hu Li said unhappily. "I think I'm the only one who's half dead here, right? Summarize it." Lu Xiener immediately flattered him. "The captain can hold up half the sky, and you alone account for most of our team's combat power. If you are half dead, doesn't that mean we are half dead too?" Hu Li rolled his eyes and didn't say much, just explained to everyone. "The next level is called Emperor Execution. In terms of difficulty, it is higher than this level." Lu Xiener couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "But that's just in the conventional sense," Hu Li continued. "The difficulty of Emperor Zhu is fixed, and there is only one boss to face the first emperor. His initial strength is A+. After being strengthened through hidden missions, it will reach S-. But we still have the Golden Eye and the Jade Eye. After entering the last stage, these 2 items will take away 1/3 of the first emperor's power, transforming into the young and middle-aged forms of the first emperor respectively. Together with the old-age form that originally guarded the stage, there will be 3 bosses in total. The original S-level first emperor will be weakened and transformed into 3 B-level bosses. They will not attack at the same time, but will change from a young man with jade eyes, to a middle-aged man with golden eyes, and finally to an old man. The original difficulty of this level is that the young Emperor Qin Shi Huang leads the 5,000 soldiers who have climbed the stairs to attack at the same time. After they successfully behead them, they enter the second round. The middle-aged Emperor Qin Shi Huang brings the 12 golden men into the battle and charges together with the 5,000 soldiers who were not killed in the first level. There's no need to talk about the third round. In his old age, the first emperor summoned the 9 Cauldrons and called upon the heroic spirits to lead the army into battle. If we reach this last level directly from the Mercury Sea, and the Emperor summons Bai Qi when he is vying for the throne, we will definitely die. Even if Bai Qi is not summoned, it will still be difficult. But now that we have broken through 3 levels in a row, it means we only need to face a B-level boss and decapitate it. After these words were spoken, Lu Xiener and others were also frightened. If Hu Li hadn't led the way in this copy, and someone had broken in for no reason and opened the hidden copy, I'm afraid all 5 B-level characters would have died here. Even in a normal copy, you need more than 5 C+ to break through. But then again, Hu Li, how do you know so many details about the copies? Could it be that he had done it once in his previous life? But that's also B-level strength, Wei Shu said from the side. Just now Bai Qi was B+ and almost wiped us out, and now you. He didn't finish his words. Wei Shu noticed that Hu Li was looking at him, and immediately shut up and stopped talking. If it were in the past, Hu Li might have ignored Wei Shu and just let him wait and see. But since he dared to rush over and hug Bai Chi just now, then in Hu Li's heart, he is one of his own. Naturally, he wouldn't be too cold when facing his own people. Rest assured. Hu Li smiled and looked at the 9 Cauldrons. We just now had a trump card that we didn't use. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked up at the 9 Cauldrons in front of them. The 9 tripods seemed to sense the weight of the gaze and suddenly made a crisp, shattering sound. Click. Accompanied by a crack along the line. A dragon snake swam out from each of the 9 tripods. No! They should not be called Jiao snakes anymore, now they should be called half-dragons. Chapter 40. Kneel down, kowtow, and I will leave your body intact. The half-dragon's body has suddenly expanded, and its size has reached over 20 meters. Although they have not completely shed their snake form, the snake head has now grown 2 horns, giving off a strange appearance. When this snake head truly transforms into a dragon head, they will become pseudo-dragons. As for the real dragon above the fake dragon, it's still early. In the previous life, the dragon blood snake took a year to become a half-dragon, 3 years to become a pseudo-dragon, and it was not until the 9th year that it became a true dragon. It's been almost a year since Hu Li came here, so there's no need to rush for other things. Hu Li opened the Eye of True Vision and scanned the 9.5 dragons in front of him, and he had a clear idea in his mind. This copy is stable. Species, half-dragon. Grade C. Physical strength, 173 C+. Strength, 150 C+. Intelligence, 148 C. Agility, 137 C. Talents, transform into a dragon with blood, S. Eternal dragon flame, S. Dragon bat royal wings, B. Mastered skills, smash, E. Fawn, E. Entanglement, F. Note, half-dragon body, half-python soul. All 9 half-dragons have reached C-level strength, and their strength and stamina attributes have reached C+ level. It's just a pity that they have too few skills, otherwise these 9 half-dragons alone would be enough to sweep the next level. Is this still a snake? Lu Xian'er hid behind Xie Qingwan, poked her head out and looked timidly at what was in front of her. As soon as they heard the word snake, the 9.5 dragons turned their heads and stared at her with their 18 golden eyes. Lu Xian'er took a breath of cold air and immediately buried her head behind Xie Qingwan, shouting loudly. I'm sorry! I was wrong! That's what this guy is like. He has no control over his mouth, and he gives in quickly. It's stable now, let's go! Hu Li chuckled and let the 9 half-dragons take the lead. He followed behind and walked towards the hall. After 99 steps, everyone came to the temple. As a strange beast, the half-dragon couldn't push open the door of the hall and could only hover outside the hall to make way for Hu Li. Hu Li stepped forward and pushed the door open with both hands. A burst of golden light suddenly exploded before his eyes. The hall is 50 meters wide and 90 meters long, and is extremely spacious. But when he raised his eyes, he saw the first emperor sitting on the throne, like a real dragon hovering above the hall. He was wearing a black dragon robe and had a sword at his waist. When he saw someone breaking into the hall, he slowly stood up, drew out the 4-foot green sword, and pointed the blade directly at the people in front of the hall. If you don't bow before the emperor, you deserve to be killed! The words fell. The golden and jade pupils on Hu Li and Lu Xian'er flew out at the same time and landed in front of the palace, instantly transforming into the young and middle-aged appearance of the first emperor. Bite. Main quest refreshed. A-level main mission, execute the emperor hidden version. Mission description, successfully kill the young emperor, the middle-aged emperor, and the old emperor. Mission time, none. Task rewards, cumulative calculation. Mission failed, obliterate. The 3 emperors were arranged in a triangular shape, and the young first emperor stepped forward and glared at them. Kill! Logically speaking, when the young Qin Shi Huang uttered these words, 5,000 soldiers would appear in front of him and rush towards the crowd like a wave. But now, the picture seems a bit abrupt and embarrassing. The young Qin Shi Huang was stunned by the scene in front of him. Be good! Don't be afraid! Hu Li chuckled and stepped forward, dragging the black gold ancient knife across the floor tiles, leaving a spark. I'll be a little gentler. Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition, open. Name, Gongzijing. Grade S. Stamina, 450B. Strength, 458B. Intelligence, 580B. Agility, 460B. Talents, SSS-level Talent Destiny, S-level Talent Conqueror, S-level Talent Command, S-level Talent Foresight. Skills, none. Note O. O. All of them. Intelligence plus 13. Improved again. The attributes that were previously deprived of A level by Chi could only add 10 points at most. Facing an S-level existence, the number suddenly increased by 13 points. This improvement is not a small amount. What a pity. Now that the Killing God's domain has cooled down, and there is no stockpile of eternal fireballs, the probability of using the black gold longsword to deprive it is extremely low. There is no way to get any wool from you. It's better to make a quick decision. Get started! 2 words fell. Luciana threw a ball of thunder casually. Immediately afterwards, 9.5 dragons suddenly grew wings on their backs and swooped down. Huli did not dare to be careless. He rushed forward with the black gold ancient sword in his hand, looking for an opportunity to strike out in the gap. Although the SS-level talent, Command of Weapons, improves the attributes by 10%, each of these half-dragons only has the strength of a top-level C+ grade beast. Facing a B-level human, even if it is an auxiliary B-level human, it is still a bit difficult. But if we add Luciana who assists remotely, and Huli who is ready to behead at any time, it will be completely different. 10 minutes later, the young Qin Shi Huang was tortured to death. He was stabbed at least 30 times and his attributes were deprived 7 times. As the ancient sword fell, the young man turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot, leaving only a jade pupil floating in the air. No kill rewards. After all, this is just a clone, not an individual. Only after killing the original body of the late Qin Shi Huang can you get the reward. Traitors should be beheaded. The middle-aged Qin Shi Huang also raised his eyes at this moment. Eye of True Vision Deprivation version, when it is turned on, the strength is increased by 3, and the same attributes as that of the young Qin Shi Huang come into view. If he could summon the 12 golden men to fight together, then needless to say, everyone else would have to run away in fear. But now, he is the only one who can escape. With the experience of beheading the young Qin Shi Huang, this time the group took only 8 minutes to successfully behead the middle-aged Qin Shi Huang on the spot. Huli controlled the force and angle, successfully slashed out 40 times, and deprived of attributes 10 times. Only one left. Huli stood in front of the dragon throne, holding an ancient sword. 9.5 dragons were hovering behind him. He smiled at the aging Qin Shi Huang. "It's your turn, my old baby!" Without waiting for the old emperor to speak, Huli looked at him and activated Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition at the same time. Intelligence plus 2. Pity! He had 3 chances to deprive the 3 emperors of their talents with 100% certainty, and he had slashed the 3 emperors with his ancient knife, but he still couldn't take away a single talent. But there is still a chance. Huli immediately became aware of the situation and gave orders to the 9.5 dragons. Just like before, we will just surround him but not kill him. Let him find the opportunity to slowly grind him down. 10 knives. 20 knives. By the 30th strike, Huli clearly realized that the old Qin Shi Huang might not be able to hold on any longer. But he only triggered deprivation 6 times in total. Each time there are 1 to 20 points of random attributes, and I didn't even get any equipment, let alone talents. Never mind. At worst, I can come back again next month. Each copy has an independent cooldown period, and each person can only enter each copy once per month. By then everything will be refreshed and reset, and he can try again to see if he can strip some of the talents of this first emperor. Those 3 golden S's really made Huli envious. It's time to end it. Huli uttered 4 words and slashed with the final blow. The prompt he wanted still did not pop up in front of him. Wrong. Why is there not even a kill prompt? In an instant, the golden pupil and the jade pupil suddenly penetrated into the body of the aging Qin Shi Huang. His originally dim eyes now shone brightly. The aura of an S-class strongman burst out instantly. 9.5 dragons were swept out of the range of the dragon throne. Only Huli. His physical strength has reached 205 points, and he has survived the judgment. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground, holding a black gold ancient knife in his hand, and inserting the blade into the platform, barely withstanding this first wave of pressure. Ants. The first emperor in his prime took a step forward and looked down at Huli, with one foot hanging on the back of his head, ready to fall at any time. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, kowtow, and I'll leave your body intact. Come into my kingdom and pay homage to you, General. Chapter 41 SSS-level talent. Get destiny. How come there is more? Huli's heart trembled suddenly. Ever since the guide for the Earth Kingdom copy came out, Wei Shu has been perfecting the content of the guide. Whether it is the hidden tasks or the possible appearance of Bai Qi, they were all announced by him. But in this guide, there is no record from beginning to end of the possibility that the first emperor had a second stage. This is S-level. Who can defeat the gatekeeper of an S-level copy? No words? The first emperor sneered, shook his head slightly, and the pair of cloud-patterned dragon shoes under his feet suddenly fell down. It's too late. It happened in the blink of an eye. In just a moment, a breeze blew in the hall, and Luciana forcefully lifted up the pair of cloud-patterned dragon shoes in an instant. The 9.5 dragons in the distance immediately rushed over, opened their mouths wide, and tried to swallow the person in front of them. In his old age, the first emperor raised his lips slightly, as if he was watching a joke, and swung the 4-foot green sword forward. Huli also stood up immediately. While the first emperor was distracted in dealing with the 9.5 dragons, he immediately stripped the near-death state from the strange beast's beard in his arms and sent it towards him. Near-death, granting success. The 4-foot-long sword fell from the air before it could touch the half-dragon. The pair of cloud-patterned dragon shoes also fell on Huli's side, without any force, just like a feather falling. You! The old emperor lay on the dragon throne, raised his hand and pointed at Huli in front of him. What did you do to me? Is this the strength of S-level? Chu Hongyu was dying and lying on the ground like a dead fish, but this guy could still talk. Call! Huli did not answer his question, but immediately stepped forward, his right hand flashing with pure black light, and quickly touched his head 3 times. 3 deprivations, only 1 success. Bite. Deprivation successful. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for obtaining the SSS-level item Zulong Robe. SSS grade. It's strange, equipment of this level shouldn't appear in this copy. Although Huli was confused, he couldn't hide his joy. He paid no attention to the first emperor in front of him, or the surprised looks of the people behind him, and directly put the ancestral dragon robe into the warehouse of the mall. When the old Qin Shi Huang saw his clothes being stripped off, he was immediately furious. He raised his arms, and his fingertips trembled slightly. You! If you stutter, stop talking. Huli uttered a word, and the black gold long sword in his hand instantly pierced through the neck of the first emperor, whose physical strength was only 1. As a burst of golden light dissipated, a series of prompts popped up before your eyes. SSS-level talent, Destiny +1. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor team Huli for successfully killing the S-level Shi Huang. The whole team will share 1 million experience points equally, and the points are 10 million. Kill and drop, S-level weapon Emperor Sword +1. Congratulations to the survivor team Huli for completing the hidden mission Sun and Moon on the same day. Reward, S-level item, Golden Pupil +1, S-level item, Jade Pupil +1. Congratulations to the survivor team Huli for completing the A-level main mission Execute the Emperor. All rewards are calculated based on the cumulative score. Rating in progress. Your score is SSS+, and you will receive a 500% final reward. Final reward, Random S-level item +1, Random S-level skill +1, Experience points +500,000, points +5 million. Global announcement. Congratulations to the survivor team Huli, Xie Qingwan, Lu Xianer, Wei Shu, and Wei Xiaoqing for completing the first pass of the S-level copy of the Earth Country. Each person will receive a random S-level reward plus 1/3 byte. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for successfully reaching level 12, free attribute points plus 30. Please go to the panel to allocate them in time. The copy will automatically close in 60 seconds, and you will be forced to teleport away. A series of prompts sounded. Not only Huli, everyone else was dazzled. The 200,000 experience points that were divided equally were enough for them to advance from level 5 to level 10, not counting the dungeon rewards. I'm afraid that even Wei Xiaoqing, who has the worst score, can take advantage of this opportunity to directly upgrade to level 11. Apart from anything else, just from this experience gain, they gained a full 100 attribute points. Of course, the one who gained the most was Huli. He casually put the S-level item, Emperor's Sword, into the warehouse. He was not in a hurry to check his attributes, but looked at his newly acquired SSS-level talent Destiny. Talent, Destiny. Level SSS. Passive effect, enable hidden attribute, luck. This attribute is randomly reset daily, with a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 10. Active effect, increase your luck value to 10 points. Eye of True Vision hidden effect, unlocked after obtaining the SSS-level item Imperial Seal. Duration 1 minute. Cooling time, 24 hours. Note, I am the one destined by heaven. Hiss. Huli couldn't help but take a breath. This talent, isn't it just a 1-minute European Emperor experience card every day? If you turn on this talent during the lottery or when refreshing the mall every day, the picture will be so beautiful. Sure enough, there is no SSS-level talent that is not strong. As for the SSS-level item, the Imperial Seal, that thing had been lost somewhere long ago. There is nothing in the country, so can we go to Wu Zetian's tomb to find some? Huli didn't pay much attention to this, but immediately started a new round of empowerment plan. Deprivation plus Destiny equals Deprivation Destiny version. Give plus Destiny equals Give Destiny version. Command of Arms plus Destiny equals Command of Arms Destiny version. Domain of the Killing God plus Destiny equals Domain of the Killing God Destiny version. Apart from these 4 talents, the rest of Huli's talents cannot resonate with Destiny. But the harvest is great enough. Deprived Destiny Edition added a guaranteed bonus. The original, Deprivation, can only be used on an individual 3 times a day, but whether it will be successful depends on luck. However, the current Destiny version can guarantee that 1 out of 3 deprivations will be successful. Bestowed Destiny Edition is even more outrageous. No matter whether Huli bestows status or attributes, the Destiny Edition will increase by 1% 10% on the basis. What is the concept? In terms of physical strength alone, Huli now has 200 points. After using it once, he could only grant 10%, or 20 points. After the Destiny Edition goes up, he can grant the opponent 22 points. This number may not seem like much of an increase, but the advantage is that it is a percentage bonus. If it was the Broken Arm LV3, given to Baichi last time, it would originally only reduce 30% of the strength, but now it will be reduced by 30% 33%. The improvements to Command of Arms and Realm of the God of Death are not that much. Now the attribute increase of friendly units by Command of Troops has been increased to 15%, and the attribute increase and reduction of both sides by the Domain of the God of Death have been increased to 15%. As for the SSS-level item, the Ancestral Dragon Robe, it's strange. Huli took it out and looked at it with the Eye of True Vision, but there was no effect or description on it, not even any notes. This is like an ordinary piece of clothing, but for some reason, the system calls it an SSS-level item. Is there a BUG? It shouldn't be like this. Huli didn't think much about it. He just put the clothes into the warehouse and took the golden pupil and jade pupil in front of him into his palm. In addition to Destiny, the biggest gains from this copy are these 2 things. Name, Golden Eye. Category, Props. Grade S. Effect, after wearing, all attributes plus 5% can be doubled when worn with jade pupil. Hidden effect, when the double pupil is placed together with the jade pupil, there is a certain chance to open the S-level profession pupil magician. Note: take the essence of the sun, refine the left pupil, accumulate for thousands of years, and transform it into a golden pupil. Name: Jade Pupil. Category: Props. Grade S. Effect: after wearing, all attributes plus 5% can be doubled when worn with golden eyes. Hidden effect: when you put the double pupil together with the golden pupil, there is a certain chance to open the S-level profession pupil magician. Note: take the essence of Tyene, condense the right pupil, and after thousands of years, it will become a jade pupil. Huli was stunned. In his previous life, he only knew that golden pupils and jade pupils were rare attribute amplification items, and that wearing them together could increase all attributes by 20%. However, he didn't know that this thing could also unlock hidden professions. Even though it's only an S-level one, but there's a certain probability that this will happen, which makes people feel uncomfortable. If I fail, won't I become a blind man? Forget it, I'd better keep this thing with me first. It's just an S-level hidden profession. There's no need to risk your own eyes. Not to mention, he also has to be the first to kill the regional monster. There is also a hidden profession waiting for him there. He will talk about it after he sees it. After all, there is still a gap between S-level professions and hidden professions. Everything is packed. With a flash of golden light, everyone left the copy. Everything in the copy is restored to its original state. Including the old Qin Shi Huang who was sitting on the dragon throne was resurrected, but the dragon robe was no longer on him. A few hours later, as the novice period ends, a global announcement appears. A figure cut through the void and appeared in front of the old Qin Shi Huang. Looking at the first emperor in plain white clothes, the figure asked, "Gone? How is that possible?" Chapter 42: Returning Life. Outside the Rinzu Temple, the rain continued to pour down, and the sky was faintly glowing. February 19th, 6 a.m. There are still 18 hours left until the end of the novice period. As soon as everyone came out of the copy, they were bombarded with a series of chat messages. Whether it is Huli or other people who have completed the copy, they are all within the scope of discussion of this chat message. Especially him and Lu Xiener. The two had previously had conflicts, but now they have become teammates who are clearing the level together. It would be unusual if there wasn't some gossip in this. Let's go. Huli was not in a hurry to draw the lottery, but turned to look at the three people beside him. Come with me to the boat and have a rest first, and I won't stop you from going anywhere you want. I'll just forget it. Lu Xiener uttered 5 words, and her figure was already suspended in the air. As the saying goes, one should always be on guard against others. When the old Qin Shi Huang revived just now, she clearly sensed his level of strength, which was definitely far superior to Bai Qi. But I don't know what method this guy used, but he stabbed the other person to death with just one knife. Following a guy like this, she would probably worry about the 9 venerables on her body at all times. Whatever, Huli said calmly. I'm hungry after completing a dungeon. It's a good time to go back and have some midnight snack. If Miss Lu doesn't want to go, you should leave as soon as possible. Since the captain has invited me so graciously, I will be disrespectful to refuse. Lu Xiener said this and returned to the ground, keeping a distance of more than 5 meters from Huli. Life is nothing but eating, drinking and having fun. Lu Xiener occupies the first 2 words. No matter what the situation is, the first thing this guy thinks about is eating. But she didn't have any good skills, so even if she obtained some rare flesh and blood of exotic animals, she could only look for people who could cook it all over the area. In her previous life, Huli even taught her how to cook remotely, but in her hands, there were always some unexpected changes. Team leader. Wei Shu took a step forward and sent a transaction request to Huli. 2 sets of D-level golden armor, a D-level weapon, 2 S-level items drawn from the first pass of a copy, and 4.55 million points are all on the trading column. This was all he and Wei Shaoqing gained from the entire dungeon, except for experience. According to the previous agreement, all of it should be handed over to Huli. Huli took a quick look and only accepted the transaction of 4.5 million points. The remaining items were returned to Wei Shu's mall warehouse. Captain, this? You took Bai Chi away earlier and saved my life, so this is considered as paying me back. Hu Li looked at Wei Shu seriously and said, I'll take 4.5 million points. It's the second life you gave me. We're even now. Good. Wei Shu smiled and nodded heavily. For him, there could be no better outcome than this. Let's go have a midnight snack together. After nearly 2 nights of hiding, and having just completed a dungeon, Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing were already extremely hungry. As they made their way down the mountain, they didn't encounter any blind survivors. However, not long after they came down the mountain, many people rushed to the ancestral temple, looking for ways to enter the copy. Except for the first time you open a copy and need to find a token, subsequent copies no longer require this step. You only need to get close to the copy range to trigger it. But when they saw that the copy was at S level, almost everyone backed off. Only a few unlucky ones went in and never came out. No one is above the Shanghai Kingdom. Hu Li asked everyone to open them all, buy some flesh and blood of exotic animals, add some ordinary meat, and start grilling. This dish is simple and anyone can cook it. But if you want to roast it to be tender and juicy, it still depends on your skills. As a half-master chef in his previous life, Hu Li's cooking skills are naturally impeccable. The ingredients were fresh, the seasonings were rich, and coupled with his cooking skills, everyone was very full. During the barbecue, Hu Li also took the opportunity to draw his reward. Just like last time, he looked at the S-level lottery wheel, and while starting the lottery, he also started the deprivation. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor Hu Li for obtaining the S-level item 1000 Faces. Congratulations to the survivor Hu Li for obtaining the S-level material Red Dragon Tail. Name, 1000 Faces. Category Props. Grade S. Effect. After wearing it, you can disguise yourself as any human individual you have ever seen, excluding attributes, voice, and body shape. Note: hey! Guess who I am? Name: Red Dragon Tail. Category: Materials. Grade S. Effect: the tail of the S-level exotic beast Qilong is rich in blood and flesh. After consumption, it can increase the strength attribute by 10-30 points, and the physical attribute by 20-60 points. Note: little thief, eat me. Things are all good things. Hu Li directly took out the red dragon tail and threw most of it into the water for the 9 half-dragons to share, and the rest was made into skewers. Each skewer can only increase 1 point of strength and 2 points of stamina, but it is chewy and delicious, so everyone ate a lot. As for the final rewards obtained from the scoring, they are all in the form of treasure chests. They appear directly after being opened, and Hu Li has no way to exploit the bug to deprive them. An S-level item Taigong fishing rod. It can be used to fish for aquatic beasts below S-level. Once the beast bites the hook, its attributes will be weakened by 30%. An S-level skill. Skill, Soul Slash. Level S. Usage conditions: equip any knife or sword weapon. Effect: after using it, you can ignore any props equipped by the opponent, causing a sure hit attack. Cooling time: 3 hours. Note: stand there, don't move. Adding the nearly 6.3 million points, this is Hu Li's total income from the copy. As for attributes, after allocating the newly acquired 30 attribute points, his 4-dimensional attributes now all exceeded 200 points, reaching the C+ level. Counting the bonus from his golden pupils and jade pupils, all of his attributes exceed 250 points. As long as the monsters in the refreshed area are still in the D-level range, even if the 9-headed half-dragon does not take action, he can kill it alone. The only problem is, he now has no idea where the strange beasts in that area will spawn. We can only wait until the novice period is over to see if we can find any news in the global channel. Or you can just travel far away to another area to find a previously known monster to kill and get the first kill. The sky gradually brightened. Everyone was well fed and satisfied. Since there was no reliable vehicle, Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing stayed on the boat. With the foundation of previous cooperation, Hu Li didn't mind them staying on the boat as companions. By the way, he could also see if there were any good things refreshed in their mall. He has accumulated more than 6 million points in the mall, which is only enough to buy 6 E-level talents, or D-level skills, C-level props, or B-level materials. Luciana said that she had left, but Huli didn't know whether she had left or not. After all, this guy is really a bitch. Maybe he is hiding somewhere under the boat and watching us. We'll know at the next meal. At noon, Huli placed the 9.5 dragons in the room and took a light nap. When I woke up, it was almost evening. There is only 1 hour left until the end of the novice period. Chapter 43, Regional Exotic Beasts Refreshed. Huli did not cook, but simply exchanged some compressed biscuits from the mall and ate them, then walked to the bow. Brother Huli. Wei Xiaoqing stood at the bow and waved at him. Huli responded casually, and saw that Wei Shu, who was squatting next to him, had a red face and was gritting his teeth, as if he was having a quarrel with someone in Zhuan. What's wrong? Are you drunk? You can tell by looking at the chat channel. Huli opened the area chat history and saw. Good job. Someone used some kind of exploration talent to see that on the top of the human ancestor temple, Huli killed the old hunter and the woman who came out with Wei Shu, and took Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing in. Without any investigation, he directly criticized Wei Shu, saying that he was selling out his friends for fame. When we got here, Wei Shu hadn't made any movement until someone mentioned that Wei Shu might have sold Wei Xiaoqing to Huli in exchange for the copy position. How could Wei Shu bear this? He debated with many people in the regional chat channel, trying hard to prove his innocence. But keyboard warriors will only believe what they want to believe. Xiaoqing, you didn't check out the content on the channel, did you? Huli looked at Wei Xiaoqing and asked. I didn't see it. Wei Xiaoqing shook her head obediently. My brother told me not to watch it, so I didn't watch it. Yeah, good boy. Huli raised his hand and patted Wei Shu's shoulder. Hey, wake up. Team leader! Wei Shu stood up hurriedly like a fool, as if he had just realized that Huli was beside him. Stop cursing. Just write down the names of those guys. We'll find them one by one when the time comes. Is this easy to find? Don't worry, it's hard to find now, but it will be easy to find in an hour. Wei Shu tilted his head, his eyes full of confusion. Until 1 hour later. The clock struck 12, and accompanied by a crisp bang, a global reminder popped up in front of us. Byte. Dear survivors, the novice period has officially ended. Welcome to the first disaster flooding. Cataclysm, flooding. Category, natural disaster. Special rules, none. Duration, 48 days, 59 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Conditions for early termination, kill the 9 regional beasts. Some intelligent creatures have evolved into strange beasts. The regional monsters have been refreshed, please check in time. The mall interface is open, please check it in time. Global channel is open, please check it in time. 6 prompts popped up in succession. Huli was just about to open the global channel to seek information about the exotic beasts in the area, but before he could send the message out, the 9 half-dragons in the room behind him immediately jumped out. 9 dragons entered the water and swam towards the east like crazy. He immediately opened the clan interface, and his pupils suddenly lit up. These 9 half-dragons simultaneously discovered a unique aura arriving. If I'm not mistaken, that should be where the exotic beasts in the area are. This is easy to deal with. Return! At Huli's command, the 9-headed half-dragon immediately suppressed its nature and turned back to the Unlimited Sea Kingdom. He immediately bought 9 aircraft carrier arresting cables from the mall and threw them in front of Wei Shu and Xie Qingwan. Help me tie the rope! Yes, Master/Captain! The 2 men responded in almost the same voice, and immediately stepped forward to put the 9 aircraft carrier arresting ropes on the 9-headed half-dragon. Charge! The agility of the 9-headed half-dragon has reached sea level, and its strength has reached C+. With the bonus of the Dragon Bat King wings, they actually pulled the Unlimited Sea Kingdom up from the water and sped in the air about 2 meters above the water. What the hell? A figure suddenly landed on the boat, and a cry of surprise was heard. What's your situation? Have you found the location of the regional monster? Huli immediately rolled his eyes. This guy didn't leave. If she had gotten on the boat a little slower, she might have been thrown off. Have you bought your ticket yet, and are you ready to board the ship? No. Luciana was not in the right but was still confident. She put her hands on her hips and replied to Huli. But I can make this boat go faster. Do you still need to buy a ticket? Have to. If you have the ability, you can get ahead anywhere. But Huli doesn't buy it. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the dear fairy. You're not going to get off the boat, right? Then I'll ask the little snakes to stay and swim around the boat for a few laps first. Stop! Uncle! You are my uncle, right? Luciana had no choice but to admit defeat. Can we buy a new ticket? I'll buy it the way you say. Speed up first. Okay. After Luciana was promoted to level 11, her intelligence attribute improved a lot, and when she used the 9 sacred objects again, the effect was completely different. She used the wind element to lift the unrivaled sea kingdom upwards, and then gave the 9 half-dragons an acceleration buff, increasing the ship's speed again. Today's ship's speed has increased to almost 200 kilometers per hour. In other words, they were standing in the sealess country, otherwise the strong wind blowing in their faces might blow them away directly. Is this all right now? Luciana turned her head and looked at Huli with smiling eyes. She had pretended not to leave before. Besides wanting to eat the food Huli cooked at any time, she also wanted to see if she could get something else from him. Just entering one dungeon is enough for them to be 10 levels ahead of others. God knows what other secrets he holds, and he will take as much as he can. Look, he was in such a hurry to rush to a certain area, he must have found the trace of the strange beasts in the area. If I can get a chance to take advantage of this reward, then I'll make a fortune. Huli naturally knew what she was thinking, and just glanced at her. Don't say I didn't tell you in advance. You won't get any benefits if you follow me this time. Look at what you're saying! Luciana immediately raised her head and said, I'm just a boatman, what benefit can I ask for? Besides, it was you, the captain, who led us out of the dungeon. If I want to ask for your favors, wouldn't that make me a real inhuman? Oh? Then what's the matter with you eating my food? Luciana thought for a few breaths and said, Is it delicious? Huli was speechless. He did not forget that there was still something he had not dealt with, so he turned to look at Wei Shu. Did you remember all the names I asked you to remember just now? Wei Shu was stunned for a moment, then responded. I remember 2 or 3 people who were full of shit. Okay, send it to me. Looking at the 3 names that came into view, Huli immediately opened the regional channel. Huli, a bounty of 10 fingers of Ding Changming, Zhang Chuanzhou, and Chen Mingkang, which can be exchanged for a random D-level equipment. The settlement is settled by showing your face and taking a photo. After the novice period is over, the system interface will automatically unlock the photo-taking function and share the perspective, which cannot be faked. When this message was sent, the originally noisy regional chat channel suddenly became silent. Wei Shu was also stunned. So, that's how you find people. 2. Once this news comes out, I guess everyone in the whole area will be looking for these 3 people. A person is a piece of D-level equipment. Not to mention that he was a novice before, even he couldn't help but be tempted now. Ding Changming, you, who do you think you are? You said there is D-level equipment, so there is D-level equipment? How funny! Jian Yan, the person above, why don't you take a look at the trading interface in the mall first? There are thousands of D-level equipment, but they were all put up by Boss Hu alone. Qin Shaokai, Boss Hu is so generous. I know where Zhang Chuanzhou is, wait for me. Zhang Chuanzhou, Boss Hu, I was wrong. How about I cut off 1, no 2 fingers, and you cancel the bounty and save me a D-level equipment? Brother Huli! Before Huli could reply, Wei Xiaoqing next to him suddenly spoke. Huli looked at this little cutie and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong, Xiaoqing? There! Wei Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with a pale blue light, and he raised his hand and pointed to a hill not far away in the direction of travel. There seems to be something over there. The words fell. In the direction of Wei Xiaoqing's finger, a fire phoenix suddenly circled up from the top of the mountain and went straight into the sky. Chapter 44 Pseudo Blackbird. The firelight illuminates everyone's faces. Huli raised his eyebrows and recognized the identity of this fire phoenix. SSS-level talent, Flame Phoenix. One of the SSS-level talents of the incarnation type, in addition to having the ability to transform into a fire phoenix, it also has the ability to be reborn from the ashes. Even every time she dies, she becomes a little stronger. But after she was reborn from the ashes for the 9th time, she could no longer return to her human form, so she simply joined the alien beast camp and became a top powerhouse among them. She never expected that her first rebirth from the ashes would be in a place like this. As the fire phoenix changed direction, it landed on a hill in the distance. The entire mountaintop was suddenly engulfed in flames, and not even the torrential rain could put it out. Is this the regional beast? Luciana watched from the side and couldn't help but ask. No. Huli shook his head slightly. An incarnation-type talent, the same grade as your 9 lords. Hiss. Luciana couldn't help but take a breath, but a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. The same SSS-level talent as Jiuzun? Then why isn't this guy excited at all? Can't he acquire talents from others? After learning about this talent, the first thing you should do is to find a way to get the talent from the other party. Either, the probability of him obtaining talent from others is not 100%, or, there is something more important than this SSS-level talent waiting for him. Or maybe both. Luciana stopped talking and just stood quietly aside, overlooking the flames derived from the fire phoenix. The intensity of this flame is so great that even if she uses the 9 venerables now, she cannot match it. I don't know how many SSS-level talents there are in this world, and whether all of them are so abnormal. Huli stood at the bow, overlooking the flames. A hint of thought flashed across his pupils. In his previous life, he had experienced Nirvana 9 times, but was unable to transform into a human being, so he chose to join the alien beast camp. If I rescue her now and stop her from completing her 9th Nirvana, will her ending change? The thought flashed through Huli's mind and he quickly rejected it. There are so many regrettable things. What if the owner of the fire phoenix defected to the alien beast camp? For him now, it is just an object of future deprivation, so there is no need to care about it. The focus now is to find the regional exotic beasts first and get the first kill before doing anything else. Just as he was thinking about it, the flames on the top of the mountain suddenly jumped up and turned into a fire phoenix again, rushing straight into the sky, rushing towards the east at a speed faster than the unrivaled Sea Kingdom. Huli couldn't help but utter a puzzled sound. In just less than 2 seconds, the fire phoenix had already rushed to the air in front of them, leaving only a trail of flame for everyone on the boat. This is trying to steal the monster. The regional monsters are different from the boss in the dungeon. They will not be divided equally. Whoever gets the last blow will be the killer. This is also the reason why Huli and Luciana said that she couldn't get any advantage. But now, judging from the posture of this fire phoenix, it wants to compete with them in speed and grab the first kill. Wrong. How does this fire phoenix know where the regional beasts are refreshed? Is it also based on perception? Huli frowned suddenly. There is a blood connection between high-level exotic beasts, like the 9 half-dragons. They sense the appearance of blood similar to theirs, so they are so excited. Even if they are thousands of miles away, they want to go and see. The fire phoenix's posture is very similar to those half-dragons. But one of them has the bloodline of the phoenix, and the other one has the bloodline of the dragon. How is it possible for them to have blood connection at the same time? If a beast possesses both dragon and phoenix blood, Huli didn't even dare to imagine how big this strange beast would grow in the future. No, not just the future. An E-level dragon-blooded snake directly became a D-level after becoming a regional exotic beast. If it is an exotic beast with the blood of both the dragon and the phoenix, it might be born at D-level. After being amplified by the exotic beasts in the area, it is very likely to directly reach C-level, or above. Taking into account the bloodline suppression, the 9.5 dragons can only exert D-level strength at most, and I am only C+. The killing god domain has not yet cooled down, so it is better to be careful. Huli couldn't help but turn his head and look at Luciana. Slow down. What's wrong? Luciana first stopped the amplification, then asked in confusion. Is there a problem? The strange beasts in that area may be stronger than we imagined. Huli looked at Wei Shu and said, Wei Shu, you and Xiao Qing should stay on the boat and don't leave. Yes, Captain. Brother Huli. Wei Xiaoqing immediately raised his hand. Me! My talent can also help. I know. Huli couldn't help but force a smile, raised his hand and rubbed Xiaoqing's head. Xiaoqing's talent is to see the air, right? You just stand at the bow and remind Brother Huli where there is danger. Uh-huh. Wei Xiaoqing nodded heavily. 2 hours later. The 9.5 dragons stopped. As the 9 dragons entered the water, the fire phoenix also hovered in the air, as if waiting for something. Huli stepped forward, put the 9 aircraft carrier arresting cables into the warehouse, put the 9 half-dragons into the water first, then opened his eyes of true vision and looked around. Wei Xiaoqing, who possesses detection skills, looks the same. However, no matter how the two looked, they did not find anything different around them, and it did not look like there were any exotic beasts in the area. But both the half-dragon and the fire phoenix stopped here. There must be a reason. Huli took out a map from the warehouse, checked the distance and direction, and quickly found the approximate location. In ruins. The Central Plains in ancient times, near the birthplace of the Shang dynasty. If a regional exotic beast could be born here and resonate with both the dragonborn and phoenix-born, then it could only be one kind of exotic beast. Clang! There was a loud sound of metal clashing, causing ripples on the water surface. 9.5 dragons immediately poked their heads out from under the water. The 9 dragon heads stared at the water in the distance, and the scales on their bodies tightened. The fire phoenix in the sky slowly flapped its wings and looked down at the water. Suddenly, the torrential rain froze in the air, and everything was silent except for the sound of ripples in the water hitting the ship. Clang! There was another crisp explosion. A faint blue light appeared at the bottom of the water. Brother Huli! Wei Xiaoqing immediately cried out. Danger! Huli did not say anything, but protected Wei Xiaoqing behind him, holding the black gold ancient knife tightly in his hand. Keep your eyes on the water. I saw the ball of dark blue light approaching quickly, and in the blink of an eye it had broken through the water. Clang! The sound of the phoenix pierces my ears. Huli looked up at the sky, and before he could activate the Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition, the blue fire phoenix had already collided with the fire phoenix. Moment. Become one. A prompt suddenly popped up in front of my eyes. You have discovered the regional beast, B-level beast, pseudo-black bird. Chapter 45. Come, Uncle will help you with beauty and hairdressing. Grade B. Huli looked at the prompt in front of him, and took a deep breath. He can kill D-level instantly, and he can give it a try for C-level, but this is B-level. A B-level monster with the ability to stay in the air is simply not something he can kill at this stage. Even with the Dragon Bat Royal Wings, his speed was still no match for the pseudo-Xian bird in front of him, and he could only be dragged by infinite kite flying. Unless... Huli turned his head and looked behind him. Dear Fairy. Her current intelligence attribute should be over 30 points. At this value, using the 9 lords to help others increase their speed is worth a try. Trade? Lu Xiener also received the hint and naturally guessed what Huli was thinking. What do you want? A promise from you. Lu Xiener seemed to have made plans and immediately said, No matter what the circumstances, you can never use deprivation talents on me. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune, huh? Huli asked with his eyes slightly lowered. There's nothing I can do. Lu Xiener spread her hands and said, As a human being, we should always think about how to protect ourselves first, right? As long as you promise me, it won't be difficult to help you kill this strange beast. At that time, I don't need to give up all the rewards for this strange beast. This condition was not a big loss for Huli. He had not found a way to break the 9 Lords' shield anyway, so it was okay for him to agree to her. The conditions are just not equal. One more. Huli immediately said. You cannot board this ship without my permission, otherwise the conditions will be invalid. Self-protection. Who doesn't want to protect themselves? Lu Xiena's 9 statues are so highly mobile. If she had evil intentions and came on board to assassinate me, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die. This is also the reason why he put all 9.5 dragons into the room before. Good, Luciana said. It's a deal. If there are any contracts with restrictive abilities in the future, can we make another one? Can. Huli uttered 2 words and looked up into the air. Hurry up and don't let it run away. No, it probably wants to eat you. The words fell. The pseudoscian bird in the sky immediately swooped down. The target is the 9 half-dragons hiding underwater. The 9.5 dragons nowadays are no match for this fake black bird. Huli immediately shook off the dragon bat royal wings behind him and rushed forward with the black gold ancient knife in hand. He swung his hand and a ball of Immortal Fireball Deprivation Edition was sent forward first, and then activated the Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition. Luciana's increase followed closely behind. A fireball that was originally only the size of a basketball suddenly expanded more than 5 times and slammed into the fake Sanyo. Its panel also pops up immediately. Species, Pseudo-Blackbird. Grade B. Physical Strength, 180 C+. Strength, 143 C. Intelligence, 124 C. Agility, 210 C+. Talents, Return to Life, SSS, Phoenix, SS, Dragon Soul S. Skills mastered, Follow the Will of Heaven, A. Return to the Nest, B. Pay homage to the Phoenix, B. Note: the Black Bird of Destiny descended and gave birth to the Shang dynasty. Agility +3. Strength +3. 2 deprivation prompts pop up. Huli was stunned. A B-level exotic beast with C-level attributes? What is going on? Before he could come to his senses, the fireball directly burned the fake Sanyo to half destruction. Fall directly into the water. This is dead. Something is wrong. There's something 120% wrong. Huli hung in the air and waited for a few breaths, but did not see the kill prompt pop up in front of him, and his brows suddenly frowned. The next moment, the fake black bird jumped out from the flames of the eternal fireball and appeared in front of Huli again. It looked like it was saying, "Come and beat me up. Reborn from the ashes. Isn't this the talent of the fire phoenix?" Huli frowned and said nothing. He did not attack the opponent rashly. He just checked the opponent's attribute panel again. Now all the attributes of the pseudo-Sanyo have increased by 20%. Although he was still killed in one move, Huli didn't dare to act rashly again. It increases by 20% each time. If it can really be reborn 9 times like the fire phoenix, then on the last time, he will directly face an A-level monster. What a joke! Even if you open the realm of the god of death, you may not be able to kill the opponent. Unless we first find out the reason why this guy was able to be reborn from the ashes. Huli's gaze immediately fell on the only SSS-level talent it possessed. The panel popped up and he suddenly understood. Talent, Return to Life. Level SSS. Active effect, fuse with a different beast that also has the blood of the phoenix, and possesses its highest level talent. Note: all the phoenixes have the same origin and coexist with me. That's it. The pseudo-Sanyo swallowed the survivor who turned into a fire phoenix, causing it to possess the fire phoenix's ability to be reborn from the ashes, directly upgrading its original grade from C to B. In other words, the attribute is still at C level. If I kill it a few more times, a generation of A-level exotic beast will be born. Clang. The fake black bird made a low cry, as if questioning Huli. What are you doing, little brother? Are you just standing there without doing anything? Come and hit me. If you don't take action now, I'll come. Huli had no choice but to put away his sword and hook his hand towards the black bird, signaling it to come over. If you want to kill Sanyo, there is only one way now. Delay for 40 minutes and wait for the cooldown of the killing god's domain to end. When the active effect of Destiny is activated, his current luck value of only 4 points will be raised to 10 points, and he will use intensive bombardment to see if he can peel the fire phoenix out of the opponent's body. 1 minute is just enough. Just delay it a little longer. The black bird was not stupid either. Seeing Huli put away his knife and had no intention of taking action, it immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Did you get away? With Luciena's help, Huli swooped down and came directly behind the black bird. He clamped its wings with his legs and rode on its neck. Clang! Clang! The black bird cried, trying to break free from Huli's control. What a pity! None of its physical strength and power could match Huli's, so it could only carry him and struggle continuously. A black light flashed from Huli's right hand. Deprivation Destiny Edition is launched. The domain of the God of Death is his trump card, but that doesn't mean he can't take advantage of it first. 3 deprivations for consecutive use. With the guarantee of the Destiny Edition, Huli at least succeeded once, and surprisingly, there was an extra bird feather in his hand. B-level material, pseudo-black bird feather +1. This guy has too much hair on his body. When we enter the realm of the God of Death later, it might be taken away from us, so it is better to shave it clean first. A black gold long sword appeared in Huli's hand, and his left hand gently stroked the head of the black bird. Be good, don't be afraid. It's Chinese New Year, Uncle will help you with the beauty treatment and hairdressing. Chapter 46, Rebirth Through Blood. It is said that a phoenix without hair is worse than a chicken. The same is true for the Sanyo, which is a close relative of the phoenix. Huli quickly cut off all the feathers from the fake black bird, leaving only an ugly gray bird circling in the sky. As for the feathers that were originally dark in color but reflected colorful brilliance, they all fell down, and most of them were collected by Luciana using the wind. After all, it is a B-grade material. Although I don't know what it is used for, it's always a good idea to collect it. Clang! The fake black bird was struggling, its head spinning wildly, as if it wanted to die together with Huli. Don't move! Don't move! Huli's current strength was still enough to suppress it. He grabbed the neck of the black bird with one hand, and it couldn't move at all. Be good, Uncle won't make you into a roast chicken! Clang! There are still 20 minutes left before the killing god's domain cools down. There is still time, why not try other methods? For example, dismemberment. Even if you have the power of rebirth from the ashes of the flame phoenix, your body won't be cut into pieces and you can't use the broken limbs to be reborn, right? To put it another way, even if it was reborn and its status improved by 20% again, its strength and physical attributes would still be inferior to mine. Able to control. At most, it's just another beauty and hairdressing treatment. Huli took action immediately. But if you want to cut the opponent into pieces, you have to cut the opponent's body into as many pieces as possible as quickly as possible. He casually pulled out an A-level weapon, the broken army halberd, from the warehouse. He holds a halberd in his left hand and a knife in his right hand. The blade chopped down quickly, cutting off the wings of the black bird, piercing its neck with a halberd, breaking its head in half, and then slashed down again, splitting its body into 2 parts. In an instant. A relatively complete roasted. No, the black bird was cut into 5 pieces. Although it couldn't reach the point of cutting it into pieces, this was the limit of what Huli could do. But he naturally has a backup plan. Xiaolong, come here! Huli put away the broken army halberd, suspended it in the air, overlooking the fallen corpses, and immediately spoke. Moment. 9.5 dragons immediately jumped out of the water. The 5 pieces of corpse were torn into pieces and swallowed by 9.5 dragons. Done! Luciana asked in confusion at the bow. But Huli just hung in the air, frowning and saying nothing. It looks like the fake black bird is deader than dead, but he hasn't received any notification that it has been killed. In other words, the opponent can still be resurrected. Moment. A ball of red gold light lit up from the blade of his black gold ancient sword, accompanied by bursts of vibrations. Huli's pupils trembled, and he swung his hand, slashing away the ball of red gold light. Is that a drop of blood? Rebirth through blood. The red gold light quickly condensed into the shape of a black bird. Not only did all his injuries heal, but even the feathers that had just been shaved off grew back, and his body size even expanded by about 1/5. Clang! Another cry. The fake Sanyo reappears. But now, its attributes have increased by 44% compared to before. It's really Xiaobao pulling the butt, it opened my eyes. Huli became excited instantly. This is rebirth through blood. The more difficult it is to deal with the talent in front of you, the stronger it will be when it is in your hands. Apart from anything else, even if there was no attribute enhancement after rebirth, the 9 times of rebirth by dripping blood alone would be enough for him to stand at the top of the world. He rushed forward and was in front of the black bird in a flash. Just as he was about to turn over and ride on it, the other party dodged and prepared to escape. Although I have been reborn once, the scene of shaving just now is still lingering in front of my eyes. Naturally, it didn't dare to provoke the other party at this time. If we can't afford to offend, can we not hide away? Run? Can you run away? Huli chuckled, then burst into speed and rode on its back again, but this time, it was a little reluctant. If this black bird dies again, he might not be able to catch up with it even with Luciena's help. The next action needs to be more conservative. Clang! The black bird cried out in protest again. Be good, don't move. Huli raised his hand again and stroked Sanio's head. It is said that the first time is new, the second time is familiar. Let's be faster this time and try to finish the battle in 10 minutes. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. Clang! What? Let me go faster. Okay. The black bird suddenly let out a mournful cry and could only allow this guy to shave its back. That is to say, there are no tall buildings or the like around, otherwise it would have crashed into them head-on, not seeking to die together with them, but just to die again. 15 minutes later. The black bird turned into a gray chicken again. Huli patted its bird's head with satisfaction, and at the same time, the killing god's domain had cooled down. Now that the foreplay is over, are you ready to move on to the next step? Clang! The gray chicken crowed again, and saliva flowed from the corners of its eyes. If you have the guts, just kill me. As if he understood the gray chicken's cry, Huli responded with a chuckle. As you wish. As these 4 words fell, the domain of the god of death instantly unfolded. The dark white domain immediately expanded, covering the entire airspace. A vertical pupil appeared in the airspace. Just looking at the gray chicken gave it a feeling of almost suffocating oppression. Agility +2. Huli flashed away from the gray chicken, and at the same time, all kinds of fireballs and sword lights were cast on its body. Dense and numerous prompts pop up in front of you one after another. At the same time, it is accompanied by the continuous blooming of red-gold flames. Reborn in blood. The 3rd time. The 4th time. The 5th time. And this is the result of constantly using fireballs to restore its health. Huli watched from a distance with a frown on his face. This was a situation he had anticipated. With his current attribute strength, once the killing god domain is opened, even a B+ level will die in it. With the current scenario, he will have to die at least 7 times, or even use up the number of times he can be reborn from the ashes, and it is possible that he will die in it directly. It all depends on whether we can strip it of its talent during these 121 deprivations. At the same time, below the white area. This again. Luciena on the bow couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, she has always been afraid of Huli, not only because of his deprivation talent, but also because of this talent that is similar to domain. Too many. He has so many talents and knows so much. So many that one cannot help but wonder whether he is a survivor like them, or the manipulator who orchestrated this disaster behind the scenes. Just right. While the other party's attention is not here, why not find out a little bit? Xie Qingwan. When Huli first triggered the global announcement, she was actually in the Sichuanshu region and saw something in the regional chat channel. Among those who surrounded Huli at that time, there was Xie Qingwan. I just don't know how she went from being a survivor of the encirclement and suppression of Huli to becoming the enemy's servant. But what is certain now is that she should know something, and perhaps she can be used as a breakthrough. Luciena leaned towards Xie Qingwan and said, Miss, how did you get to know your master? Xie Qingwan glanced at Luciena and did not answer. Don't be so cold. Luciena approached Xie Qingwan and spoke softly. In fact, we are all the same people. Tell me quietly, is your master the mastermind of this disaster? Perhaps. I can help you break free from his control? Xie Qingwan frowned slightly, and a leopard claw swung across Lu Xiena's face. But didn't catch anything. Hey! Don't be angry! Lu Xiena chuckled and said, just as she was about to continue asking, the killing god's domain in the sky was unlocked. Everyone looked up almost at the same time. Huli was seen holding a black gold ancient knife and looking up at the sky. A giant bird with a completely black body and a dark golden glow under the light is soaring in the sky. With the flap of its wings, the hurricane it created caused the unrivaled sea kingdom to shake continuously, and the 9.5 dragons were lying dormant under the water, not even daring to raise their heads. Grade A. Lu Xiena frowned. The feeling this black bird gave her was the same as Bai Qi's. It had definitely reached level A. But why is there blood on its abdomen? What on earth did Huli do? Chapter 47, A-level regional beast, black bird. 10 seconds ago. With the blooming of the seventh flame burning in the domain of the god of death, the pseudo-Suenio officially completed his 9th rebirth from the fire. Huli stood there with a knife in his hand, frowning as he looked at the new panel that popped up in front of him. Species black bird. Grade A. Stamina 929 minus 10%. A. Strength 738 minus 10%. B+. Intelligence 640 minus 10 B+. Agility 1083 minus 10 A. Talents: Return to Life SSS, Phoenix SS, Dragon Soul S. Skills mastered: Follow the Will of Heaven, A. Return to the Nest, B. Pay homage to the Phoenix, B. Note: the Black Bird of Destiny descended to give birth to the Shang dynasty, and after 9 transformations it returned to the Phoenix, and there will be no boundaries from then on. On the panel, the word fake in front of Suenio has been removed. Now it has become a thorough A-level exotic beast. Because of the special properties of the strange beast, this A-level Suenio can even fight against Bai Qi, who is also A-level. Fine. 10 seconds left. This is Huli's last chance. Even if he cannot strip the SSS-level talent Flame Phoenix from it, he must kill it here. Fire, stop. Only streaks of knife light fell on its body. After the last transformation, Suenio has crossed the gap between Class B and Class A, and even its life level has begun to change. It was originally trembling in the sword light, but now it seems to be bathing. Even though the knife light kept cutting wounds on it and stripping away its attributes, it remained calm. Good. That's how you play it, right? 7 seconds left. Without any hesitation, Huli immediately drew out the Emperor's sword from the space, ready to take action when the opportunity arises. Name: Emperor's Sword. Category: Weapons. Grade S. Equipment conditions: Unlock S-level profession, Emperor. Passive effect: After equipping, Strength attribute plus 10%, Physical attribute plus 10%, Agility attribute minus 10%. If the equipment conditions are not met and the equipment is forcibly equipped, the Strength attribute will be permanently reduced by 10%, and the Intelligence attribute will be permanently reduced by 10%. Active effect: Attack the opponent and cause a judgment. If the opponent's physical attribute plus strength attribute is less than yours, he will be killed instantly. If it is higher than you, a judgment will be made. There is a 30% probability of instant kill, a 30% probability of serious injury, a 30% probability of light injury, and a 10% probability of nothing happening. Cooling period: 30 days. Note: when the Emperor gets angry, millions of people will die. This weapon can be said to be the exclusive equipment for the Emperor profession. It's okay to force the equipment, but for others, the permanent reduction of 10% of 2 attributes is enough to cause serious damage. But for Huli, isn't it just a matter of being deprived a few more times? No big deal. A sword is slashed out. Huli also activated the first, Destiny, effect, increasing his luck value to 10 points. With a crisp sound, the judging begins. A huge hole appeared in the belly of the black bird, and dark golden blood was dripping from the air continuously as if it was free. This is a serious injury. Even if Destiny is activated and the luck value is raised to 10 points, it only triggers the severe injury effect. How can we play this? Huli frowned slightly. The killing god's domain ended, and the surrounding whiteness instantly dissipated. A global announcement sounded instantly. Global announcement. Congratulations, the exotic beast Suanio has become the first A-level exotic beast. The attributes of all exotic beasts in the area will increase by 10%. 3. The moment the global announcement sounded, a sky curtain suddenly appeared in the sky. The figure of Suanio appeared in the eyes of everyone in the world. Just by looking at it, an inexplicable feeling of oppression surged into my heart. Carlos, China. The beasts in this area are in China, right? Not in Europe, right? Los Shangton, nonsense, it's called Suanio, how can it not be in China? Yamamoto Ichiro, God really blesses China. The attributes of all the exotic beasts have increased by 10%. I wonder how many survivors can survive? Tanaka-Nizan, that's an A-level beast. Even if it's Huli from China, he would probably be slapped to death. Sit-to-you, look! Is there a human figure under that black bird? As soon as this barrage came out, the originally noisy global channel suddenly became silent. No! All chat channels are silent. Everyone was looking at the sky curtain, and could vaguely see a figure under the black bird. Rinjia, Huli! It's Huli! I've seen what this big guy looks like. At the same time. Keep it! Huli uttered 3 words, immediately put the Emperor's sword back into the warehouse, and went forward holding the black gold ancient sword. He didn't care about the sky above his head, nor did he pay attention to the news on the global channel. He only knew that this might be their last chance. If they fail to kill the black bird this time, and wait until its injuries recover and they replenish their bodies, they will face a real A-level, or even A+ level regional monster in the future. This has nothing to do with the hidden profession that was killed first. But it is about Huli's future plans. Every time a new catastrophe comes, there will be a qualitative increase in the number of exotic beasts. If Suanio is not killed before the second disaster comes, the whole of China may become a forbidden zone for survivors. Some copies, some secret treasures, and some professional tasks that need to be completed will never be reproduced. 9 half-dragons were leaping under the water, the dragonbat king wings behind them flapping, but they had no way of rising into the air. The pressure that high-level exotic beasts exert on low-level exotic beasts is a gap that they cannot cross. After Xia Qingwan transformed into a black panther, she was in the same state. I have the will but not the power. Only Lu Xiener. Seeing Huli rushing forward with the black gold ancient knife in hand, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and use all her strength to keep the Suanio in place. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Forcibly urging the 9 lords would still have an impact on her body. One knife! Huli held the black gold ancient knife in his hand and plunged it into the belly of the black bird, but was also blown into the water by the wings. Almost at the same time. Lu Xiener couldn't hold on any longer. The whole person was half kneeling on the deck, his figure looming, and he could only watch the black bird fly into the darkness and disappear. Owner! Without the pressure, Xia Qingwan immediately jumped into the water to search for Huli's trace. The 9.5 dragons immediately panicked underwater, each looking for their master. Fine. As a half-dragon emerged from the water, Huli was also carried onto the deck. Wei Shu immediately stepped forward and checked Huli's injuries. Wei Xiuqing's eyes flashed with a green light, and he slowly said, Brother Huli is fine, he just fainted, he just needs to rest for a few days. Call! Lu Xiener heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that Huli was just unconscious. She no longer maintained her disguise, but simply wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. When he looked up and was about to ask everyone to leave quickly, he found that the 4 people were looking up, staring at him blankly. Sister Xiener. Wei Xiaoqing looked at her and couldn't help but say in a daze, How can you be so beautiful? Lu Xiener smiled helplessly, and in the eyes of everyone, it was like 100 flowers blooming. Even Xia Qingwan couldn't help but raise her hand and touch her face, as if she was a little ashamed of herself. Okay, let's get down to business first. Lu Xiener uttered helplessly, and with a wave of her hand she tried her best to drive the breeze and steer the ship in the opposite direction where Suanio left. She looked at Xie Qingwan and Wei Shu. I don't know if the black bird will come back. Before Hu Li and I recover, we can only rely on you two. This breeze will last for 12 hours. After 12 hours, if Hu Li and I haven't woken up, I'll have to trouble you, Shaoqing, to wake me up. Wei Shaoqing nodded heavily. Don't worry, Sister Xiener. Shaoqing promises to complete the task. Good. Lu Xiener squatted down and uttered a word. Just as she was about to rub Shaoqing's head, she fell into fainting. She leaned forward and fainted on Wei Shaoqing. Send the master and her back to the room first. When Lu Xiener fainted, Xie Qingwan naturally became the leader on the boat. She picked up Hu Li, looked at the global channel and regional chat channel that were constantly refreshing messages, and turned to glance at Wei Shu. Mr. Wei, you should be good at remembering names, right? Ah? Wei Shu was stunned. Those noisy bugs in the global and regional channels are really annoying. Please write down their names. Xie Qingwan hugged Hu Li and walked into the cabin. I think the master will make friends with them after he wakes up. Thinking of the names Hu Li had asked him to remember before and how to make friends, Wei Shu suddenly understood. He nodded and looked at Xie Qingwan. Make sure to complete the task. Chapter 48, Sea Level Beast Tide. Dryness and burning. Hu Li slowly raised his eyes and felt like he was about to die of thirst. He subconsciously thought that he had returned to the dungeon. Fine. He looked up at the mall interface, and the more than 6 million points were still there. One of the main reasons why he was imprisoned in the dungeon by Lu Yuna was that he had never left any points in his own mall. Just because of what Lu Yuna said, saying from now on, we are one and the same, Hu Li gave all the points from then on to her. Otherwise, even in the dungeon, he could at least find a glimmer of hope in the mall. Hu Li shook his head, put these bad memories behind him, immediately exchanged a bottle of warm water from the mall, and hurriedly poured it down his throat. It's barely comfortable. He glanced at the prompt and found that there was no kill reward, which meant that the last slash he made before he fell unconscious still did not kill Sanyo. Fortunately, even if Sanyo was not killed by himself, he was not killed by anyone else. The first kill reward is still there. It's a blessing in disguise. Hu Li immediately checked his panel. Survivor, Hu Li. Survival level 12. Distance to next upgrade, 115, 000/1, 000. Physique, 242, plus 20%. C+. Strength, 229, plus 20%. C+. Intelligence, 225, plus 20%. C+. Agility, 241, plus 20%. C+. Luck 3 plus 20%. D. Master Talents, Grant, SSS, Deprive, SSS, Eye of True Vision, SSS, Destiny, SSS, Domain of the God of Death, SS, Control of Soldiers, SS, Phoenix Descendant, SS, Black Gold Ancient Sword, S, Eternal Fireball, S, Blood to Dragon, S, Dragon Bat Royal Wings, B. Skills, Soul Severing, S, Fang Tian, A, Reclaiming the Earth, A, Summoning the Spirit, B. Fine. There is still gain after all. In addition to the increase of about 30 points in physical strength and agility, the SS-level talent, Phoenix Descendant, was also taken away from Suanio. It's a pity that the intelligence and strength dropped by nearly 30 points, and the final improvement was less than 10 points. Not a loss at all. Hu Li propped himself up from the bed and checked the specific effect of the Phoenix Descendant. With just one glance, his eyes lit up instantly. Talent, Phoenix Descent. Level SS. Passive effect, all fire damage caused plus 30%, all fire damage received minus 30%. Note, a noble feather tribe with some phoenix blood. Although the passive effect of this skill is mediocre, possessing this talent is equivalent to possessing part of the phoenix bloodline. A talent alone is useless, but if you use it to endow Phoenix Descent plus characteristic boundless equals SSS-level talent, True Phoenix Descent. True Phoenix Descendant plus Dragon Bat Royal Wings equals A-level talent, Dragon Phoenix Wings. True Phoenix Descendant plus, transformed into dragon with blood, equals, SS-level talent, dragon phoenix inheritance. True phoenix descendant, plus, eternal fireball, equals, SS-level talent phoenix fury. Huli combined all the talents that could be combined with true phoenix descendant, and directly raised the levels of the 3 talents by 1 level. Not only is the speed of the dragon phoenix bat wings faster, but its hidden effect has been changed to reduce the attributes of all feathered and scaled clan members below level A. Change from blood dragon to dragon phoenix heritage. As long as the intelligence reaches B level or above, 2 new skills will be awakened at each level. One is related to the dragon clan, and the other is related to the phoenix clan. The Phoenix Fury derived from the Eternal Fireball is even more incredible. What was originally fireballs has now become a fire element skill that can transform into the form of a phoenix. Its power has more than doubled. Taking into account the bonus brought by the true Phoenix Descendant, if Huli now throws out his Phoenix Fury, even Bai Chi of level B+ will be injured. You can directly jump across a large level to fight. As for the true Phoenix Descendant that evolved into an SSS-level talent, in addition to the increase and reduction of the fire attribute reaching 50% at the same time, an active effect was also added. Immortal. When you are on the verge of death, you can forcibly restore your full status once and reset the cooldown time of all talents and skills. Cooling time, 30 days. This is equivalent to the mini version of the immortal youth of Yen Huang. But something is better than nothing. Call! Huli exhaled a breath. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes, and he changed his previous evaluation of this fight. It's not that there's no loss, it's that there's huge profit. Not only does he gain an SSS-level talent to save his life, but his main means of output has also been upgraded to a higher level, and he has even gained an SS-level talent similar to a profession. Next, as long as you improve your attributes, you will have usable skills. Not only will your attack capabilities be improved, but you will also have great potential for development. The only drawback is that the black bird was not caught. But so what? There are 8 more exotic beasts in the same area. Now he remembers the locations of at least 6 of them. At worst, I can kill the strange beasts in these areas first, and then turn around to look for the black bird. He just didn't believe it. As long as it was still within the time range of the first catastrophe, how could a mere A-level monster cause such a stir? Huli made up his mind, got up immediately, and took a step towards the door. Just as he was about to open the door to see what was happening to everyone else, the cabin door was pushed open. Huli subconsciously closed his eyes and dodged, only to see an already blurry figure instantly shrouded in darkness. "Hey, you awake?" Luciena's voice came. Her whole body was enveloped by yin elements, absorbing all the light around her. Huli also responded casually, and then walked forward. "What are you doing here?" Logically speaking, Xie Qingwan should not allow her to enter the room, but now she was alone, and she walked to the door and opened it. "I'm afraid there's something wrong here. It was your little leopard who asked me to come and help you recover. As for the reason..." Luciana stepped aside and made way. "You'll understand if you go to the bow." Huli didn't say much, but just walked towards the bow. When he saw the scene in front of him, his brows suddenly frowned. Hasn't he only been in a coma for 2 days? Why does it feel like he's been in a coma for 2 months? Outside the bow, 9.5 dragons surrounded the unlimited sea kingdom, and in front of them were a steady stream of strange beasts, ranging from the lowest level F to the highest level D. In the air, a sea-level alien beast flapped its wings and soared, hovering above the ship, as if supervising the battle. Wei Shu stood at the bow holding a D-class spear, spearing each monster that passed through the half-dragon blockade. Xie Qingwan stood on the roof of the cabin, her eyes fixed on the sea-level monster hovering in the air, waiting for an opportunity, ready to jump from the roof and catch the monster at any time. Wei Shaoqing hid in the hull, and occasionally blew a breath at the circular magic circle in front of him, which would create a hurricane above the water. There is no doubt that this thing is probably a small toy developed by Luciana for Shaoqing, which she can use to gain experience when she has nothing to do. This is a tide of beasts. Sea-level beast tide. This is only the 2nd day after the novice period ended. How come there is already a sea-level beast tide? Chapter 49. Do one good deed every day. A hint of excitement suddenly flashed in Huli's eyes. Speaking of the end of the novice period, what he was most looking forward to, apart from the first kill of the regional monster, was this beast tide. The beast tide focuses on quantity, not quality. Usually a beast tide is accompanied by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of exotic beasts charging desperately. For other survivors, this was just some insignificant experience or points, but for Huli, these are all attributes. Free attributes. It seems you should know what's going on. Luciana took a step forward and said calmly. In fact, with our strength, we can destroy this wave of beasts at any time, but your little leopard is unwilling to do so and said that he must wait until you wake up. It seems like there is some treasure hidden in this tide of beasts. For you, this may just be some points, but for me, it is really different. Luciana let out a puzzled sound. But before she could find out the reason, she saw Huli walking out of the cabin quickly. He took a step forward and landed on the deck. A flash of red gold light flashed across his right hand. A small fire phoenix leaped out from the fingertips and dived towards the water in front of him. This is the fireball he controls? No, that's not right. This is not a fireball at all, it's clearly a mobile nuclear reactor. Wherever the fire phoenix passed, the strange beasts turned into little bits of pure white starlight, flickering in the rising white mist, like a fairyland. Almost at the same time, there were also piles of unknown things at Huli's feet, which looked like the corpses of strange beasts, and there seemed to be some strange things mixed in. Just like last time when I was climbing the stairs. Brother Huli! Wei Xiaoqing was the first to notice Huli's figure. She immediately stood up and cheered, rushing towards him. You're awake! Wake up, wake up! Huli rubbed Wei Xiaoqing's head lovingly, snapped his right fingers, and another fire phoenix flew towards the beast tide on the other side. After being strengthened by the true phoenix, the fireball is no longer a fleeting fireball, but a fire phoenix that can seek out enemies on its own, or even equivalent to a summoned disposable monster. Of course, every burn of the fire phoenix is like the eternal fireball, with a 100% deprivation effect. Huli was too lazy to count the prompts that popped up in front of him. He just had to wait for the beast tide to end and take a quick look. The two fire phoenixes circled around the unlimited sea kingdom, dancing gracefully. As their wings fluttered, they not only burned the strange beasts to ashes, but also raised the temperature of the surroundings by a lot. In other words, the no-sea nation is immune to these conditions, otherwise everyone on the ship would be burned by the temperature. However, the rising white mist was always thick and could not be dispersed for the time being. Owner! Xie Qingwan also immediately jumped off the bow, transformed into a black panther, and approached Huli. You have been unconscious for 2 days, are you okay? Rest assured. Huli rubbed the leopard's head, then looked at Wei Shu, who was putting away his spear not far away. Brother Wei, thank you. I wasn't really of much help. Wei Shu raised his hand and scratched his head. He didn't have the manners of a top 7 on the heavenly ranking. Miss Xie has been in charge of the affairs on the ship these days. I just followed her orders. Huli didn't say much, but just made note of Wei Shu's behavior in his heart. After the last betrayal, he won't be nice to anyone for no reason, but he's not the kind of ungrateful person who takes advantage of everyone. Whoever is good to him, he will naturally be twice as good to them. The surrounding strange beasts had been almost killed, but the energy of the two fire phoenixes had not yet dissipated. They directly cut through the thick water mist and attacked into the air. One in front and one behind, they attacked the sea-level monster in the air. The two fire phoenixes were shattered, and the sea-level monsters also fell instantly, turning into a reminder in everyone's ears. The sea-level beast tide has been cleared. All participants have plus 10,000 experience points, and plus 100,000 points. After all, it was just a sea-level beast tide. Getting 10,000 points was already pretty good. Killing a sea-level beast would only increase 1,000 points. However, quantitative change will still lead to qualitative change. Just now, the two fire phoenixes killed a total of more than 30,000 F and E level monsters. Each E level monster provided 10 experience points, and each F level monster provided 1 experience point. Besides that, there are properties. 30,000 exotic beasts provided him with a total of 1,488 attributes. It is almost evenly distributed among the 4 attributes. B+. Except for the intelligence attribute, which is slightly lower and only reaches level B, all other attributes have exceeded 600, reaching B+. This is without taking into account the increase in the golden pupils and jade pupils. If the increase is taken into account, even the intelligence will exceed the B+ attribute. If there are a few more beast waves like this, Huli can go and challenge Suanio in a duel right now. Whoever is a coward is a dog. What a pity. No one knows where that dog has gone now, and as a result, the level of China's beast tide has also increased a lot. Normally, a beast tide of this magnitude would not appear until at least 20 days, or even a month later. It's only been 2 days and the sea-level monsters have already appeared. In other areas, the local exotic beasts are probably only D-level. Even if there is a beast tide, they are only E-level. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. The difficulty of survival in the Chinese region has increased now, but as long as there are survivors, China will surely be the winner in subsequent regional wars. The reward for regional wars is that you can avoid all disasters for a certain period of time. This is a rare opportunity for any region. Team leader. Wei Shu walked over as he spoke, took out a notebook from his arms and handed it to Huli. This is name book. Wei Shu looked at Xie Qingwan, who was beside Huli. Miss Xie asked me to record it. They are all foul-mouthed people, Xie Qingwan said angrily. Master, after you were shot down into the water by the black bird, they started spewing shit on the regional and global channels, so I asked him to write down the name. There's nothing I can do. As a loyal dog, I naturally can't bear to see my master suffer any injustice. Even if her master herself doesn't know about this, it won't work. I see. As Huli spoke, he raised his hand and patted Wei Shu on the shoulder, and a white light suddenly flashed from his left hand. Give. Wei Shu's 4-dimensional attributes increased by nearly 60 points each. His pupils trembled suddenly, and before he could say anything, Huli patted him on the shoulder for the second time. Black Gold Ancient Sword, Infinite Growth version, endowed. Although it does not come with a deprivation effect, it is also an S-level talent that can grow. For Wei Shu, it was a free S-level talent. For Huli, it just means that he cannot use the pure version of the Black Gold Ancient Sword within 24 hours. After 24 hours, the pure version of the Black Gold Ancient Sword will return to him with the same attributes as it was given. But he can still use the deprived version of the Black Gold Ancient Sword, so it doesn't have any impact at all. Team. Wei Shu was about to speak when Huli patted him on the shoulder for the 3rd time. S-level skill, Soul Slash, granted. Team leader! Wei Shu's old face flushed red, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. You are. Oh, don't get excited. I'm just making a deal with you. This is your advance payment. Huli chuckled and pointed at the name book he handed over. I have something else to do and need to go somewhere else. Can you please say a few words to the people on this name book for me? What? The first sentence is, do you want to die, or do you want to live? If you want to die, then do a good deed that day and help them end their lives. What if you want to live? Wei Shu asked doubtfully. Then I'll say the second sentence. Huli raised his lips slightly. Tell them to add a sentence before posting messages in the chat channel from now on. Dad Huli, I was wrong. If not, just go find them again and do one good deed a day. Wait a minute. Lu Sienna was speechless for a while, and couldn't help asking. Why do you like others to call you Dad so much? If I call you Mom, won't it make me look too feminine? Chapter 50. Save me, save me. Since we have to act separately, we naturally need to find another means of transportation. Huli used 1.2 million points to buy a yacht from the mall and gave it to Wei Shu, intending to let him take Wei Xiaoqing away with him. All good things must come to an end. Although he admired Wei Shu in his previous life, he never thought of going through the disaster with him in this life. After all, they are not the same kind of people. They may be able to get along well now, but in the future, their worldviews and values are different, and no one knows what will happen. It would be best if we go our separate ways now and develop separately. But Wei Shu refused to do it. It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but he doesn't want Xiaoqing to follow him. The reason is simple. For Wei Shu, this world is still dangerous. If he takes Wei Xiaoqing with him, no one knows what will happen tomorrow. In his eyes, only Hu Li can be trusted, and Xiaoqing will be safe only by staying by his side. Hu Li wanted to decline politely, but before he could open his mouth, Wei Xiaoqing, who understood Wei Shu's thoughts, had already stood beside him resolutely. With tears in her eyes, she waved goodbye, using her actions to reassure her brother. What else can Hu Li do? I can only take it with me. It's just a matter of having more pairs of chopsticks. As Wei Shu drove away in the speedboat, Hu Li couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Xianer. Ms. Lu, thank you for your help. Our transaction is complete and you can leave now. No hurry, no hurry. Lu Xianer chuckled and came closer. Where are you going next, Mr. Hu? Maybe we're going the same way. Walk? What a joke. After this beast tied, she became more certain of one thing. This guy definitely knows some inside information about the disaster. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain so calm when facing the beast tied, as if he had known about it for a long time. Even with a wave of his hand, his talent changed again. Others can't sense it, but she can clearly perceive it. If his previous fireball could only cause 10 points of damage, then each of the 2 fire phoenixes could cause at least 60 points of damage. No, the damage of the second fire phoenix may have reached 70 points. This means that he is getting stronger all the time. If there is nothing fishy about this, she won't believe it. Only by following this guy can you get access to these inside information firsthand. What's next? Hu Li did not try to guess what Lu Xianer meant, but just recalled the location of the second regional monster in his mind. The nearest regional exotic beast is within the borders of the White Bear country. It was a mermaid named Rusalka, and if I remember correctly, she should be near Lake Baikal. It is only about 2,000 kilometers from here to Lake Baikal. After the 9-headed half-dragon swallowed part of the black bird's body, its attributes were also improved. In addition, Hu Li's SS-level talent, command of troops, provided an agility bonus. If he traveled at full speed, it would only take about 10 hours. Taking into account the detours required to reach some areas, it will take at most 13 hours to get there. You can give it a try. To Lake Baikal. Hu Li turned to look at Lu Xianer and invited her generously. Will you go? Is there any benefit? Hu Li shook his head. There seems to be a copy of Lake Baikal, but no guide has ever appeared. Even if he went there, he would only try to look for it, and might not really find it. Then forget it. Lu Xianer tiptoed, her body transformed into water element, and immediately dissipated in the water. Mr. Hu, take care, we'll work together again next time if there's a chance. Hu Li rolled his eyes helplessly. If it were in the past, he might not have been able to sense where Lu Xianer was going. But now, the B-level intelligence attribute can completely crush this guy, and naturally he can also sense the opponent's movements. That bastard is hiding under the boat now. You want to repeat the same old trick, right? Okay. It depends on how long you can hide. Hu Li took out the 9 aircraft carrier arresting cables again and called all 9 half-dragons out from underwater. Xiaowan, Xiaoqing, put on the ropes. Okay, brother. Yes, master. 2 crisp sounds fell. Hu Li also walked to the bow and helped to put on the ropes. At the same time, he also bestowed True Phoenix Descendant, Dragon Phoenix Heritage, Phoenix Rage, and Dragon Phoenix Bat Wings on the 9 half-dragons. At the same time as the bloodline was bestowed, the wings behind the 9 half-dragons expanded instantly. The wings, which were originally only 3 meters long, expanded to more than 5 meters. The dragon horns on the top of the head extended again, the dragon head began to take shape, and even the snake's tail grew in a fan shape, glowing with colorful light, as if it was about to grow feathers. Half-dragon. This is already a completely new species. Hu Li glanced at the panels of those guys and was stunned. Species, Pseudo-Dragon Phoenix. Grade B. Physical strength, 676, plus 15%. B+. Strength, 686, plus 15%. B plus. Intelligence, 633, plus 15%. B plus. Agility, 647, plus 15%. B plus. Talents, True Phoenix, SSS, Heaven Devouring, SSS, Dragon Phoenix Heritage, SS, Phoenix Fury, SS, Dragon Phoenix Bat Wings, A. Mastered Skills, Inheritance Dragon Roar, B. Inheritance Phoenix Roar, B. Smash, E. Venomous Fang, E. Entanglement, F. Note: this rare beast has the blood of the dragon and phoenix in its body, and there are only 9 of them in the world. Hiss! Huli couldn't help but take a breath when he looked at the data on the panel in front of him. Grade B. Not only did all attributes reach B+, but it even possessed 2 inherited skills. If I let these 9 little guys continue to eat, I'm afraid they will grow faster than me. Huli didn't even dare to think about what it would be like if he really got the SSS-level talent Flame Phoenix, and gave it to these 9 little guys. And if they can all achieve 9 rebirths from the ashes, they might all be able to ascend to S-level monsters in one step. Forget it, don't think about it for now, let's go to Lake Baikal and get the first kill first. To avoid any more nightmares. With the appearance of 9 pseudo-dragons and phoenixes, Huli arrived at Lake Baikal earlier than expected. In less than 10 hours he appeared on the shore of Lake Baikal. Only, the scene here was slightly different from what he had imagined. Blood. The huge Lake Baikal has expanded more than 10 times in area after the flooding disaster. But even in such a vast body of water, there is not a single bit of water to be seen, only a scarlet red. The water rippled, and the sticky blood seemed to stick to flesh and blood, turning into waves. After entering the bloody area, the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes immediately hovered in the air, showing a hint of uneasiness, and their bodies in the Unlimited Sea Kingdom began to tremble slightly. Huli couldn't help but frown. He immediately ordered the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes to dive into the water and not to move rashly. As No Sea Country fell into the water, Huli immediately turned his head and looked behind him. Xiao Wan, take Xiao Qing into the cabin first, and don't come out without my order. Xiao Wan didn't answer. Instead, Xiao Qing suddenly looked up, her pupils were bloodshot and her expression was full of fear. The tender voice of a child echoes softly. Save me! Save me! Chapter 51, Traces of the Blackbird. Get out! Huli frowned and uttered 3 words, then he raised his right hand slightly, and a fire phoenix appeared in his palm. I won't say it a second time! Rusalka. That mermaid is best at doing this kind of thing to bewitch people. Wherever there is blood and water, that is the territory. In this domain, anyone whose intelligence attribute is lower than hers will be directly judged to be in a bewitched state. This is also why, although it is the lowest level and weakest among several regional monsters, it was not chosen to be the first regional monster to be killed. It seemed like he felt threatened, or maybe for some other reason. Rusalka immediately gave up his attempt to instigate Wei Xiaoqing and Xie Qingwan, and instead a perch half a man's height jumped out from the bottom of the boat. The fish's tail slapped the deck again and again, and its bulging eyes kept searching for Huli's position. After locking onto it, another sound came. Save me! Save me now! Brother Huli! Wei Xiaoqing was startled and immediately rushed behind Huli. Xie Qingwan next to him also returned to normal at this moment, and immediately turned into a black panther, stretching out his claws and hovering above the fish. As long as Huli gives the order, the fish can be killed at any time. Huli became interested. He put away the flaming phoenix in his palm and squatted in front of the perch. You want me to save you? Why? A bird. What a big bird. It's right above my head. Lord Poseidon! Please protect your people. Huli's pupils trembled. Poseidon! No wonder this guy is so obedient, he probably sensed the aura of the sea god in me. As for the birds, it must be the black bird. Apart from it, there couldn't be any other strange beast that could turn the area's strange beasts into this state. That guy, is he around here too? Huli did not dare to hesitate and stepped on the deck. Luciener! Come out! With a gust of breeze, Luciener immediately appeared in front of everyone and even bowed to Huli. Great sage, what can I do for you? Don't cost the earth god here, the black bird may be nearby, be prepared. Can it be killed? Luciana couldn't help but wonder. Try. Huli uttered 2 words calmly. After 2 days, the killing god's domain has cooled down. If he is given another chance to pull the opponent into the killing god's domain, with his current strength, he can give it a try. Good! Luciana responded, but the look she gave Huli was full of curiosity. Although she was hiding underwater just now, she could hear the words, Poseidon, clearly. Huli waved his hand and hid the 9-headed pseudo-dragon and phoenix under the water. He then looked at the perch. Where is your real body in the bird? I can save you! I'm in the water, it's in the sky. Huli was speechless for a moment. Believe it or not, I will throw you into the water right now. Tell me the exact location. Don't. The mournful voice sounded again. It's under a cloud. There are several rocks next to me. This description is like saying there is a stone-ground rice noodle roll shop downstairs on a street in Guangdong. Huli rolled his eyes, cut off the head of the perch with a black gold ancient knife, and kicked it into the lake. Put away the fish body and make soup. Okay. Before Xie Qingwan could make a move, Lu Xian'er had already collected the body of the perch. Huli didn't care about these things, but immediately gave orders on the clan interface. Find Rusalka. Lake Baikal covers an area of 30,000 square kilometers. Now, after the flood disaster, the water area has expanded again. Even if Huli possessed a fragment of the sea god's divine power, and could sense the conditions in the waters within a radius of 20 kilometers, he would not be able to find a mermaid in such a large area. Now I can only hope that I can find him before Serenio finds Rusalka. Otherwise, with Serenio's current strength, he would be able to defeat Rusalka in seconds when they meet. This may not necessarily bring much improvement to Serenio's strength, but if it goes to find the next exotic beast in the next area, it will take a long time. Brother Huli. Wei Xiaoqing raised her hand timidly. What's wrong, Xiaoqing? Huli turned to look at Wei Xiaoqing and asked with concern. Were you scared just now? No. Wei Xiaoqing's eyes glowed with light, and he raised his hand and pointed to the northwest of Lake Baikal. The black bird you are looking for should be in that direction. That's right. I almost forgot this girl's talent is chi sensing. Any creature she has observed within a certain range will have its location locked by her. Very good. Huli raised his hand and rubbed her head. Brother Huli, go do the work first, and I will reward you after I find it. Wei Xiaoqing nodded heavily. Without Huli saying anything more, Lu Xian'er had already given the unrivaled Sea Kingdom an acceleration boost. 9 pseudo-dragons and phoenixes quickly surrounded the infinite Sea Kingdom, and swam under the water, ready to pounce on and bite the black bird at any time when they encountered it. Now they have some intelligence, and the extremely frustrating scenes from before are still engraved in their minds. The 9 of them who were going to become true dragons and true phoenixes in the future were pinned under the water by a tiny black bird, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. This is also a great insult to the alien beasts. We must avenge ourselves. 10 minutes later. Huli, standing at the bow of the boat, vaguely saw the black bird circling in the sky. The size, the pressure, and the sharp cry, it was definitely that creature. It seems that after reaching level A, this black bird also gained some wisdom and understood what methods should be used to quickly recover from its injuries and become stronger. Devour. Among the strange beasts, even if they do not possess the talent of swallowing the sky like the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix, they can strengthen themselves by devouring flesh and blood. However, the higher the level of the monster, the higher the quality of the flesh and blood used to strengthen itself must be. For an A-level Sanyo, apparently only regional exotic beasts could barely meet its requirements. Rusalka is an obvious choice. Huli looked at the guy hovering in the air, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise. It really is effortless to get it. If this Sanyo changed its target, he might not be able to find this guy. But it happened to come from the same place as mine. Then we can only blame it on bad luck. Old rules later. Huli uttered a sentence and turned to look at Lu Xian'er. This can be regarded as another transaction between us. If you need anything, you can ask for it. Let's talk about it later. As Luciana spoke, the various enhancements were already applied to Huli. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Let's talk about it after you kill Suanio first. Good. Huli uttered a word, stepped on the ground, and brand new dragon phoenix bat wings suddenly spread out behind him. It is almost impossible to tell what this pair of wings has to do with the bat family. The layers of feathers covering it sparkled brightly like dragon scales and were extremely sharp. Huli flapped his wings and flew, bursting out with AB+ level speed, rushing towards the black bird in the sky. Chapter 52, Regional Beast. First kill. Clang. A cry sounded again. Obviously, Suanio also discovered Huli swooping down. It didn't hesitate at all, and it reached the maximum speed of Class A, fleeing towards the north. Want to run? Huli opened, Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition, again, and another bird feather appeared in his hand. He casually put it into the warehouse. But when he wanted to pull Suanio into the realm of the god of death, a prompt popped up. There are no enemies within the selection range, please try again later. Depend on. Huli couldn't help but curse in his heart, and when he looked up again, the black bird had already flown away from his sight. Ran away. It seems that my speed is still not fast enough. There are still not enough long-range attack methods. But it doesn't matter. At least Rusalka is still in Lake Baikal, and he has already seen through Suanio's purpose. Devour strange beasts from other areas to recover from your injuries. Except for Rusalka, which is right in front of us, the nearest regional exotic beasts are almost in the European range. Even if Suanio reaches A level and can cross other areas to find regional exotic beasts, they may not be as fast as himself. At worst, I can just go to the next location and block this guy. But now... Huli lowered his head and looked at the surface of Lake Baikal. After the black bird left, the endless blood quickly gathered under his body. After just a few breaths, the pieces of blood condensed into a blood-red reef that resembled a throne. Rusalka was half leaning on the bloody reef. A scarlet fish tail was half in the water and half exposed on the reef, with layers of scales covering the neck, and above that was an elf-like head. Pointed ears, long hair, but the only thing that is eye-catching is the pair of fangs. When I raised my hand, I saw a layer of webbed feet between my 5 fingers. Ocean. He uttered only one word. A fire phoenix immediately swooped towards it. As the voice fell, the fire phoenix instantly wrapped Rusalka in it. In the blink of an eye, the bloody reef collapsed, and only a pool of ashes remained. Bite. Global announcement. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for being the first to kill the C-level regional beast Rusalka, and obtain a random S-level talent 1-3. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for killing the C-level regional beast Rusalka, experience value plus 1,000, points plus 10,000. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for obtaining 1 A-grade material mermaid beast pill and 1 C-grade material mermaid singing voice. Wait a minute! Huli looked at the prompt in front of him and frowned immediately. Not a hidden profession. How is this possible? In the previous life, the team on the list killed this Rusalka, and the reward they received was a hidden profession. It's impossible that the targets killed are the same, so the rewards are different, right? Etc. Huli looked at the golden prompt flashing before his eyes and suddenly discovered a difference. Grade. In the previous life, the alien beast killed by the Tianbang team was also a Rusalka, but it was a B-level Rusalka. What you get is the first kill of a B-level area monster. And what he got was just the first kill of a C-level area monster. The rewards will naturally be different for different levels. Huli suddenly felt helpless. He had planned so many things, but he had missed this point. But fortunately, at least there is a consolation prize of S-level talent. Just right. He also had to hunt down the black bird, and when he found the next exotic beast in the area, he would cultivate it to level B before killing it. If there is a chance, I will also take the head of the black bird. The first kill of a B-level area monster is a random hidden profession. No one knows what the reward will be for the first kill of an A-level area monster. Huli had experienced the lowest depths of the abyss, so naturally he wouldn't feel frustrated by a small accident. He quickly calmed down, put the 2 materials on the reef into his pocket, and opened his panel. That S-level talent has been directly distributed to him. Talent: Star Picking. Level S. Active effect: you can transform into an S-level weapon, the Star Picking Bow. The strength depends on your strength and agility attributes. It fires energy arrows, and you can fire up to 3 arrows a day. Hidden effect: after using up the energy arrows, you can continue to fire physical arrows. The damage depends on the quality of the physical arrows. Note: I have an arrow that can pick the stars. What the hell? Ranged attack talent. And there is no need to worry about being immune to Sueño. Wonderful! Huli felt delighted, and the slight sense of loss that remained before was instantly washed away. At this moment, he only had one thing in mind. Give. True Phoenix Descendant, plus, Picking Stars, equals, SS-level talent, Annihilating the Moon. Eye of True Vision, plus, Moonlight, equals, SS-level talent, Sun Chaser. Deprivation, plus, Sun Chase, equals, SS-level talent Sun Chase Deprivation version. Destiny, plus, Sun Chaser Deprivation version, equals, SS-level talent Sun Chaser Destiny Deprivation version. Characteristic Boundless, plus, Sun Chaser Destiny Deprivation version, equals, SS-level talent Sun Chaser Infinite. Phoenix Fury, plus, Sun Chaser Destiny Deprivation version, equals, SS-level talent Sun Chaser Phoenix Arrow. Sun Chaser Phoenix Arrow, plus, Domain of the God of Death, equals, Feather of the God of Death. After 7 endowments, Picking the Stars. No, it should be called Chasing the Sun. The detailed description has almost changed completely. Apart from the combination with the Domain of the God of Death, which gave the Domain of the God of Death another means of attack, the remaining 5 bestowals brought earth-shaking changes to Star Picking. As for other talents, there is no way to bestow them on jury, so we can only give up. Talent: Sun Chaser Destiny Deprivation version. Level SS. Experience 0 out of 10, 000,000. Active effect 1. You can transform into an SS-level weapon, the Sun Chaser Bow. The strength depends on your strength and agility attributes. It fires energy arrows. You can store 3 Phoenix arrows per day. After firing, it can be transformed into arrows without attributes to chase the opponent until the Phoenix arrow is broken or the opponent dies. There is no upper limit to the storage. Active effect 2. The creature that is attacked will have a chance to be deprived of 1 attribute, item, skill, or talent, and the deprivation will succeed once every 3 times. Passive effect. Every time you kill a creature with this skill, you can store a point of experience. Hidden effect. After using up the energy arrows, you can continue to fire physical arrows. The damage depends on the quality of the physical arrows. Note: I have an arrow that can chase the sun. After reading the talent description, Huli's heart couldn't help but tremble. Is this the talent that combines 4 SSS-level talents? That's a bit too abnormal. He took the opportunity to summon out the Sun Chaser Bow. A bow made entirely of pure gold appeared in his hand. Huli hooked his fingers on the bowstring and pulled it gently. A phoenix shadow appeared between the bowstring and the bow body and gradually solidified. Target: Sueño. Clang! As Huli's fingers loosened, the phoenix shadow immediately broke free from the bow and chased in the direction where the black bird disappeared. The speed is much faster than that of Sueño. Huli was delighted when he saw this. He immediately drew his bow and shot the remaining 2 arrows at once. As for whether you can catch up with it, and whether you can kill the Sueño after catching up, it all depends on luck. Fine. Huli never puts all his hopes on luck. He turned to look at the unrivaled sea country, sailing towards him, and looked at Luciana on the boat. Miss Lu, do you mind going to a farther place for a tour? As long as you don't take me to Southeast Asia, I can still go see other places. What about Northern Europe? Huli raised his lips slightly. You can see elves and dragons. Chapter 53. What if I want your life? Or should we go find the regional exotic beasts? When Luciana heard about such a large area being covered, she naturally thought of the first kill prompt just now. Yes. Huli did not deny it either. He looked at Luciana in front of him and gave a serious suggestion. In addition to the black bird that rushed over, there are 2 regional exotic beasts in the Nordic region. I want to be the first to kill one of them, and the reward for the remaining one can be given to you. No way. With Suenio's current recovery speed, by the time he arrives in Northern Europe, the opponent may have recovered to his peak A level. If Luciana is not around at that time, it will be difficult for him to deal with the opponent alone. Joint action is the best option right now. Luciana's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there a copy? The improvement brought to her by the last S-level copy, Earth Country, was enormous, and she was able to completely leave behind other survivors at this stage, but it also brought a drawback. Even facing a tide of beasts, she had no way to continue improving her strength. You can survive safely at this stage, but no one knows what will happen in the future. It is always a good idea to accumulate more strength and foundation. The copy, and the copy with Huli in it, is obviously the best choice to improve your strength. Yes, there is one. Huli looked troubled. It's this copy, it's a little weird. Except for the Earth Kingdom copy, even if there are some strategies for other copies, they are incomplete. The situation after entering the copy is ever-changing and no one knows what will happen. In the Nordic region, there is a notorious copy. It has no specific level and the initial copy level is only E. However, with the continuous expansion of side quests, the entire copy level may even be upgraded to S level. Copy of 9 Realms. After entering the dungeon, you will be randomly teleported to one of the 9 realms and randomly receive a main quest. Once you complete it, you will have passed the level. But according to the experience of those big guys in the previous life, it is said that someone has seen the god King Odin in this copy. This is the only SSS-level character that can appear at this stage. If only I could replicate that person's quest route, meet the god King Odin, and take advantage of him when leaving the dungeon. Wouldn't that be wonderful? That's fine. Luciana doesn't care about that. She chuckled and said, Then you take me to the dungeon and bring me out safely. That will be the content of our deal this time. I will help you until you succeed in killing the black bird. Make a deal. If you want to enter the dungeon, you have to find a reliable partner. Luciana is obviously one of them. After the two reached a deal, the heavy rain in the sky gradually stopped. Luciana couldn't help but look up at the sky, her pupils trembling. The rain stopped. Stop. Huli looked towards the horizon, watching the sun peeking out from the clouds. But it's only in this area that the rain has stopped. If we kill the black bird, the rain in China will also stop. Luciana frowned slightly, as if she had made a decision about something. She immediately raised her arms and shouted, What are you waiting for? Go for it! After saying that, the entire, worldwide ocean kingdom rushed towards the direction where Suenio left. The 9-headed pseudo-dragon Phoenix immediately swam to the bow, took the aircraft carrier's arresting rope in its mouth, and rushed towards the distance. Without the obstruction of heavy rain, the speed of the Sealess Kingdom was obviously faster. That's right. The excited Luciana turned to look at Huli. I haven't asked you yet, where is our destination this time? The Fair Islands. Where? A question mark popped up in Luciana's head. Norway is about 6,000 kilometers away from here. Luciana, surprised face? 6,000 kilometers. Even at the current speed, it would take 30 hours of non-stop travel. This is still the case when calculating straight-line distance. Today, the waters have not yet submerged the entire White Bear country, and there are still many land areas. It is obviously impossible to walk in a straight line. So, they would need at least more than 40 hours to travel, maybe even longer. Luciana immediately gave up, and her speed dropped by about 20%. Huli didn't say much, just smiled bitterly, sat on the bow, casually pulled out the S-level item Taigong fishing rod, and started fishing. No, at this speed it is not considered fishing, it should be called hooking. He also watched the global chat channel and the regional chat channel, silently lurking. This was a habit he developed during his 10 years in the dungeon. The speed of reading chat records alone can be called an SSS-level talent. In the global channel, most of the survivors were discussing the news that he had previously killed the local monsters, and the news that the rain had stopped in the White Bear country. Some people have begun to speculate whether killing the alien beasts in the area can bring an end to the disaster. Some have even started to form teams without hesitation, preparing to search for the exotic beasts in their respective areas. Lei Jiming, Huli, Dad, I was wrong. Does that mean there is no disaster in White Bear Country now? Are there any strange beasts? If not, is there anyone who can form a team so that we can go there and take shelter together? Keith, the person above, what do you mean by the previous sentence? Lei Jiming, Huli, I was wrong. I don't want you to care. Chunbao, Huli, Dad, I was wrong, brother, I understand you. Seeing this, Huli couldn't suppress the smile. It seems that Wei Shu's progress is going smoothly. Such people are like cockroaches. When you find one, it means there are already many similar people. Among the vast amount of information, he suddenly caught a piece of information. Su Yao, is Boss Huli in White Bear Country? Can you come and save us? We are trapped in the building, and there is a tide of beasts outside. We are about to be breached. Su Yao, ranked 4th on the heavenly ranking in the previous life, president of the World Salvation Society. She is actually in White Bear Country. Nakatafumi, you Chinese people just like to joke around. Why should others come to save you? Bian Xianger, that's right. That Huli is from our Dahan country. How could he listen to a Chinese person's request for help from you? Pu Guochang, Huli, I order you to return to the embrace of the motherland as soon as possible. We need you. Oh. Sure enough, when people are speechless, they will really laugh out loud. Huli sneered and ignored the barking of the dogs, just keeping them in mind. If I remember correctly, on the 13th day of the flooding disaster, the island country and the Great Cold Country were submerged one after another, and only a small number of survivors boarded the ship. If you plan ahead, you should have a chance to unlock an S-level hidden achievement. Destroyer of a country. The effect is not that strong, but who would refuse such a title? Especially getting such a title from an island country. Before leaving the White Bear Country, Huli opened Su Yao's private chat interface and sent a private chat request. The other party agreed immediately. Su Yao, Mr. Hu, can you come and save us? Huli, I come to save you, what can you provide me? Su Yao, I don't know what you need, Mr. Hu, but as long as we have it, we can provide it to you. Huli, oh. What if I want your life? Chapter 54. How about you ask him to come down to see me? Su Yao, as long as you can save us, you can take my life at any time. Su Yao replied without any hesitation. As the future president of the Salvation Society, I do have this awareness. However, Huli wanted to save her not because of this, nor because of her future identity as a strong person on the heavenly ranking, but because of the talent she possessed. SSS-level talent, source of life. Among the SSS-level talents that Hu Yu knows, this is the only one that only has a passive effect. As long as Su Yao is within range, when a friendly soldier is about to die, he will be forced into a dying state, with his physical strength locked at one point, and his physical strength will gradually recover. As long as he does not receive any other damage within 24 hours, he can recover to full status. Just like the gift that Huli possesses, this talent also requires teammates to maximize its value. In his previous life, Su Yao became the president of the Salvation Society with this talent, and gradually developed his power, purchased other talents to strengthen himself, and eventually became 4th on the heavenly list. But Huli was trapped in that dark dungeon, and could only spend the whole day in the chat channel. The results of the two are completely different. But this life is different. Just right. If you want to visit the Dungeon 9 Realms, it is definitely a good choice to bring Su Yao with you. Huli, the deal is done, where are you now? Su Yao, in the residential building in Irkutsk, there is a D-level beast tied around, and the leader of the beast is nowhere to be seen. We have a total of 231 people here, and currently 35 of them are injured and have lost their ability to fight. The rest can still fight and can hold out for less than 2 hours at most. Information, extremely detailed. He almost told Huli directly which street he should attack from to make a better breakthrough. The place is not far away, only 70 kilometers away from the southern shore of Lake Baikal. Huli, half an hour, wait for me. Su Yao, thank you very much. Huli issued an order to the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix in the tribe interface, and the No-Sea Kingdom turned around directly. Luciana couldn't help but wonder. Are you not going to look for Sanyo? Go grab a teammate first. Teammate? Luciana's eyes were full of confusion, but seeing that Huli had no intention of continuing to answer, she did not ask any more questions. Soon, the Sealess Kingdom entered the city of Irkutsk. After 3 days of heavy rain, coupled with the rising water level of Lake Baikal, the water level in the city has risen to more than 20 meters. Churches, shops, and all buildings except some residential buildings with more than 10 floors have been submerged in water. Looking around, the city is densely populated by all kinds of strange beasts. There were crabs half the height of a person, lobsters 2 meters long, and tentacles as thick as water tanks extending out of the water. Huli's eyes lit up immediately. Strange beast? This thing is a top-quality ingredient. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Luciana, just in time to see this guy swallowing his saliva. Obviously, the Taoai also saw the trick and was turning to look at him. Just watch from the side. Huli uttered helplessly and took out the sun-chasing bow casually. He held the bow in his left hand and the string with his right hand. 9 black bird tail feathers were pinched between his fingers. At the same time, he set his targets as various strange beasts. Whoosh! As his fingers loosened, 9 tail feathers broke through the air above the water, piercing the bodies of all the strange beasts they came into contact with along the way. Every time Huli pierced through 3 strange beasts, a deprivation prompt would pop up in front of his eyes. Arrows. Who says feathers can't be used as arrows? Not to mention the strength of the A-grade Sanyo feathers, even the strength of the C-grade Sanyo feathers that Huli had plucked off earlier was enough to rival a D-grade weapon. A bird feather is equivalent to a D-level arrow. It is so easy to pierce the bodies of these E-level beasts. Although it is not as efficient as using Phoenix Fury, it is safer. This is the city center. If a Phoenix Fury were to be unleashed, God knows how many unlucky people would ascend to heaven along with it. He still needs to find someone, so it's better to leave this opportunity to the island country. Anyway, they have experience and are used to it. In the blink of an eye. Of the densely packed exotic beasts, only a few relatively rare ones were still alive. In the final analysis, nothing can be done, so let's leave this problem to the survivors in the city. Huli gained some attributes, and all kinds of food were piled up at his feet. He turned his head to look at Luciana, whose tears were streaming down her lips. He almost buried his head in the pile of food and started eating. Shaowan, put it away first, otherwise someone will be greedy to death. Yes, master. Xie Qingwan replied and immediately put the ingredients into the warehouse. As for that someone, it was as if she hadn't heard it at all. Anyway, no one was mentioned by name. Everyone would pick up the money, but who would pick up the scolding? At the same time, the chat channel exploded. The news that various strange beasts were penetrated and killed by a black shadow spread throughout the entire area. Su Yao's private message was also sent over immediately. Su Yao, Mr. Hu, are you here? Huli, yes, if there is any conspicuous building near you, I will come to find you. If it were someone else, they might have lost contact at this moment. Anyway, the crisis has been resolved. Who cares about your promise? If you have the ability, just come here yourself. But Su Yao is different. She sent her location information immediately without hesitation. It is easy to find in the city of Irkutsk. Huli controlled the Infinite Sea Kingdom and drove through the city, and found the building in less than 10 minutes. But just as the unrivaled Shanghai Kingdom approached the residential building, before Huli got off the boat, a big man with a beard leaned out of the window, holding a shotgun in his hand and pointing the gun at everyone. Don't move! Get off the boat! Everyone, get off the boat! After translation by the chat system, the white bear Mandarin spoken by the other party was directly converted into Chinese. Huli looked at the bearded man and smiled helplessly. Don't tell me that Su Yao came up with this method to deal with me? I really suspect that I have recognized the wrong person. What Su Yao? I don't know what you are talking about. Anyway, if you don't want to be shot, get off the boat now. Screwbird's eyes were red and almost popped out. Okay, get off the boat. Huli walked to the bow helplessly, took a step forward, and came in front of the bearded man with an indifferent look on his face. And then? What are you going to do? Of course I'll send you to see God. The bearded man yelled angrily and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bullets fell on Huli in an instant like flowers scattered from the sky. But it just fell on my body. It can't even leave the slightest trace on the abyss. I'm a lazy person and don't really want to move. Huli raised his right hand slightly, and a black gold ancient knife was already in his hand, and the blade fell on the bearded man's neck. How about you ask him to come down to see me? Chapter 55. Raising pigs requires a pigpen. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The bearded man gritted his teeth and immediately roared towards the upstairs. Huli had plenty of time to stop him, but he didn't do anything. He just looked at him with a smile. What is the difficulty in eliminating insects such as cockroaches? It's not about killing the cockroach directly, but about making sure that after killing one cockroach, there are no other cockroaches in the room. To do this, there is a simple and crude way. Disinfect all cockroaches together. Right now, the bearded man is helping him do this. As the bearded man's voice echoed, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard throughout the building. It seems that there are quite a lot of people in his organization, and they should have taken control of the entire building. There was some movement, and the insects came over. Huli used Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition to scan the opponent's panel, but didn't find anything valuable. He simply cut him off with a single blow and sent him to see God. A scarlet head fell to the floor, leaving a scarlet mark on the floor, and rolled towards the door. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the door of the room was pushed open. I saw a man in bronze armor standing outside the door, holding a spear. He was just about to charge towards Huli, but when he lowered his head, he saw the head at his feet. Flarsky! The man roared, his eyes filled with tears. He suddenly raised his head and charged at Huli. I want you to pay with your life. Huli took a step forward. Facing this level of charge, he only needed to raise his hand slightly, and used just one fingertip to block the opponent's spear. He looked the man up and down, and immediately laughed bitterly. You are quite imaginative, using a knife to chop the knife seller. The words fell. Huli pulled out the spear from the opponent's hand and slashed at his neck. Although no force was used, a scarlet streak still appeared. You can afford these two props, so you must be a small boss. Come on, take me to find Suyao. Feeling the threat to his life, the man's anger instantly subsided and his body kept shaking like a Parkinson's patient. I don't know who Suyao is. You don't know? Then I'm sorry. Huli used Eye of True Vision Deprivation version again, and after confirming that he had no use value, he chopped off his head with one blow. He looked up at the survivors pouring in from other floors. Nearly 100 people poured into the corridor one after another, but there were only less than 10 people blocking the door, using the threshold as a boundary, desperately resisting the impact of the people behind them, for fear of stepping out of line. What are you doing blocking the way ahead? Go in and save the people. Yeah, let's go in and take a look at what's going on inside first. Hey, the one in front, did you hear that? The corridor became increasingly noisy, but the dozen or so people blocking the threshold did not dare to move at all. Just because of those two heads. One belongs to Vlasky, and the other one belongs to their leader. As a being with D-level weapons and D-level armor, he died in the room. This is enough to prove a lot. Not to mention moving forward, if there weren't so many people crowded behind them, they would have run away screaming. Yes. Huli held the knife in his hand, blood dripping from the tip of the knife. He looked at the dozen people outside the threshold and waved. Come in. It's not a good thing for so many people to block the door. Those dozen people were not Chinese, but they still understood Huli's meaning through the system translation. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to take the first step. You're not coming in, are you? Huli dragged the knife and walked forward slowly. The tip of the knife hung down to the ground, leaving a dazzling spark on the ground, and in the process, it cut a hole in the original solid concrete floor. Then I wish you to be smarter in your next life, and not end up with a human body but unable to use your brain like a human. The words fell. The black gold ancient sword slashed down, and the sharp energy that spread out was enough to cut those who were blocking the door in half. Blood was all over the ground. He who kills others will be killed. That Vlasky who wanted to seize the ship is seeking death. The second man who came over wanted to avenge Vlasky, but he also wanted to die. As for those people blocking the door, they came downstairs just to kill me, and they also wanted to die. Huli had no psychological burden at all when it came to killing these people. Just kill him, it's all right. The corpse appeared in front of everyone. The wailing sound suddenly resounded throughout the entire building. Ah! Murder! Murder! Help! Run! Get out of my way, you useless bastard! Let me go first! Chaos is about to break out. Huli turned around and gave a look to the 9-headed fake dragon phoenix behind him. The 9 little guys immediately understood. They immediately flew upstairs and blocked all escape routes with their bodies, trapping all the people coming to rescue on the next floor. Want to escape? Unless one of the 9 fake dragon phoenixes is killed. This is obviously an impossible task. Huli dragged the knife and walked out of the room, looking at the anxious backs of those people and blew the whistle. Oh. Who of you can help me find Suyao? I can give him a chance to survive. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Can't find anything? Huli spoke helplessly, and raised his right hand holding the knife slightly. That's such a pity. Wait! Just as Huli was about to chop down again and end the lives of most of the people, a voice rang out from the crowd. I might know where the Suyao you mentioned is. In the crowd, a middle-aged woman raised her hands high, her tone extremely panicked. Possible? No. Definitely. I know where that Suyao is. Very good. Huli uttered 2 words, and a fire phoenix appeared at his fingertips. Bang! With a snap of fingers, the fire phoenix flew towards the crowd. In a flash, except for the middle-aged woman who had just raised her hand, everyone was burned to ashes by the fire phoenix. Catastrophes, besides disaster, there is also an extremely important word, change. As long as you are in a catastrophe and as long as you are still alive, you have almost unlimited opportunities for change and unlimited possibilities for growth. So, as long as there is a possibility of threatening his existence, he will eliminate it without hesitation. The 10 years in that dungeon were long enough, and he didn't want to go through it again. Luciana next to her looked at the scene in front of her without any obstruction or saying a word. She just watched silently. By the way, protect Wei Shaoqing behind you and prevent her from seeing these bloody scenes. Huli looked at the dumbfounded middle-aged woman and said, Why are you just standing there? Why don't you lead the way? Okay. The middle-aged woman let out a trembling sound, and immediately took Huli upstairs until they reached the last floor of the building. She pointed at the chain door in front of her, her voice trembling slightly. The person you are looking for isn't there. You promised me that you would let me go. No hurry, I haven't found anyone yet. Huli pointed at the lock. What does this mean? The chief said, to raise pigs you need a pig pen. Chapter 56 I am Suyao, come and kill me. Pig? Pigsty? The meaning of these 2 words will be understood naturally as long as you think about it a little. The leader of this group is keeping humans in captivity, and using human flesh as a source of meat. In the end times, there are actually many such organizations. Yes. Points can be redeemed for food. But in addition to food, points can also be exchanged for more useful things. Especially for some people who have no combat experience, and do not have combat ability, those extremely ferocious beasts are definitely not prey that they can hunt at will. Even if they are lucky enough to hunt 1 or 2, the points obtained are more important than food. On the contrary, those who are weaker than oneself are the most suitable prey and the most readily available food. It's talent. There is no strongest, only stronger. Similarly, there is no weakest, only weaker. With just a gun, you can easily control these prey. Especially in countries other than China, there are countless people who legally own guns. Naturally, they will turn into hunters at the first opportunity to hunt those who are weaker than themselves. Just like right now. Su Yao was probably locked up on the top floor like the others as prey. Okay, get lost. Hearing these 4 words, the middle-aged woman felt as if she had been granted amnesty. Without even saying thank you, she turned around and walked downstairs. But just as she passed by Xie Qingwan, a black claw flashed by. The middle-aged woman's head was smashed to pieces and her whole body fell to the bottom of the building. Joke. Obviously, a person who has been threatened with death by you may become a potential threat to you in the future. How could such a person let her go? As the ancients said, if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Huli naturally couldn't let this happen. He raised his sword and slashed, and the chain broke. A fire phoenix suddenly appeared at his fingertips, and he placed it on his shoulder to illuminate the surroundings. As soon as Huli opened the door, a foul odor immediately hit him in the face. Cough, cough, cough. Even though he had been living in the basement for many years, he couldn't get used to the smell at first. It was indeed no different from a pigsty. Huli didn't want to go in either, so he simply took a step back. Those of you inside, come out quickly! Those who imprisoned you are already dead. Especially you, Su Yao, come out and pay your debt. As soon as these words came out, the top floor was suddenly in commotion. There were faint rustling sounds coming from inside, but no one said a word. Less than 2 minutes. A figure ran out from the darkness. A middle-aged woman rushed out of the darkness, locked her eyes on Huli, and rushed over to him, pointing at her own nose. I am Su Yao. Don't you want to kill me? Come! Kill me! Huli rolled his eyes and didn't even bother to say a word to her. Aunt Zhang. A cold voice came from the darkness. A slender figure slowly walked out from inside, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. You don't have to be like this. A woman came in front of Huli. She was no more than 24 years old, but she had a natural leadership style. Just standing there, she gave people a sense of trust and security. It seems that as long as she is here, all problems can be solved. Mr. Hu? Su Yao looked at Huli. There was no panic in her eyes, but rather a hint of relief. It's me. Very good. Su Yao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, walked forward, and stretched out his right hand. Hello, I'm Su Yao. No! I am Su Yao. I am... The being called Aunt Zhang pulled Huli's sleeve, pointed at her nose and said, Don't you want to kill me? Come and take it. Don't implicate others. Huli rolled his eyes, loosened his hand from Su Yao, and pointed at the old lady. If you don't get it open, I'll do it. Mom! Stop making trouble! In the darkness, 2 middle-aged men supported a lame boy out. The lame boy frowned and looked at Aunt Zhang. Trust Miss Su, she will be fine. You know nothing, kid! Aunt Zhang yelled angrily. Miss Su saved your life. As a mother you should repay her life. Stop arguing. Aunt Zhang, listen to me. Su Yao was also helpless. She stepped forward, took Aunt Zhang's hand, and led her to the lame boy. If you want to give me my life back, death is the worst option. If you die, who will take care of Xiao Zhang? Me? Brother Lu? Uncle Li? None of us are as considerate as you, and we won't put Xiao Zhang at the top of our hearts. But you will, and Xiao Zhang will also hold you in his heart. If you die, Xiao Zhang won't live long either, and then 2 lives will die. I don't think that my 24 years of life, Su Yao, can compare to the 60 years of life you two have lived combined. Miss Su. Aunt Zhang choked with sobs and didn't know what to say. Su Yao simply put Aunt Zhang's hand on Xiao Zhang's shoulder, patted him gently, and didn't say anything else. Miss Su, why don't we give it a try? Yes, Miss Su. There are only a few of them. If we give it a try, maybe we can survive. Miss Su, if you die, I won't be able to live on. In the darkness, the voices of the crowd echoed. Huli was helpless. Hey! I'm still here, how can you guys plot so loudly? I'm sorry, Mr. Hu. Su Yao was also helpless and looked at the people behind him. Don't worry, I will come back alive, believe me, okay? You just need to abide by the agreement with me, okay? After these words were spoken, the noise on the top floor finally quieted down. Su Yao also walked in front of Huli again. Mr. Hu, can we talk somewhere else? Nature. Hu Li stepped aside and made way for him. Please. Thanks. Su Yao acted as if he didn't see the headless corpse next to him and just walked slowly downstairs. Before Hu Li could move, figures emerged one after another from the darkness on the top floor and shouted at Su Yao's back. Miss Su! Miss Su, thank you! Miss Su, you must survive! Miss Su, Jean Mahai owe you this, you must come back to get it! Greetings one after another echoed in the building. Su Yao didn't look back, but just walked downstairs, as if turning back to look at them again would be cruel to them. Really. Some talents can be reflected on the panel, but some talents are innate. Even if Hu Li uses deprivation, he cannot deprive them of this kind of talent. For example, Su Yao's friendliness and natural leadership talent. Hu Li walked down the stairs, and when he could no longer hear the noises, he began to ask Su Yao. What agreement do you have with them? Secret. Su Yao also stopped and turned to look at Hu Li. So, Mr. Hu, you came all the way to save me. It's not as simple as just wanting to kill me, right? What do you want to do by taking my life? It's convenient to chat with smart people, but... Hu Li raised the last word, and the black gold ancient knife was already placed on Su Yao's neck. I don't like to be passive, and I don't like to get another question when I ask a question. Now I'll ask you a question and you'll answer it. Understand? Chapter 57, A-Level Dungeon, North Sea. The knife was already at his neck, but Su Yao was not panicking at all. She looked at Hu Li in front of her calmly, nodded slightly, and said no more words. Hu Li said softly, You brought me here, not only to solve the beast tide problem, but also to use me to get rid of those people down there. Yes. Just one short word. It seems that Su Yao really took Hu Li's words to heart. Who are those people upstairs? Most of them are tourists, and some are overseas Chinese. They seem to trust you very much. It's just a trust in a life-saving straw. As Su Yao spoke, a faint bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What's the meaning? Mr. Hu came up from downstairs and should have seen those people. To them, we are like livestock kept in cages. When there is no food, they will drag us out and slaughter us. And I, to them, am like a production machine. Once a person has lost a lot of flesh and blood and is about to die, my talent can restore that person to their best condition, or even replenish the lost flesh and blood. Those people upstairs don't want to die, so I became their lifeline. Su Yao's tone was very calm. It was so calm, as if she didn't care at all what those people thought of her. Benefactor? Lifeline? Although the descriptions of these two words are roughly the same, their meanings are very different. The former is respect from the heart, while the latter is more like a tool. Describing himself as a life-saving straw, this Su Yao seems to be a little different from the president of the Salvation Society in his imagination. So, Hu Li lowered his eyes slightly. Did you deliberately tell them that I would come to find you? Certainly. Su Yao replied as a matter of course. The beast tide is coming. If I don't tell them you will come, I will be killed by them sooner or later. Either I'll be forced to death when I can't use my talent, or I'll use my talent on a large scale and be discovered by the people downstairs after the beast tide ends. I, after all, cannot escape death. I can only survive if I give them hope and a reason not to force me. This Su Yao is smarter than I thought. No wonder he can become the future president of the Salvation Society. Just based on her understanding and manipulation of human nature, she deserves it. Having such a person stay in the world is far more important than her SSS-level talent. Mr. Hu, are you satisfied with my answer? Seeing that Hu Li remained silent, Su Yao asked tentatively. Good. Then I will stay by your side from now on. As Su Yao spoke, her eyes could not help but sweep over Xie Qingwan, Lu Xiener, and Wei Shaoqing, with a hint of temptation in her eyes. Especially when her eyes swept over Wei Shaoqing, a trace of barely perceptible disgust flashed in her eyes. Don't get me wrong! Lu Xiener immediately took a step back. I have nothing to do with him. Su Yao said nothing, just smiled. Don't worry, you don't have to follow me. Hu Li said calmly. He doesn't want too many women around him, even women like Su Yao. I just need you to accompany me to do something in exchange for the life you give me. When the matter is over, you can leave at any time. What's up? Su Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. This person is the one who triggered multiple global prompts in succession. What he wants to do is obviously not a small thing. Follow me and you'll find out. Hu Li uttered this and walked slowly downstairs. Everyone just followed behind. When they came downstairs and returned to the Endless Sea Kingdom, the sky was suddenly covered with a layer of scarlet. The source is just above Lake Baikal, not far away. Bite. Survivor Lev successfully opened the A-level copy, North Sea. You have entered the dungeon range and will be forced to enter the dungeon. Bite. Congratulations on triggering the main quest, Entering the Sea. Congratulations to the survivor Hu Li for triggering the B-level main mission, Entering the Sea. B-level main mission, Entering the Sea. Mission description: please find 5 other survivors, team up with them, and find a suitable ship to enter the North Sea. Mission time, 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Task rewards, cumulative calculation. Mission failed, deduct 10% of intelligence attribute. Have to. I don't know which lucky person opened this copy, but he managed to pull in all the survivors within the range. There are many types of copies in this catastrophe. Like the S-level copy, Earth Kingdom, which Hu Li and others had previously cleared, that was a copy entered as a team. There was also an A-level copy, North Sea, in front of them, which was entered in units of areas. As long as there are survivors in this area, no matter how many there are, they will all be pulled into the copy at the same time. In such a copy, survivors not only have to guard against strange beasts in the copy, but also have to compete with other survivors who have entered the copy. Team up with 5 other survivors. Hu Li turned his head and looked behind him. There is still one missing. Do you have any suggestions? This sentence is actually meant for Su Yao to hear. There are still quite a few survivors upstairs, enough to complete the team. But once Su Yao opens her mouth, Hu Li will be on guard against her. The reason is simple. The group of people blocking the way downstairs were all very weak. Extremely weak. When facing such opponents, they can all be blocked on the top floor and kept in captivity like livestock. This is even with a top-notch support like Su Yao. It's not hard to infer one thing. Those survivors upstairs are only weaker than those blocking the corridor downstairs. In this situation, if Su Yao suggested going upstairs to find someone, he must have had selfish motives. Fine. In response to Hu Li's questioning, Su Yao did not speak. Instead, Wei Xiaoqing raised her hand slightly. Brother, I have an idea. Xiaoqing. Hu Li squatted down and looked at her with smiling eyes. Tell me, what do you think? Wei Xiaoqing raised her hand and pointed to the southwest. About 3 kilometers in that direction there is a person whose aura is exactly the same as that of you, Sister Xiener, and this Sister Su Yao. Should also possess SSS-level talent. As soon as these words came out, Su Yao's pupils trembled, and Lu Xiener couldn't help but turn her head to look at Su Yao. Obviously, everyone was extremely shocked by the news. Especially Lu Xiener. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on Hu Li, and a lot of speculations emerged in her mind. Another owner of SSS-level talent? With so many messages asking for help, this fox came all the way to save Su Yao. Could it be that he was attracted by her SSS-level talent? Right. It must be like this. This guy, where did he get this information from? Chapter 58 Nuwa Projection. The worldless Shanghai Kingdom immediately headed in the direction Wei Xiaoqing pointed. Hu Li stood on the deck and looked into the distance, his face full of joy. He really didn't expect that there was someone with SSS-level talent nearby. Xiaoqing even developed a hidden use for S-level talent, Qi Watching. Isn't this a talent exploration radar tailor-made for him? Hu Li is now somewhat tempted, wondering whether he should give her a pass with the ordinary version of the Eye of True Vision. Eye of True Vision, plus Qi Seeing, plus an S-level profession pupil master. Hu Li dared not even imagine how terrifying Wei Xiaoqing would grow to be in the future. Of course, none of this is happening now. Hu Li is wary of all women. Naturally, this also includes Wei Xiaoqing. Now she can be protected unconditionally by me, but she can never get my unconditional trust. It's better to talk about it later. Less than 10 minutes. No Shanghai Kingdom, arrived near the location pointed by Wei Xiaoqing. There are no tall buildings here, only a church. But the strange thing is, this church actually stands in the water. A nearly 20-meter-high water wall surrounded the entire church, leaving a space of over 1,000 square meters in the middle. The people inside were praying and chanting normally, as if everything outside had nothing to do with them. Hu Li frowned slightly. This was obviously the effect of some kind of talent, but he had never heard of such a talent in his previous life. As an eye of true vision was thrown over, no prompt panel popped up in front of Hu Li. Obviously, this was the same situation as when he met Jiu Zun. The exploration was ineffective. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of him, isolating the church from the outside world and even blocking the detection of the eye of true vision. It is easy to break this barrier. Even if it is an SSS-level talent, it depends on the attributes of the user. Even if the barrier is strong, it is still the same. All you need to do is one knife. Hu Li drew out the black gold ancient sword and slashed with it. The blade cut through the barrier, but the church still existed, and the surrounding water wall still existed, as if nothing had happened. Barrier? Wrong. This is more like a fantasy? A fantasy world that can interact with reality. This is troublesome. To break an illusion, you must enter the illusion. Although Hu Li didn't mind having an extra SSS-level talent, he also wanted to save time and get the first kill of the B-level and A-level area beasts first. If we enter this illusion, I don't know how long it will take. After all, the illusion-type SSS-level talent is of little use to him. Forget it, let's go. Hu Li uttered a sentence and controlled the unrivaled Sea Kingdom to move towards Lake Baikal again. Just a teammate, just pick one up on the road. Probably less than 10 minutes. A man wearing a life jacket floated over to the bow of the ship. It looks like he's drowning. Su Yao next to him frowned slightly but said nothing. Lu Xiener and Hu Li pretended not to see anything and planned to just pass by. Only Wei Xiaoqing. She took a step forward, tugged at the corner of Hu Li's clothes, and said softly, "Brother, there is something wrong with that person." Hu Li snorted softly, and subconsciously scanned the other party with his eye of true vision, and his pupils suddenly lit up. Survivor Alex. Survival level 3. Physique 17E. Strength 16E. Intelligence 10F. Agility 12F. Master talent Hypnos Gaze SSS. Hypnos, the god of dreams in Greek mythology. This is the guy who created the illusion. No wonder Xiaoqing reminded herself. Judging from this man's panel, he has not suffered any negative effects, but now he is floating in the water as if he is drowning. I guess he is trying to fish. Fishing for Hu Li. Wanting to rescue him. As for the purpose, most likely they want to complete the dungeon, but there may be other purposes. This little lamb that comes to your doorstep should not be wasted. Ouch! Hu Li cried out in surprise and turned to look at Su Yao. Why are you still standing there? Don't you see someone is drowning? Go down and save them! As soon as these words came out, Lu Xiener and Su Yao on the boat looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Is this word yours? You got the wrong script. But since Hu Li has spoken, Su Yao naturally has no reason not to do anything. She directly activated SSS-level talent, Source of Life, included the opponent in the teammate range, and prepared to treat him. The next moment, she discovered that the man was in disguise. No wonder the fox said such pretentiously. At the same time, Wei Xiaoqing also came to Lu Xiener at Hu Li's instruction and revealed the man's identity. It's really useless. Hu Li saw Su Yao's eyes and confirmed that the other party knew his intention, so he looked at Xie Qingwan. Xiao Wan, go save them. Yes, master! Xie Qingwan transformed into a black panther, jumped into the water, and jumped out of the water again holding the man's clothes in her mouth. Since it is about saving people, it naturally includes follow-up actions. As the black panther placed its claws on the man's chest, it pressed hard. Puff! A mouthful of liquid mixed with blood gushed out of Alex's throat. He was originally fine, but now he was almost seriously injured. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough was heard. Alex raised his head and looked around in confusion. Where am I? Who are you? Did you save me? No one has replied yet. Alex then forced himself to stand up, rushed to Su Yao, and tried to reach out to hold her hand. Beautiful lady you saved. The words haven't been finished yet. Su Yao took a step back and turned to look at Huli, her tone full of grievance. Husband, he wanted to molest me. It's true. No matter what you do, you need teammates. Huli was just worrying about how to continue acting with this guy, when Su Yao gave him the best excuse. What? Huli took a step forward, raised his hand and placed it on Alex's shoulder, pressing hard and locking him under his arms. Boy, are you tired of living? With the power of Gundam B+ pressing on his neck, Alex felt like he could hardly breathe. He kept slapping Huli's arm, trying to get him to let go first. I didn't, sir. There must be some misunderstanding here. Huli didn't say much. A black light appeared on his right hand, ready to deprive him. But in the next moment, congratulations to the survivor team, Huli, Xie Qingwan, Lu Xiener, Wei Xiaoqing, Su Yao, and Alex for successfully forming a team. During the team formation, they will be immune to any damage or negative effects caused by teammates. Congratulations, the survivor team has completed the B-level main quest, Entering the Sea, and the rewards are being accumulated. Main quest refreshed. B-level main mission, The Abyss of the North Sea. Mission description: you and your teammates have successfully reunited. Please hurry up and enter the North Sea and find enough B-level materials, Jiaozhu. The first 111 teams to complete the task will advance to the next round. Mission target: B-level material, Dragon Pearl, 0/9. Mission time: none. Task rewards: cumulative calculation. Mission failed: get debuff weakness LV 1, all attributes reduced by 10%, which lasts for 1 month. Grade B? Dragon Pearl? Etc. Huli suddenly remembered a hellish joke he had heard in his previous life. Someone once mentioned in the global chat channel that in a rare cooperative copy, they saw Nuwa, the ancestor of mankind in Chinese mythology. One clue that person once mentioned was that all the survivors participating in the copy would collect 999 dragon beads together and give them to an NPC, who would then preside over the ceremony and summon the phantom of Nuwa to descend. Everything was going exceptionally smoothly up front. The B-level dragon beads were quickly collected, and the shadow of Nuwa was successfully descended. But just when all the survivors were waiting to receive their rewards, a white bear countryman drooled at the sight of Nuwa and even rushed forward, trying to do something wrong. How could Nuwa tolerate this? 999 dragon beads instantly disintegrated, and each dragon bead pierced a white bear citizen. Only a small number of Chinese people survived, but they did not get any reward. The copy came to an abrupt end, without any rewards or penalties. Later, some people wanted to trigger this copy, but they never succeeded. As a result, in the global chat channels, Jiaozhu became a discriminatory word against the white bear people. The copy that person mentioned. Could this be it? In other words, if he collects all the dragon beads, is it possible for him to see the projection of Nuwa? If I could see the projection of Nuwa, can I also peel something off from her? Even if it is just a scale, it is still SSS-level. Chapter 59, The Sudden Appearance of Gods. The shores of Lake Baikal. With the speed of the unrivaled Sea Kingdom, it was naturally the first to arrive at the lakeside. But Lake Baikal today is completely different from before. There was silence above the lake, reflecting the scarlet color of the sky. Looking around, it was like a dead silent purgatory. Just watching from afar gave people a sense of solemnity. Captain, this doesn't look like there is a dragon bead. Lu Xiener came to Huli's side and said, how about we wait for other teams to go in first and see what's going on? To be honest, Huli had no idea either. After all, this was a copy he had never experienced before, and it was an A-level copy. With his B+ level attributes, he may not be able to pass this dungeon. If it had been any other time, he would have definitely found 2 or 3 teams of lucky people to enter Lake Baikal first, and then he would enter depending on the situation. But now, he is still busy looking for that black bird. Where is the time to waste? Time is running out and we can't wait. Huli uttered helplessly, and drove the unrivaled sea nation to continue moving forward, and at the same time ordered, "Sail in, each observe a direction, and report any unusual movements immediately." "Yes, Captain, Master!" everyone responded. At the same time, the 9-headed fake dragon phoenix immediately dived into the water and began to look for traces of the dragon pearl. Alex subconsciously wanted to rush to the bow of the ship, the farther away from this guy the better. But before he could move, Huli pressed his body to the front of the bow. "Mr. Alex, you were just injured and haven't recovered yet. Just follow me." Because of the rule that teammates cannot attack each other, Huli is now unable to take the talent away from Alex. However, it's only a matter of time. Now we just need to protect Alex and clear the entire copy successfully, and then we can slowly deprive him of it when the time comes. "Okay, sir," Alex said helplessly. As the ship officially sailed into the North Sea, the originally calm water surface began to ripple. 1 place, 2 places. Dense bubbles burst out from the bottom of the water, as if something was about to emerge from below. The 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix seemed to have discovered something. It immediately flapped its wings and flew above the lake, overlooking the movement below. "Elder brother!" Wei Xiaoqing was the first to react, and shouted to Huli at the bow. "Something is coming up from below." "I know. Be careful. Don't get off the boat." Huli drew out the black gold ancient knife, immediately stopped the unrivaled sea kingdom, opened the eye of true vision, and stared at the bubble closest to him. The bubbles slowly float up and break as they leave the water. Pa! With the first crisp explosion, a sound shadow immediately emerged from the water. "Ah!" A shrill scream sounded. "I saw a dragon flying towards the unlimited sea kingdom, like crazy. It's a Jiao man, not a mermaid." The dragon man was like the mermaid. His upper body looked very much like a human, but his lower body was a snake tail. Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition, open. Species, Jiaoran. Grade C. Physical strength, 170 C+. Strength, 186 C+. Intelligence, 133 C. Agility, 147 C. Talents, Reproduction, A. Fury A. Mastered skills, Psychic Scream, B. Pounds C. Note: the ancient Jiao people awakened by an unknown existence have a bad temper. Please refer to the menopausal woman who was awakened by the sound of firecrackers on the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year. Strength +1. Then came the second one, the third one. As many bubbles appear around, as many dragons jump out of the water. They were like moths attracted to a candle flame, rushing towards the boat recklessly. Yes. The Sealess Nation is immune to all energy damage and physical damage, but this thing can't stop others from getting on the ship. Fine. The 9-headed fake dragon phoenix had already been hovering above the unrivaled sea kingdom. Whenever one of those Jiao people pounced on them, they would swallow it up, and their cooperation was seamless. Even if a few Jiao people occasionally fell on the unlimited sea kingdom, they would check for any omissions and fill the gaps as soon as possible. He didn't even give Huli a chance to make a move. But the Jiaozhu was also swallowed by these bastards. Huli was speechless for a while, so he turned around and looked behind him. "Su Yao, take Xiaoqing in first, leave this to us." "Good." Su Yao immediately came out of the shock of seeing the 9-headed fake dragon phoenix, took Wei Xiaoqing's hand, and went into the cabin. Alex, who was beside Huli, was trembling with fear. Captain, how about I go in too?" Huli glanced at him and looked directly at the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix hovering above the endless sea kingdom. "Little guys! Pay attention to the dragon beads in their bodies. Don't eat them. Leave them all to me." Ouch! The 9-headed fake dragon and phoenix responded at the same time, indicating that they knew. The dragon beads that were originally going to enter their stomachs fell onto the hull like rain. Luciana was quick-witted and quick-handed. She immediately controlled the 9 statues and used the wind attribute to roll all the beads into a ball. There were only 9 dragon beads, and they were collected in a blink of an eye. Bite. Congratulations, the survivor team has completed the B-level main quest, Abyss of the North Sea, and the rewards are being accumulated. Main quest refreshed. B-level main mission, Secret of the North Sea. Mission description: a mysterious being has awakened in the North Sea. Everything seems to be related to him. Take the dragon pearl you have obtained and find him. Mission objective, locked, will be unlocked after all teams complete the mission. Mission time, none. Task rewards, cumulative calculation. Mission failed, forced elimination. Here we come. It is indeed the same as described by that person in the previous life. It is true that he needs to take the Jiaozhu to find a certain existence, but he still doesn't know whether that existence will use the Jiaozhu as a sacrifice to summon Yua's projection. More and more dragon beads fell from the sky. Those 9 fake dragon phoenixes were like an abyss that could never be filled. No matter how many Jiao people came, they would all be eaten by one bite. Huli's Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition has not been turned off, and densely packed prompt boxes pop up, only a small part of which are attribute values. What remains are mostly materials taken away from these strange beasts. C-grade material. Huli thinks it is too weak to be used as an arrow. However, you can still earn some points by selling it in the mall. Some people who have awakened their forging talents need these materials to forge weapons. Less than half an hour. All the dragons on the water surface have been almost cleared out. There were still some dragon people underwater, but they were not as stubborn as the previous ones. None of them dared to show their heads up. When Luciana had collected 1,000 dragon beads, a figure suddenly rushed out from the center of Lake Baikal. The speed was so fast that even Huli could hardly see clearly. Small. Huli had just uttered a word, and before he could utter the word heart, the figure had already flashed above the unlimited sea kingdom. A powerful pressure suddenly descended. Huli instantly recalled the scene when he met the sea god on the first day of his rebirth. That is, a god. Chapter 60, Yuwa Projection. At this moment, Huli's excitement overwhelmed his fear. Gods mean different levels of life. If we could take something away from them, even the most insignificant piece, it could be a legendary artifact. Huli first threw a normal version of Eye of True Vision over to test it, and a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Name Beihairu. Level S sealed. Attribute unknown. Master talent unknown. Is it still S rank after being sealed? Can it even block some of the detection of the Eye of True Vision? I think my perception is correct. This person should be the same as the previous sea god, and is also a godlike existence. However, Poseidon is a projection, and it is not clear in what state he exists. Beihairu was wearing a green shirt, with a shell hanging around his waist, holding a cinnamon stick in his hand, and had white hair hanging down, but he didn't wear a crown or a hair tie, as if he had just woken up and rushed over in a hurry. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned around and looked at Huli. Discovered. Beihairu lowered his eyelids slightly and uttered a series of ancient tones, but it was impossible to make out what he was saying. Fine. The system can still translate normally. Boy, don't look at anything inappropriate, don't you understand this? Sorry, senior. Huli immediately bowed his head and said in a cowardly manner. I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. It's that I don't dare, not that I can't. When I dare to do it again in the future. No. There are as many chances as there are opportunities. In an A-level instance, there couldn't possibly be an S-level opponent, and an S-level that had been sealed. If there are S-level beings, they must be their allies or guiding NPCs. As long as you have the right attitude, this person shouldn't be too harsh on you. Fine. Fortunately, I didn't use the deprivation version of True Vision directly, otherwise it would be uncertain. It is a great help to know your mistakes and to improve them. Beihairu said softly, his eyes falling on the dragon beads in front of Luciana. These dragon beads, can you give them to me? Don't worry, I won't use your money for nothing. Once I complete the sacrifice, You will naturally benefit from it. This? Luciana turned and looked at Huli. Good. Huli immediately responded. The dragon beads and the like are just external objects. Since you find these things useful, I will give them to you. You are a sensible boy. Beihairuo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, waved his long sleeves, and the dragon pearl in front of everyone disappeared instantly. He also lowered his eyes to scan the crowd and asked softly, Just in time. To complete the sacrifice, we need a few more people to help us. Are you willing? This is a great honor for you. Bite. At the same time, a reminder sounded in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the survivor team Luciana for triggering the A-level hidden mission, Sacrifice. A-level hidden task, Sacrifice. Mission description: help Beihairuo complete the sacrifice to the unknown existence. Mission time, unlimited. Mission reward, Beihairuo's random gift package 1. Mission failed, none. Note, boys and girls? Who would sacrifice this stuff these days? Bring up 5090 for the Dragon King. Yes. Of course I am willing. That's great. Beihairuo nodded slowly, then disappeared in a flash. The sound came from the center of Lake Baikal. I'm waiting for you in the North Sea, come quickly. The sound dissipated. Huli turned around and looked at Luciana. The latter raised his hand and drew a letter in the air. S? Huli shook his head, then nodded, and sent her a message in the private chat channel. Huli, S after being sealed. Luciana, the boss in the later stage? Huli didn't answer, just shook his head. Luciana heaved a sigh of relief immediately, and under the pull of the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix, she moved forward at full speed in the direction where the sound came from. About half an hour later, the Sealess Kingdom finally arrived in the center of the North Sea. 999 dragon beads were arranged on the lake in an extremely mysterious way. If Beihai stood in the middle, the other 6 positions would be left vacant. Judging from these 7 positions alone, it looks a bit like the Big Dipper. Is this a formation? My friend is here? Quick! Get into the formation and stand still! Beihairuo's tone was extremely urgent. I wish I could send them directly to the vacant seats now. In other words, Huli had heard about this incident, and confirmed that the North Sea was offering a sacrifice to Nuo. Otherwise, he would never take the risk to participate in a sacrifice whose target was unknown. Even if the profit is less, it doesn't matter. Huli turned his head and glanced at Luciana, who immediately understood, and flew to send Xie Qingwan, Su Yao, Wei Xiaoqing, and Alex to their corresponding locations. She followed behind Huli and stood at the 2 positions closest to Beihairuo. Formation, start! Beihai uttered a word. 999 dragon beads suddenly shattered, turning into a stream of white light in the formation and gathering towards the sky. Mother God! Beihairuo immediately knelt on one knee, looked up at the white light in the sky and slowly spoke. Beihairuo, I beg the Holy Mother to have mercy on me and send down a divine decree. Holy Mother! It's really Nuo. Huli suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and began to imagine what he could take away from the Virgin Mary. Judging from the situation, it is probably not Nuo herself who appears, but a projection. That's great. Even Beihairuo could discover that he was spying on her. If it was the real person, Huli would not dare to take action. But if it was a projection, as long as it was the moment before she disappeared, let alone Nuo, even the 3 pure ones, it was the Taoist patriarch standing here. He even dared to throw Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition over there. Buzz. The bright white light gathered into a ball of light, which kept vibrating in the air and making a buzzing sound. But other than that, there was no movement in the air. Failed? Huli couldn't help but frown. Is it possible that after this copy is opened, it is not 100% certain that Nuo can be summoned? Buzz. Another buzzing sound. Beihai raised his head, but there was no trace of frustration caused by failure in his eyes. Instead, he immediately lowered his head and bowed down devoutly, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. It's like expecting something to happen. Quick! Beihairuo lowered his voice and immediately ordered the people around him. Kneel down! The Virgin Mary is about to come! Buzz! Almost at the same time, the third tremor ended. The bright white light above everyone's head transformed into a figure. A human body with a snake tail, dressed in colorful clothes. An even stronger divine pressure suddenly descended. Alex, Wei Xiaoqing, and Xie Qingwan fell to their knees one after another. Su Yao was slightly stunned, and immediately knelt on the spot, not daring to look up. Luciana frowned and looked for a while, then knelt on one knee, lowered her head and said nothing. Only Huli. He still stood there, looking up at the projection of Nuwa, with black and gold light flashing in his pupils. A trace of blood gradually flowed out from the corner of his eye. Chapter 61, Shattering of the Godhead. Puff! As a panel popped up, Huli spat out a mouthful of blood from his throat. Name Nuwa projection. Level unknown. Attribute unknown. Master talent unknown. He immediately bowed, and although he did not kneel, he did not dare to look up again. He had already sensed the pressure brought to him by Nuwa's projection. With his physical condition, he could barely hold on and stand where he was. But as the eye of true vision was sensed, Nuwa's projection also set its sights on him. The pressure instantly expanded by more than 100 times, which caused him to get injured. This is just a look. Presumptuous! Beihai Ru immediately roared in anger. His white hair was fluttering, and a large number of light green scales suddenly appeared and trembled all over his body. His eyes were dyed red, as if he would swallow Huli at any time. Xie Qingwan immediately leaned towards Huli, ready to fight to the death. Luciana and Suya watched from afar without moving. Xiao Re. Although the two words were spoken lightly, they sounded like the will of heaven to everyone, deafening. Beihai immediately behaved like a kitten and crawled in front of Nuwa's projection. Holy Mother! Xiao Re is here! They are all good kids, don't be too harsh on them. Yes. A sentence fell. The heart that had been beating wildly in Huli's chest finally stopped. He took a long breath, and just as he was about to look up, he saw a sliver of white light falling in front of him. A snake tail glowing with holy white light came into view. Even the mysterious patterns on the scales can be seen clearly. The next moment, a touch of coolness rested on his jaw, and with a gentle force, he lifted his head up. Eye to eye. Those golden eyes, dotted with pure white pupils, examined him closely, as if he was admiring some work of art. Huli also looked at the owner of these eyes. That face was so absolutely beautiful, as if all the beauty in his mind was concentrated in the same face, but he did not feel enchanted at all, only fear in his heart. Child. The Nuwa projection opened its thin lips and spoke slowly. You have a lot of stuff on you. Seen through? 2. As a projection of Nuwa, it's okay that she didn't pay attention to me. If you pay attention to yourself, it is normal to see through all the secrets about yourself. But since she didn't try to kill me, there is no problem. I just need to follow the remaining steps of the copy and complete it steadily. As for deprivation, we'll have to wait and see. Holy! Huli had just uttered a word, and before he could finish his words, the hand on Huli's jaw pierced his head. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. Owner! Xie Qingwan screamed and was about to pounce on him. But Huli immediately raised his hand to stop him. Although his head was pierced, he did not feel any pain and was not hurt at all, except that a bullet popped out in front of his eyes. Bite. You have lost the item, Poseidon's Godhead Fragment. You can have more things, but you can't have everything. Nuwa projected a sentence. She clenched her palms, and the fragments of Poseidon's godhood immediately shattered, turning into a ray of azure light and penetrating into Beihai Ru's body. A hint of pain flashed across Huli's eyes, but he didn't dare to say a word. It's just the loss of a fragment of the divine nature, I can accept it. As long as you keep your life, there will be other opportunities in the future. Thank you, Our Lady of the Cross. Beihai Ru immediately bowed his head. This thing is too much for you to absorb, there's no need to keep it. Nuwa withdrew the projection and did not forget to explain to Huli. She still stood in front of Huli, looking down at him. Tell me, as a reward for you summoning me, plus the fragment of the Godhead just now, what kind of reward or compensation do you want? The opportunity has come. All the myths related to Nuwa suddenly flashed through Huli's mind. Map of mountains, rivers, and the country? Red hydrangea? Or, just let Nuwa give me hundreds of SSS-level talents, or a few hidden professions to choose from. This is the Virgin Mary, one of the 6 saints of heaven and earth. Although the other party is just a projection, it is still easy for him to do these things. But the problem is that there are too many choices and I don't know what to choose. Simply. Mother God! Huli knelt on his knees and prostrated himself on the ground. I was born as a human, so I am your child. As a son, it's okay for me to give my mother something. How dare I ask for something from her? As long as the Virgin Mary is willing, my life is yours. It's just a fragment of the Godhead. If you want to take it, just take it. I, your child, will never complain. In an instant. Whether it was Lu Xiener, Su Yao, or Wei Shaoqing who was further away, they all stood there in a daze. This was the first time they saw Huli like this. This becomes Nuwa's child. Oh? The Nuwa projection also chuckled. Just now, weren't you unwilling to kneel? I didn't recognize you before. Huli immediately looked up with an awkward smile on his face. It's a lie, it's really a lie. If any of the gods in this world want to force me to kneel, it won't work even if you are Nuwa or the founder of Taoism. But if I want to kneel, no one can stop me even if it's just a handful of dirt. All right, get up first. Hey! Huli stood up immediately, but his position. After a slight change, he had come and stood beside Nuwa, just like a boy beside her. Nuwa's projection glanced around and her gaze fell on Xie Qingwan. You have the blood of the demon race, but unfortunately your foundation is too poor. I will grant you the blood of the demon race. The words fell. A dark purple light penetrated into Xie Qingwan's body. She was overjoyed and bowed to the projection of Nuwa. Thank you, Holy Mother! Huli took a quick look with his true vision eyes and was immediately shocked. The original, A-level talent transform into a Black Panther has disappeared, and instead, S-level talent Ferocious has appeared. Zhu's one of the ancient monsters. With 5 tails and 1 horn, its voice is as loud as a bell and like thunder. In terms of strength, it is certainly not comparable to a Black Panther. That girl, come here. The projection of Nuwa turned to look at Lu Xiener beside her, and waved slightly. Lu Xiener leaped up and immediately came in front of the projection of Nuwa. She subconsciously wanted to kneel down, but was stopped by an invisible force and ultimately did not kneel down. It's enough to watch the show once. Nuwa raised her hand and rubbed Lu Xiener's head. You don't have to learn from him. Lu Xiener was seen through and felt ashamed. She could only nod slightly. Yes. Nuwa's projection just made a move with her hand, and 9 elemental light balls suddenly appeared in the air. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin and yang. It just fits the attributes represented by the 9 lords. The 9 elemental light balls instantly condensed and turned into 9 spirit beads, which were strung together and fell in front of Lu Xiener. This is a reward for you. Huli couldn't help it and scanned it with eye of true vision, and his pupils trembled instantly. He is now. I'm looking forward to what my reward will be. Chapter 62, SSS-level hidden profession, Sky Hunter. Name, Jioling. Category, Props. Level, SSS. Active effect. When using the elements corresponding to the 9 spirits, a 100% increase will be obtained. Eye of True Vision hidden effect. When the user faces death, 9 of the spirit beads will be shattered, restoring the user's condition to its peak. Note, this is a spiritual bead ornament cast by Nuwa's projection, composed of 9 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang, and is bound to the survivor, Lu Xiener. This is a SSS-level prop that is completely tailor-made for you. A level copy? Even if it is an SSS-level copy, there may not be such a reward. That is... This remark seems to be directed at him. Thank you, Mother Mary! The moment Lu Xiener took the bracelet, she spoke immediately. After putting it on her hand, her figure became even more unrecognizable. Good. The Nuwa projection chuckled and rubbed her head, then set her eyes on Su Yao. You come here! Su Yao felt embarrassed, but did not move. There was nothing she could do. She was the only one who couldn't walk on the water. She could only stand there and bow to the projection of Nuwa. Holy Mother, The Nuwa projection didn't say much, just raised her hand. Su Yao suddenly appeared in front of everyone. To save the world, one must first save himself. The Nuwa projection uttered softly, and raised her hand to place it on Su Yao's head. As a flash of light passed by, before Su Yao could react, Huli's pupils trembled. Isn't this the slogan of the future Salvation Society? Could it be that this Su Yao had participated in this dungeon in his previous life, and even saw the projection of Nuwa? Thank you, Virgin Mary, for your guidance. Su Yao bowed, her eyes filled with tears. Huli still used the eye of true vision to search her panel, and his heart trembled. Next to the SSS-level talent, Source of Life, another new SSS-level talent suddenly appeared. Talent, Telepathy. Level SSS. Passive effect, you will sense the thoughts of all creatures around you, whether they are evil or good. Eye of True Vision hidden effect, when the perceived creature trusts you 100%, you can modify the other party's thoughts. Note, the two have a telepathic connection and can see through all living things. This is an SSS-level talent. Huli suddenly felt dissatisfied. We are all the same people, why should Su Yao be given an SSS-level talent, Luciana be given an SSS-level item, but our little Black Panther only has an S-level talent? This was obtained by using A-level talent. Isn't that a bit too biased? Duang. Huli just had a thought in his mind, and the Nuwa projection raised her hand and knocked on his head. He immediately held his head with his hands, and the voice of Nuwa's projection also sounded beside him. Everyone is different, and so is their ability to bear. Even if I gave her these things, would she be able to bear them? Well. Huli laughed awkwardly again. Holy Mother, I'm just thinking about it. The Nuwa projection turned around and ignored him. She took the initiative to take a step forward and hugged Wei Xiaoqing in her arms. The 3-meter-tall projection of Nuwa was holding Xiaoqing as if she were a baby. What do you want, little girl? This treatment can be said to be the same as Huli. The first 3 people just accepted what they were given, but for Huli and Wei Xiaoqing, it was the Nuwa projection that took the initiative to ask what they wanted. I want to help my brother and brother Huli. Wei Xiaoqing was not afraid of Nuwa's projection, and mustered up the courage to say, I am too weak now. He's a good kid with a promising future. After saying that, Nuwa's projection waved her hand, and 2 streams of light flew out from Huli. Golden pupils, jade pupils. The 2 streams of light merged into a ball of light in the hands of Nuwa's projection and fell on Wei Xiaoqing's head. Her eyes suddenly transformed into golden and jade pupils. Could it be that? Huli was delighted and immediately looked at Wei Xiaoqing with his true vision. There was a new occupation column on the panel, with a row of small characters at the end. S-level pupil master. One is to increase his attribute by 20%, and the other is to add an S-level profession to the team. If Huli could choose, he would naturally choose the latter. The increase brought by an excellent profession far exceeds 20% of the attributes. If it weren't for the danger that the golden and jade pupils conferred on the profession, he would have used them long ago. Even if not for Xiaoqing, he would have given them to Xie Qingwan. I'll take a closer look at the description of this pupil master later. Now is not the time. Alex is the only one left, and it's my turn next. The Nuwa projection stood at Wei Xiaoqing's position, overlooking Alex in front of her. Before Nuwa's projection could speak, Alex fell to the ground, holding his head high, his eyes full of greed. Holy Mother! I want him! Alex pointed at Huli. I want the reward you gave him! Oh! Huli smiled suddenly. This guy thought he was answering questions on a certain website. You can make such a request, but it depends on whether the Virgin Mary will satisfy you. Nuwa's projection couldn't help but frown, but she still said calmly, It is required that other people cannot be involved. Okay then. Alex pondered for a few breaths, then looked at the projection of Nuwa again, with even more greed in his eyes. Although he didn't say anything, an illusory figure appeared behind him. That's Hypnos. A man, a phantom, was looking up at the projection of Nuwa. Then I want you, you're presumptuous. Beihai uttered a word. But this time, before he could make a move, the Nuwa projection was already angry. Click! Accompanied by a crisp sound. The projections of Alex and the Hypnos shattered at the same time. In an instant, a mountain peak suddenly appeared in the air. That is Mount Olympus. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell and hit the projection of Nuwa. The heavy sound echoes between heaven and earth. Nuwa! Are you going to break our agreement? At the same time, the originally illusory figure of Nuwa's projection suddenly solidified. Although it was only for a moment, Huli could clearly sense that the other party seemed to no longer be a projection. But entity. Tear up the agreement? Nuwa chuckled and said, Are you worthy of mentioning these 4 words? The other party suddenly fell silent. The projection on the top of the mountain also shattered. Huli and others at Lake Baikal naturally could not sense what was happening, but far away near Greece, the downpour became more and more violent, and even the buildings were blown away by the howling wind. Meet the Virgin Mary! Beihai Ra spoke excitedly again. Naturally, he also noticed the changes in Nuwa's projection. This is Nuwa's true form. Even if I am in my best condition, I may not even be able to see the corner of this big guy's clothes. Nuwa uttered a word softly, as if she was in a hurry. She lowered her eyes and fixed her gaze on Huli. A ball of lavender mist appeared in her palm, which was slightly lifted up. This is my reward to you. The words fell. Nuwa's true body disappeared. The light purple mist slowly floated down in front of Huli. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the mist instantly merged into his body. A reminder exploded in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for unlocking the SSS-level hidden profession, Sky Hunter. Chapter 63 SSS-level job transfer task, patrolling on behalf of the gods. SSS-level hidden job. Huli's pupils trembled slightly, and he didn't even notice that Nuwa's real body had disappeared. Hidden professions are also divided into levels. The hidden professions that I had heard of in my previous life seemed to be only at SS level at best. What this SSS level hidden profession meant was naturally self-evident. Then a prompt popped up in front of you. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor Huli for triggering the SSS level job transfer task, patrolling the Heavenly Guard. SSS level job transfer task, patrolling on behalf of the gods. Mission description: you are valued by Nuwa and have obtained the qualification to become her spokesperson. Please work hard to prove to heaven and earth that you can take on this responsibility. Mission objective: the sky is about to collapse and a flood is about to destroy the world. Please try every possible means to prevent the world from being flooded. In the process, your participation rate must exceed 30%. Mission time: none. Mission reward: unlock the Sky Hunter profession and obtain an SSS-level professional equipment and an SSS-level professional skill. Mission failed, career Sky Hunter disappears permanently. Hiss. I can only say that it is worthy of being an SSS-level hidden profession. The difficulty of changing jobs for this thing is really unique. To completely resolve the flooding disaster, a participation rate of more than 30% is required. This is a task that no normal person can accomplish. Fortunately, he is not a normal person. There are many ways to relieve the flooding, and the most convenient and quickest way is to kill all the strange beasts in the 9 areas. Now, he has killed one of them. In other words, there are still 8 strange beasts in the area. As long as he clears them all out, won't the flooding be resolved? Not to mention a 30% participation rate, even a 100% participation rate can be achieved. Really? When Huli looked at the job transfer task again, there was an additional status bar below. Task progress 10%. Prove that your idea is correct. Then things will be much easier next time. As soon as Huli came to his senses, he saw a dark shadow approaching. Although I couldn't see Luciena's face clearly, I could sense the curiosity in this guy's eyes. How is it? What good things did Goddess Nuwa give you? To be honest, she gave me 30 million. Luciener's tone suddenly fell. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Don't use words like be careful, be happy, and pay attention to safety to fool people. Hey! Miss Lu is really smart. TSK. You stingy guy, drink some cold water. Luciener took a sip and turned her head away, ignoring him. Everyone. Beihai Ro was also approaching at this moment. His face was full of smiles, and one could clearly feel that his temperament had changed. Huli did not rashly use the eye of true vision on him again, but he could still feel the other party's increasing strength. Maybe it has reached SS level? Beihai Ro bowed to everyone and said, Thank you all for your help. I was able to see the true body of the Holy Mother. I should also give you the benefits I promised you before. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor team Huli for successfully completing the dungeon Beihai. Congratulations to the survivor team Huli for completing the A-level hidden mission Sacrifice. Reward Beihai Ro's mysterious gift bag. Congratulations to the survivor team Huli for completing the A-level main mission Summoning ahead of schedule. All rewards are calculated based on the cumulative score. Rating in progress. Your rating is S, you will receive 100% of the final reward. Final reward, experience value plus 10,000, points plus 100,000. The copy will automatically close in 60 seconds, and you will be forced to leave. Please be prepared. Does this mean you have passed the level? Sure enough, the purpose of this copy's existence should be to give Beihai Ro a chance to sacrifice himself after he wakes up, in order to summon the projection of Nuwa. But as to why he summoned Nuwa's projection, Huli was not clear and did not understand, he just felt confused. Apart from anything else, the projection of Mount Olympus that just appeared and the thunder that came down from nowhere are enough to explain many problems. Those so-called gods seem to know some secrets about the disaster. It's just that those levels are not something he can access. Even a sealed Beihai Ro could reach S level. Huli didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the levels of those so-called gods would be. Is it the SSS level of the 9th Cataclysm? Or is it the SSS level of the 12 disasters? You know, the F level in the 9th disaster is equivalent to the SSS level of the 1st disaster. My dear friends, this is what I promised you. Please keep it. Beihai Ro's voice rang out, interrupting Huli's thoughts. He was not like Nuwa, who could customize rewards for each person. Instead, he waved his hand and sent 5 balls of light to everyone. Huli took a quick look with his eyes of true vision, and indeed there was a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Talent, Wanchuan. Level S. Active effect, you can control all water sources within a cubic kilometer with you as the center. Controllability and attack power depend on your intelligence attribute. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooling time, 1 hour. Note, all rivers flow into the sea, embracing all things without restriction. Except for Luciener, the light balls in front of the 4 people were the same thing. However, this talent was too useless for Luciener, so Beihai Ro replaced it with another one for her. Inside that ball of light was the jade pendant that he had previously carried with him. As for the effect, before Huli could use his eye of true vision to take a look, Luciener had already taken it into her pocket. This woman still says that she is stingy. Isn't she still the same? Thank you, sir. Huli raised his hand and touched the ball of light, and the talent turned into a stream of light and sank into his body. He subconsciously bowed towards Beihai Ro. But Beihai Ro immediately dodged the salute and gave Huli a bitter smile. Sir, I cannot accept your gift. Just call me Xiao Re. Xiao Re? Huli was confused and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hey! Beihai Ro responded, as if being called Xiao Re was a great honor for him. Only then did Huli come back to his senses. It's Tianshou. This is one of the characteristics of a hidden profession. Almost all hidden professions have this feature, and can be fully integrated into the social environment of these NPC bosses. I heard that there was a hidden profession in the previous life called the Destiny Master. It was not very powerful, but it could give one a glimpse into destiny. Even these NPC bosses were respectful when they saw him. Of course, not all hidden professions can be revered by a god like the Sky Hunter. This Tianshu is a hidden profession chosen by Niwa. Although Huli has not yet completed the job transfer task, it does not prevent Beihai Ro from coming up to him to do him a favor. While there is still some time before leaving the dungeon, why not? Ahem! Huli coughed twice, looked at Beihai Ro in front of him, and said softly, Xiao Ruo! Do you want to go to the next level? Chapter 64 Haotian Projection? Deprivation. As soon as these words came out, Beihai Ro's pupils suddenly lit up. What advice do you have, sir? It's not really about teaching, it's just some small things, Huli said, raising his hand and pointing at his head. The Virgin Mary took away some things, but also left some things behind. This? How can this be possible? Beihai Ro immediately frowned. How dare I take the things that the Virgin Mary left for you without permission? It's left for me, but it's also left for you. Huli raised his hand and placed it on Beihai Ro's shoulder, and said softly, Xiao Ro, taste it! Taste it carefully! As soon as he finished speaking, the 60 seconds were up. Huli and others were immediately forced out of the copy. However, because this copy itself exists in Lake Baikal, everyone's figures only flashed slightly, and then solidified again. Beihai Ro still stood there, and then he suddenly realized. This sentence is so easy to explain. It is left for him, and also for Huli. Isn't it obvious that it is for Huli to give it to Beihai Ro as a favor? The Virgin Mary wants to make friends with this adult, so she acts this way. Yes, that must be right. I understand. Beihai Ro immediately looked at Huli. But sir, this thing is so precious, I can't just take it for nothing, you see. Look at what you're saying. What are we? We're comrades. We're friends. We're brothers. Huli raised his hand and tapped Beihai Ro's shoulder. Brothers, don't talk about this. That's it. A flash of white light immediately appeared on his left hand. Characteristics boundlessness, granted. This is a characteristic he stripped off from the unrivaled sea kingdom, and it is obviously also related to the god of the sea. Since Beihai can absorb the godhood of the sea god, this thing should be useful to him. Anyway, as long as it is something you give to the other party, it will only be banned for 24 hours, and you can still use it after 24 hours. This is a favor, it would be a shame not to do it. Only, Huli didn't expect that the changes after he gave this characteristic to Beihai Ro would be so great. In an instant, Beihai Ro's white hair instantly turned into azure blue. A bright light flashed in his azure pupils, and his body expanded rapidly while the shadow behind him gradually solidified. A pressure that belongs only to gods fell quietly. Even Huli couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart. Is this becoming a god? Thunder suddenly appeared above the sky. A flash of golden light pierced through the thick clouds and instantly penetrated Beihai Ro's whole body from outside the ninth heaven. Under this powerful pressure, everyone bowed their heads. All I could hear was a hazy and heavy sound echoing above the dome. If Beihai guards the North Sea for 1,000 years, protects the people, works hard and has great merits, his godhood is full, and his divinity is perfect, he should be named the North Sea Water God and be ranked as a third-class god. Haotian, command! 4 words fell. Beihai Ro's aura changed instantly, and he immediately bowed his hands towards the sky. Your Majesty, I, Beihai Ro, thank you. Haotian? Your Majesty? Etc. In other words, the person above my head now is the legendary Jade Emperor. No! Look up! Be sure to look up. Anyway, now that I have the Virgin Mary as my backer, it should be okay to take a look, right? Huli endured the pressure with all his might. His neck kept making slight cracking sounds, but he still couldn't raise his head to look at the sky. Beihai Ro, who was standing by, saw this and vaguely guessed something. He weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and decided to take action. He withstood 90% of the pressure, and Huli finally raised his head. At a glance, Eye of True Vision Deprivation Edition, open. A panel popped up, followed by a prompt. Almost at the same time, the clouds in the sky closed again. Done! Call! Huli let out a breath, but when he looked at the panel and prompts in front of him, his eyes became dull. Name, Haotian projection. Level unknown. Attribute unknown. Talent unknown. Congratulations to the survivor Huli, who obtained debuff, unknown eternal seal 1. What the hell? I finally stole something and found a debuff. This is the debuff on Haotian's projection. God knows what the hell it is. Brother, you. Wait a minute, let me calm down first. Faced with Beihai Rua's inquiries, Huli was not in the mood to respond. He immediately opened his panel and checked this so-called eternal seal. Status: eternal seal. Type: debuff. Level: unknown. Effect: get a random permanent debuff every day, with unlimited stacking. Duration: perpetual. Note: you will be trapped in an eternal seal. I am so. Huli couldn't help but curse out loud in his heart. But before he could utter a single curse, a thought popped into his mind. Debuff, it seems that it can be used. If the last time I was near death, I could transfer it, then wouldn't permanent debuff also be able to be transferred through granting? You can try it. It seems that you won't get the debuff in the first 24 hours, so you have to try again tomorrow. Huli set his eyes on Beihai Rua beside him and clasped his fists to congratulate. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations, brother. You have finally been promoted to the third-class god position. It's all thanks to you, brother. Beihai was so happy that his expression was beyond words. You know, it is extremely difficult to become a god. Although he is nominally the god of the North Sea, the so-called North Sea is only that big in area, and his position as god of the sea is at most a fourth-class one. To be promoted, 3 conditions must be met: strength, godhead, and divinity. Beihai Rua's strength is unquestionable, and he barely meets the threshold of becoming a god. Just now, Niwa also took the opportunity to complete his godhood, except for the divinity. Originally, Beihai Rua only needed time to accumulate enough divinity, but Huli's gift to him this time directly saved him 100 years. This is indeed a great favor. Brother, we are one family and we shouldn't have different opinions. Beihai Rua looked at Huli with great joy. Since I am a little older, I will pretend to be your elder brother. Tell me what you want to do, and I'll do it for you. Now that the gods have not come out, he has just been promoted to a third-class god and is not among the sealed ones, so he is indeed qualified to say this. I am ashamed to say that I do have something to trouble you, brother. Huli immediately said. The Holy Mother has given me a test. I still have to go outside of China to hunt other monsters. Monsters are easy to deal with, but I'm afraid I'll meet other gods on the way and I don't know how to communicate with them. Please give me some advice, brother. How should we deal with this matter? He said he was seeking help, but in fact he just wanted to find out the truth of this world. As a god who has been sealed for such a long time, Beihai Rua should know something about it. If I could learn some secrets from him, I could plan for the future as soon as possible. After all, this flooding is only a disaster with the smallest impact. The ice and purgatory that follows, that is the real end of the world. This? Beihai Rua lowered his brows and pondered for a few breaths. He looked at Huli and said in a low voice, Brother, it's not that I won't tell you, but you are not a true Tianju after all. There are some news you shouldn't know, and you can't know. Understood. Huli responded calmly, without any grudge in his heart. If he is not a real sky hunter, he shouldn't know it. But after he becomes a real sky hunter, won't he be able to know it? He bowed towards Beihai Rua and said, Then I'll trouble you with another favor, brother. Ha ha! What's the matter? Just tell me, brother. There's nothing I can't do. Send us to Sanyo. By the way, what news did you just say you wanted to know?